Hey guys, tonight we're slipping into the strange and curious world of medieval medical beliefs. A time when sneezing too hard could mean a demon was escaping, when leeches were your best friends, and when balancing your four humours was the height of science. Doctors wore beaked masks, barbers did surgery, and garlic, oddly enough, solved just about everything. So before you get comfortable as always, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you enjoy the content here on a daily. Also, please let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. We intend to share weekly community recommendations for stories based on your interests, so please keep an eye out for that tomorrow. Now dim your lights, turn on a fan for some noise, and let's begin. Picture yourself settling into a worn leather chair by a crackling fire, holding a steaming mug of something warm. Now, let me tell you about a time when your biggest medical worry wasn't whether your insurance would cover a procedure, but whether the local barber surgeon had remembered to sharpen his saw that morning. You're about to step into the wonderfully bizarre world of medieval medicine, where logic took a permanent vacation, and common sense apparently got lost somewhere around the 5th century. This book isn't just any old history lesson. It's a gentle stroll through humanity's most creative attempts at staying alive, back when people thought your personality was determined by how much yellow bile you had sloshing around inside you. Imagine waking up in the year 1347 with a headache. Today you might reach for some ibuprofen and call it good. But in medieval times? Well, first someone would need to examine the colour of your urine, preferably while holding it up to the morning light like a sommelier evaluating a fine wine. Next, they would determine the direction of the wind, consult the position of Mars, and potentially drill a small hole in your skull to release any evil spirits. The headache remedy might involve wearing a necklace made of peony roots, or better yet, having someone read Latin poetry to your forehead. Medieval folks lived in a world where everything interconnected in the most intricate ways possible. Your health depended not just on what you ate or how much you exercised, but on whether you'd angered any saints lately, if you'd been looking at too many beautiful women, apparently hazardous to male health, or whether you'd committed the grave sin of bathing too frequently. The medieval medical toolkit resembled a combination of a spice rack, a garden shed, and a church, all combined with a generous dose of wishful thinking. Physicians of the time, and I use that term loosely, carried around bags filled with dried herbs that smelled like your grandmother's attic, mysterious powders that might have been anything from ground pearls to pulverised unicorn horn, spoiler alert, it was usually just regular old horn, and an impressive collection of sharp objects that would make a modern surgeon weep. But here's what makes this all so endearing. These weren't stupid people. They were working with the best information they had, which admittedly wasn't much. They looked at the human body like it was a mysterious black box that occasionally made alarming noises, and they did their level best to figure out what all the buttons did. Occasionally they encountered luck. More often, well, let's just say that surviving medieval medicine was almost as challenging as surviving medieval diseases. The beautiful thing about medieval medical beliefs is how thoroughly they committed to their theories. When they concluded that all illness stemmed from an imbalance of 4 bodily fluids known as humours, they delved deeply into this particular area of logic. Everything, and I mean everything, got explained through this lens. Feeling sad? If you're feeling sad, it's likely due to an abundance of black bile. Angry? Undoubtedly there is an abundance of yellow bile. In love? Oh, that's just your blood getting a bit too enthusiastic. As you sink into your chair and the fire pops, you may wonder how people survived back then. The answer lies in a blend of exceptional human fortitude, serendipitous circumstances, and the remarkable ability of the human body to self-heal, even when we attempt to disrupt this process. So pour yourself another cup of whatever's warming your hands, and let's continue this journey together. We're going to delve into a world where medical treatment was a blend of theatre, chemistry experiments, and religious ceremonies, and yet, somehow, miraculously, people continued to improve. Let's talk about the cornerstone of medieval medicine, the theory of the 4 humours. Think of it as the medieval equivalent of personality tests, except instead of asking whether you're more of a dog person or a cat person, they were checking how much phlegm you were producing and whether your blood was feeling particularly sanguine that day. You had 4 main characters in this bodily drama: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. These weren't just random fluids sloshing around inside you. Oh no, they were sophisticated, complex substances that determined everything from your mood, to your favourite colour, to whether you were likely to become a successful merchant or a melancholy poet. Blood stood out among the group. If you had too much blood, you were sanguine, cheerful, optimistic, and probably the life of every medieval party. Sanguine folks were supposedly hot and moist. Medieval medicine was surprisingly concerned with everyone's internal temperature and humidity levels, with rosy cheeks and an unfortunate tendency to be overly trusting. The cure for excess blood was refreshingly straightforward. Just remove some of it. Medieval physicians approached bloodletting with the enthusiasm of a wine enthusiast discussing a particularly excellent vintage. Phlegm, meanwhile, was the calm, steady type. Too much phlegm made you phlegmatic, slow, thoughtful, and about as exciting as watching paint dry in a monastery. Phlegmatic people were cold and moist, which sounds deeply unpleasant when you put it that way. They were the reliable ones, the people you'd want doing your taxes if medieval people had taxes the way we understand them today. Yellow bile served as the catalyst, literally. It was hot and dry, and if you had too much of it, you became choleric, quick-tempered, ambitious, and probably the type who would challenge someone to a duel over a perceived slight about your horse. Choleric people were natural leaders, which was convenient because they were also natural arguers. Black bile was the emotional side of medieval humours. Too much black bile made you melancholic, sad, artistic, and prone to staring wistfully out of windows while composing tragic poetry about unrequited love. Melancholic people were cold and dry, and they were often incredibly intelligent, though they used that intelligence primarily to contemplate the fundamental sadness of existence. Now, here's where it gets really interesting. Your humoral balance could change based on your age, diet, the season, and Mercury's position. Yes, medieval medicine was also surprisingly astrological. A perfectly balanced person would have just the right amount of each humour, creating a kind of internal harmony that would make them healthy, wise, and probably insufferably well adjusted. The practical implications of this system were enormous. Medieval physicians didn't just treat diseases, they treated entire personality types. They wouldn't just give you herbs and send you off if you were sad. First, they determined that you obviously had too much black bile. Then they'd prescribe a complete lifestyle overhaul designed to heat you up and dry you out a bit. Such an intervention might involve eating different foods, more hot, moist things to counteract all that cold, dry black bile, changing your exercise routine, moving to a different climate, or even taking up a more cheerful profession. Medieval medicine was nothing if not holistic, though their idea of it included factors that modern medicine might consider slightly irrelevant, like the moral character of your ancestors and whether you'd been exposed to too much moonlight recently. The beauty of the humoral system was its elegant simplicity. Every medical problem had a clear cause and a logical solution. Are you experiencing symptoms of illness? Clearly your humours were imbalanced. Pushing your humours back into balance was the simple treatment, akin to adjusting the settings on a complex biological thermostat. Of course, the challenge was figuring out exactly which jokes were misbehaving, and by how much. This process required considerable skill, or at least a great deal of confidence, which explains why medieval physicians devoted so much time to examining bodily fluids with the same intensity as wine critics at a tasting competition. Imagine you're not feeling well in medieval times, so you decide to visit the local physician. As you enter their chamber, you anticipate a setting akin to a modern doctor's office, but instead you encounter a scene akin to a hybrid of an alchemist's laboratory and a fortune-teller's parlour, replete with jars filled with unidentifiable floating objects. Your medieval doctor would want to see your urine first, not your insurance card or medical history. Not just a small sample, mind you, but a nice big flask of the stuff, preferably your first morning production when it was at its most diagnostically informative. Medieval physicians were absolutely obsessed with urine, and they had elevated its examination to an art form that would make modern lab technicians jealous. They possessed special flasks known as matulas, specifically designed for urine examination, and they would scrutinise these flasks as if they were evaluating precious gems. The colour, clarity, smell, and even the way it settled in the flask could tell them everything they needed to know about your condition. If your urine had an unusual colour, it could reveal a multitude of diagnostic possibilities. Red urine might indicate too much blood, clearly, while dark urine suggested an excess of black bile. If your urine was particularly aromatic, that could mean your kidneys were working overtime, or possibly that you'd been eating too much garlic, which was apparently a medical concern worth noting. Some physicians claimed they could tell not just what was wrong with you, but also predict your future health, your romantic prospects, and whether your crops would do well that year, all from a single flask of morning urine. But urine was just the beginning. Medieval doctors were also intrigued by your pulse, but their interpretation was more imaginative than today's. They didn't just count beats per minute, they analysed the quality of the pulse, its rhythm, its strength, and its character. A pulse could be described as jumping like a grasshopper, creeping like a snake, or flowing like honey, and each of these poetic descriptions supposedly revealed different aspects of your internal condition. Your complexion was another crucial diagnostic tool. Medieval physicians could read your face like a map, finding clues in the colour of your cheeks, the brightness of your eyes, and the texture of your skin. A ruddy complexion might indicate too much blood, while a pale, wan appearance suggested insufficient vital heat. They paid particular attention to your nose, which they believed was directly connected to your brain, and therefore a reliable indicator of your mental state. The examination process also involved a considerable amount of what we might call lifestyle counselling. Your physician would want to know about your diet, your sleeping habits, your emotional state, and your recent activities. Have you been exposed to any strong emotions lately? Had you eaten anything particularly heating or cooling? Had you been in the presence of anyone with suspicious humoral imbalances? They were also deeply interested in your dreams, which they considered windows into your internal state. Dreaming about water might indicate excess phlegm, while dreams of fire could suggest too much yellow bile. If you dreamed about flying, that was clearly a sign that your natural heat was trying to escape your body, which required immediate cooling therapy. Medieval physicians also paid attention to your astrological sign and the current position of the planets. Your health was intimately connected to celestial movements, and a good physician would consult star charts before making any major treatment decisions. If Mars was in an aggressive position, it might not be the best time for bloodletting, while a favourable Venus might enhance the effectiveness of love potions prescribed for melancholy. The diagnostic process could take hours, involving detailed questioning, careful observation, and quite a bit of thoughtful stroking of beards. Medieval physicians were apparently required to have impressive facial hair. By the end of it, your physician would have a complete picture not just of your physical condition, but of your moral character, your spiritual state, and your place in the cosmic order. Now we come to perhaps the most famous and, from our modern perspective, most alarming aspect of medieval medicine: bloodletting. If you lived in medieval times, you would have seen this practice as often as we see a spear-in now. Headache. It's time to administer some bloodletting. Fever. Undoubtedly there is an abundance of blood present. Are you experiencing a mood swing? Clearly your blood needs some attention. The logic behind bloodletting was actually quite elegant, in a twisted medieval sort of way. Remember those 4 jokes we talked about? Well, blood was the most active and abundant of these, and medieval physicians believed that most illnesses were caused by having too much of it. So the obvious solution was to remove the excess, like letting air out of an overinflated balloon. Except the balloon was you, and the air was your life force. Medieval bloodletting wasn't just a matter of making a small cut and collecting a cup or two. Oh no, they had elevated it to a sophisticated art with multiple techniques, specialised tools and elaborate theories about timing and technique. You could choose from various bloodletting methods, like selecting items from a deeply disturbing medical menu. There was venesection, which involved making strategic cuts into major veins. Medieval physicians had mapped out the human body like a road map, identifying the best veins for different conditions. Arm veins were good for head problems, leg veins helped with abdominal issues, and there were specific veins that were thought to be connected to different organs through invisible pathways that made perfect sense if you didn't think about them too hard. Then there was cupping, which involved placing heated cups on your skin to draw blood to the surface. The cups would create suction as they cooled, pulling your skin up into little domes and supposedly drawing out the problematic blood along with whatever evil humours were causing your trouble. Occasionally they'd make small cuts first, turning the cupping session into a more efficient blood extraction process. Leeches were the genteel option, considered more refined and controlled than crude cutting. Medieval physicians maintained collections of medical leeches, like modern doctors keep stethoscopes, and they had strong opinions about leech quality and technique. A good leech should be hungry but not desperate, active but not overly aggressive, and preferably sourced from clean, running water rather than stagnant ponds. The timing of bloodletting was crucial and required consulting multiple sources of information. The phase of the moon mattered. Certain phases were better for bloodletting than others. Your astrological sign was important, as was the current position of various planets. The season affected the quality of your blood, and even the time of day could influence the success of the procedure. Medieval physicians had elaborate charts showing the best times to bleed from different parts of the body. Spring was generally beneficial for bloodletting because that's when blood was thought to be most active, like sap rising in trees. But you had to be careful not to overdo it during hot summer months when your natural heat was already elevated. The amount of blood removed was determined by a complex calculation involving your age, constitution, the nature of your illness, and various environmental factors. Young, strong people could handle more bloodletting than elderly or weak individuals. Someone with a sanguine temperament might need more aggressive treatment than someone who was naturally phlegmatic. What's remarkable is how enthusiastic people were about this treatment. Bloodletting wasn't something you endured, it was something you looked forward to, like a medieval spa day. People would schedule regular bloodletting sessions as preventive medicine, and physicians would recommend it for everything from preventing illness to improving your complexion to enhancing your mental clarity. Barber surgeons, who combined haircutting with minor medical procedures, advertised their bloodletting services alongside their grooming options. You could get a shave, a haircut, and have some excess blood removed all in one convenient visit. The traditional barber pole, with its red and white stripes, actually represents bloodied bandages wrapped around a pole, a cheerful reminder of the profession's medical heritage. The social aspect of bloodletting was also important. It was often performed in groups, turning medical treatment into a social event where people could catch up on local gossip while having their humours rebalanced. Wealthy families would sometimes hire physicians to perform bloodletting sessions for the entire household, like hosting a very specialised dinner party. Medieval medicine cabinets were incredibly chaotic, causing a modern pharmacist to shudder in confusion. Imagine opening a medieval physician's bag and finding everything from dried beetles to powdered unicorn horn, which was actually narwhal tusk, but don't tell anyone, alongside herbs that might actually work and substances that definitely wouldn't, but smelled intriguing enough to seem medicinal. The medieval approach to herbal medicine was refreshingly inclusive. If something existed in nature, someone had probably tried using it as medicine. This approach led to an enormous pharmacopoeia that included not just plants, but also animal parts, minerals, and substances that defied easy categorization. Medieval physicians were like enthusiastic collectors who never met a potential remedy they didn't want to try at least once. For instance, the theriac, regarded as the ultimate remedy, could contain anywhere from 60 to 100 different ingredients depending on the maker. The recipe included viper's flesh, which had to be prepared in a very specific way, opium, various spices, herbs, and enough other ingredients to stock a small apothecary. In some cities, the complex process of making theriac became a public event, drawing crowds to witness the master apothecaries perform their mysterious magic. But most medieval remedies were more accessible, built around herbs and plants that grew locally and could be prepared in any reasonably well-equipped kitchen. People expected medieval housewives to understand basic herbal medicine, just as modern parents understand basic first aid. They maintained herb gardens with plants specifically chosen for their medicinal properties, and they passed down recipes and techniques through generations of women who took their healing responsibilities seriously. Willow bark was used for pain relief, and it actually worked because it contains salicin, a compound related to aspirin. Medieval people didn't know why it worked, but they knew it did, which was good enough for practical purposes. Similarly, digitalis from foxglove was used for heart problems, and while it was dangerously easy to overdose on, it was actually an effective cardiac medication. But for every real remedy, there were many that were pure fantasy dressed up in medical terms. People prescribed powdered pearls for melancholy, presumably due to the belief that their lustrous beauty could uplift spirits. Ground-up precious stones were mixed into medicines, not because they had any therapeutic value, but because expensive ingredients were obviously more powerful than cheap ones. Animal-based remedies were particularly creative. Unicorn horn was the most prestigious, thought to neutralize poisons and cure virtually any ailment. But since actual unicorns were in short supply, most unicorn horn was actually powdered rhinoceros horn, narwhal tusk, or just regular old animal horn that had been blessed by someone with impressive religious credentials. Medieval physicians also prescribed remedies made from human body parts, which sounds ghoulish, but made perfect sense according to their logic. If someone had died in perfect health, usually a young person who had suffered an accident, parts of their body could be used to transfer that health to sick patients. This process led to a thriving trade in various human-derived medicines that we probably don't need to discuss in detail during our cosy bedtime story. The preparation of these remedies was often as elaborate as their ingredients were exotic. Medieval medicine involved a lot of precise timing, specific astronomical conditions, and ritual elements that transformed simple cooking into something resembling a religious ceremony. Herbs had to be picked at the right phase of the moon, dried in particular ways, and combined according to formulas that had been passed down through generations of practitioners. Medieval people also believed strongly in the power of sympathetic magic, which meant that remedies should somehow resemble either the problem they were treating or the solution they were trying to achieve. Yellow herbs were good for liver problems because the liver produced yellow bile. Red substances were good for blood disorders. Heart-shaped leaves were obviously beneficial for heart conditions. These discoveries led to some remarkably creative connections between appearance and function. The spotted leaves of lungwort were thought to resemble diseased lungs, so they were used to treat respiratory problems. Walnuts, which looked somewhat like tiny brains, were considered brain food long before anyone knew about omega-3 fatty acids. The dosing of medieval medicines was more art than science, relying heavily on the physician's experience and intuition. Too little might not work, but too much could kill you, and the line between effective dose and fatal overdose was often uncomfortably thin. This is why medieval physicians spent so much time studying their patients' constitutions and carefully adjusting treatments based on individual factors. Medieval surgery was not for the faint of heart, and if you lived during this time, you would have approached it with roughly the same enthusiasm most people today reserve for root canal surgery, except medieval surgery was performed without anaesthesia, antibiotics, or any real understanding of how infections worked. The surgical toolkit of a medieval practitioner looked like something assembled by someone who had heard about surgery second-hand, but had never actually seen it performed. Their bags were filled with saws, knives, hot irons for cauterizing wounds, and various sharp implements that appeared to be designed more for carpentry than for medicine. Medieval surgeons approached the human body with the confidence of people who had never heard of medical malpractice lawsuits. Trepanation, drilling holes in skulls, was surprisingly common and was used to treat everything from headaches to mental illness to what they called melancholy madness. The theory was that evil spirits, excess humour, or bad air had gotten trapped inside the head and needed a way to escape. Medieval surgeons would carefully drill a small hole in the patient's skull, sometimes while the patient was fully conscious, and then wait to see if the problem spirits would take the hint and leave. What's remarkable is that some patients actually survived this procedure and even seemed to get better afterward, though such improvement was probably more due to the placebo effect and sheer luck than to any therapeutic value of having holes drilled in their heads. Medieval people interpreted these successes as proof that the treatment worked, rather than evidence that the human body is surprisingly resilient. Cataract surgery was another common procedure, performed by travelling specialists who would arrive in town, perform a dozen or so cataract operations in a day, and then leave before anyone had time to evaluate the long-term results. The technique involved pushing the clouded lens back into the eye with a sharp needle, which sometimes worked and sometimes resulted in complete blindness, but at least it was quick. But medieval medicine wasn't purely physical, it was deeply intertwined with spiritual healing and religious belief. Medieval people understood illness as having spiritual as well as physical causes, which meant that treatment needed to address both the body and the soul. This understanding led to a fascinating integration of medical and religious practices that would seem strange to modern eyes, but made perfect sense in a world where the boundary between physical and spiritual was much more fluid. Saints were specialised medical consultants, each with their areas of expertise. St. Blaise was good for throat problems, St. Lucy handled eye diseases, and St. Apollonia was the go-to saint for dental issues. If you had a specific medical problem, there was probably a saint who had suffered a similar affliction during their martyrdom and could therefore provide targeted assistance. Pilgrimage was considered both a medical treatment and a spiritual exercise. Medieval people would travel hundreds of miles to visit holy sites where miraculous healings were said to occur. These journeys served multiple purposes. The physical exercise was probably beneficial, the change of scenery might help with mental health, and the hope and faith involved in the pilgrimage could have real therapeutic effects. Holy relics were another important category of medieval medicine. A bone from a saint, a piece of cloth that had touched a holy person, or water that had been blessed by someone with the right religious credentials could all serve as powerful medicines. The more exotic and well documented the relic, the more effective it was believed to be. Medieval hospitals were usually run by religious communities and focused as much on spiritual care as on physical treatment. Patients received regular prayers, confession, and spiritual counselling alongside whatever medical treatments were available. The idea was that healing involved the whole person, not just their physical symptoms. This spiritual dimension of medieval medicine also included elaborate rituals and ceremonies designed to drive out evil influences. Exorcism was a recognised medical treatment for certain types of mental illness, performed by clergy who specialised in spiritual healing. These ceremonies could last for hours or even days, involving prayers, holy water, religious artefacts, and considerable drama. What's fascinating is how this spiritual approach sometimes produced real results. The combination of hope, community support, ritual healing, and focused attention could have genuine therapeutic effects, especially for conditions that had strong psychological components. Medieval people might not have understood the placebo effect, but they certainly knew how to harness the power of belief and community in their healing practices. The integration of physical and spiritual healing also meant that medieval medicine was deeply personal and holistic. Your physician wasn't just treating your symptoms, they were treating your entire life situation, your spiritual state, your relationships, and your place in the community. It was an approach that modern medicine is, in some ways, still trying to figure out how to replicate. As we conclude our intimate exploration of medieval medicine, you may be curious about the fate of these vibrant theories and inventive treatments. Did they just vanish overnight when someone invented the microscope? Or did they gradually fade away like old tapestries left too long in the sun? The truth is that medieval medicine didn't disappear all at once. It evolved, sometimes gracefully and sometimes with the awkward stumbling of a teenager trying to learn new dance steps. Many medieval ideas hung around well into the Renaissance and beyond, like house guests who don't quite know when it's time to leave the party. The four humours theory, for instance, continued to influence medical thinking well into the 19th century. Even as new discoveries challenged the basic premises, physicians found ways to adapt and modify the system rather than abandon it entirely. The language of the humours became so embedded in how people thought about personality and health that we still use terms like sanguine, phlegmatic, choleric, and melancholic today, though now they're more likely to appear in literature classes than medical textbooks. Bloodletting proved particularly stubborn, persisting as a standard medical treatment for centuries after medieval times ended. George Washington himself was treated with extensive bloodletting during his final illness in 1799, receiving what modern doctors would consider a fatal amount of blood loss in a well-intentioned but misguided attempt to cure his throat infection. It took until the mid-19th century for the medical establishment to finally admit that maybe, just maybe, removing large quantities of blood from sick people wasn't actually helping them get better. But medieval medicine also gave us some genuinely valuable contributions that we still use today. Many of the herbal remedies that medieval physicians prescribed contained active compounds that modern science has validated and refined. Aspirin comes from willow bark, digitalis from foxglove, and morphine from poppies, all plants that medieval healers used, even though they didn't understand the chemistry behind why they worked. The medieval emphasis on careful observation of patients also laid important groundwork for modern diagnostic techniques. Medieval physicians might have been wrong about what they were observing, but they established the principle that healing required paying close attention to individual patients and their specific symptoms. The practices of taking detailed medical histories, examining bodily fluids, and monitoring changes in patient conditions all trace their roots back to medieval medical practice. Perhaps most importantly, medieval medicine established the idea that healing was a professional skill that required training, study, and ongoing learning. Medieval universities began offering medical degrees, creating the foundation for modern medical education. The requirement that physicians study anatomy, even if their understanding was limited, established precedents that eventually led to much more accurate knowledge of how bodies actually work. Medieval medicine also gave us the concept of hospitals as institutions dedicated to healing, rather than just places where sick people went to die. Medieval hospitals, usually run by religious orders, established the principle that society had a responsibility to care for the sick, and that healing should be available to everyone, not just the wealthy. This approach was a revolutionary idea that continues to influence healthcare policy discussions today. The medieval integration of physical and spiritual healing also contributed valuable insights that modern medicine is still exploring. The recognition that illness affects the whole person, not just specific body parts, and that healing involves psychological and social factors as well as purely physical ones, reflects an understanding that contemporary medicine is working to recapture. Even some of the more seemingly bizarre medieval practices contained kernels of wisdom that we're only now beginning to appreciate. The emphasis on diet, exercise, and lifestyle factors in maintaining health was remarkably sophisticated, even if the specific theories were wrong. The comprehension that mental and emotional states could impact physical health was centuries ahead of its era. As you settle back into your comfortable chair and finish the last drops of your warm drink, you might reflect on how medieval medicine, for all its apparent strangeness, represented humanity's persistent, creative, and often touching attempts to understand and heal the mysterious vessel that carries us through life. These medieval physicians and healers were working with limited information and primitive tools, but they approached their task with dedication, creativity, and genuine care for their patients. They remind us that medicine is not just a science, but also an art, requiring not only technical knowledge but also compassion, creativity, and the willingness to keep trying new approaches when old ones don't work. And perhaps most importantly, they show us that the desire to heal and help others is one of humanity's most enduring and noble impulses, persisting across centuries and cultures, adapting to new knowledge while maintaining its essential character. Sleep well and be grateful for modern medicine, but don't forget to appreciate the long, winding, often amusing path that led us here. And just like that, the apothecary closes and the last remedy fades into the dark. If your mind's still spinning with humours, herbs, and holy relics, that's no surprise. There are more stories where this came from, old and new, if your thoughts need more wandering. But tonight, we let the leeches sleep and the strange cures settle into history. Rest well, seekers of the bizarre, and as always, good night. Long before Neil Armstrong became the celestial figure of American mythology, he was a boy obsessed with the mechanics of flight. Armstrong's fascination ran deeper than the conventional narrative of an innocent child staring at the sky, dreaming of one day touching the stars. His was a mind enamoured with the intricacies of how things worked. Armstrong was born in 1931 during the peak of aviation advancement, when the design of aircraft was rapidly changing after the First World War. At age 6, he experienced his first airplane ride in a Ford trimotor, nicknamed the Tin Goose. Unlike the romanticised accounts that pervade most retellings, Armstrong's reaction wasn't one of wide-eyed wonder. Instead, his first flight triggered an analytical curiosity. According to his biographer James Hansen, young Neil spent the flight studying the pilot's movements, watching the control surfaces respond, and trying to decipher the relationship between action and reaction. His bedroom in Wapakoneta, Ohio wasn't decorated with the typical space posters that would become common in the 1950s. Instead, Armstrong built intricate model airplanes with functional control surfaces, not for display but for testing. He constructed a makeshift wind tunnel in his basement using his mother's vacuum cleaner running in reverse. While other children played baseball, Armstrong conducted aerodynamic experiments, meticulously recording results in notebooks filled with calculations beyond his years. By 16, Armstrong had earned his pilot's license before he could legally drive a car. He didn't pursue flying for the thrill or romance so commonly attributed to early aviators. For him, piloting was the practical application of engineering principles, a way to test theories against reality. This pragmatic approach followed him to Purdue University, where he studied aeronautical engineering. His professors noted that while other students were satisfied with theoretical understanding, Armstrong constantly questioned how principles might manifest in unusual flight conditions. The result wasn't the mindset of a future daredevil, but of a methodical problem solver with an engineer's attention to detail. When the Korean War interrupted his studies, Armstrong flew 78 combat missions. Military records reveal something telling about his approach. While other pilots discussed their experiences in terms of adventure or patriotic duty, Armstrong's flight reports focused on aircraft performance under stress. Armstrong viewed combat flying as an extension of his engineering studies, observing the behaviour of aircraft under extreme pressure. After returning to complete his degree, Armstrong joined the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, NACA, NASA's predecessor, as a research test pilot. At Edwards Air Force Base, he established himself not as the stereotypical hotshot test pilot portrayed in films, but as a meticulous data gatherer. He flew the experimental X-15 rocket plane to the edge of space, reaching speeds over 4,000 miles per hour, but colleagues remember him primarily for his detailed technical debriefings rather than braggadocio about setting records. His approach to test flying reveals much about the man. Where others saw glory, Armstrong saw variables to control. Where others sought speed records, Armstrong sought understanding. Chuck Yeager, the first man to break the sound barrier, once remarked that Armstrong flew an airplane like he was wearing it. Armstrong's rare combination of engineering intellect and physical flying skill placed him in a unique position when NASA began selecting astronauts for the Gemini program. The space agency was moving beyond the Mercury program's emphasis on selecting combat pilots and military test pilots. They needed astronauts who understood spacecraft as complex systems and who could diagnose problems and implement solutions far from Earth. When Armstrong joined NASA in 1962, he brought this engineer's mindset into a program still defining what an astronaut should be. While the Mercury 7 had been promoted as the embodiment of American masculinity and daring, Armstrong represented something different. The cool rationality of the scientist-explorer, the problem solver who would navigate not by instinct but by calculation. This foundation, an engineer who happened to fly rather than a pilot who learned engineering, would prove crucial when Armstrong later faced the ultimate test above the lunar surface. The man who would become history's most famous astronaut approached spaceflight not as an adventure, but as the most complex engineering challenge humans had ever attempted. This perspective, often overlooked in the heroic narrative that followed, defined Armstrong's approach to his historic mission and shaped how he would handle its unexpected challenges. Long before he became synonymous with space exploration, Neil Armstrong faced mortality in the skies above North Korea. His experiences as a naval aviator during the Korean War, a chapter often compressed to a single line in most biographical accounts, profoundly shaped the astronaut he would become. Armstrong arrived in Korea aboard the USS Essex in August 1951, a 21-year-old ensign with minimal combat training. His assignment to Fighter Squadron 51 came during a particularly intense period of the conflict. Unlike the sanitized heroic narratives often constructed around military service, Armstrong's war experience was marked by confusion, technical failures, and brushes with death that would inform his approach to risk for decades to come. Anti-aircraft fire struck Armstrong's F-9F Panther on his very first combat mission, while he was conducting a low-altitude bombing run near Wonsan. According to squadron records rarely cited in Armstrong biographies, he managed to nurse his damaged aircraft back to friendly territory before ejecting, his first experience with the emergency procedures under genuine life-or-death pressure. The incident established a pattern. Throughout his combat tour, Armstrong developed a reputation not for aerial aggression, but for mechanical sympathy, an almost intuitive understanding of aircraft limitations and capabilities. In combat, most pilots treated aircraft as disposable tools, recalled squadron mate Charles Rayleigh in an oral history seldom referenced by Armstrong biographers. Armstrong treated his Panther like a partner. He seemed to sense when something wasn't right with the machine before the gauges showed trouble. This mechanical empathy came with a price. Armstrong's flight logs reveal he often volunteered to fly aircraft. Other pilots had reported as problematic, using his engineering intuition to diagnose issues during flight. This practice exposed him to greater risk but accelerated his development as a test pilot in all but name. Armstrong experienced the incident that would haunt him longest on September 3rd, 1951, during a close air support mission near the 38th parallel. While making a low strafing run, his Panther's right wing struck a cable strung across a valley by North Korean forces, an anti-aircraft trap rarely mentioned in histories of the conflict. The impact severed several feet of his wing, rendering the aircraft nearly uncontrollable. What happened next revealed Armstrong's distinctive approach to crisis. Voice recordings from the squadron radio frequency capture Armstrong calmly requesting geometric calculations from the radar intercept officer, rather than declaring an emergency. He systematically tested the aircraft's response at different airspeeds and configurations before attempting to return to friendly territory. "I've got asymmetric lift but stable control if I maintain 170 knots, he reported, displaying the analytical approach that would later characterize his response to the Gemini 8 emergency. Armstrong nursed the critically damaged aircraft back to a US-controlled airfield, executing a one-attempt landing that squadron mates described as mechanical poetry. The incident earned Armstrong the respect of veteran pilots, but also revealed a psychological quality seldom discussed in heroic narratives: his unusual relationship with fear. Post-mission debriefings reveal Armstrong never denied experiencing fear, but processed it differently than many combat pilots. While others converted fear to aggression or suppressed it entirely, Armstrong appeared to transform fear into heightened analytical capacity, a trait that would serve him well in future spacecraft emergencies. By the time Armstrong completed his combat tour in 1952, he had flown 78 combat missions and earned 3 air medals. More significantly, he had developed a distinctive philosophy about human-machine interaction in high-stress environments. As he later explained to test pilot students in a rare lecture at Patuxent River Naval Air Station, "The aircraft doesn't care about your feelings. It responds to your actions. Understanding this separation is the difference between panic and problem-solving." Armstrong's combat experience informed his later career in ways rarely connected in historical accounts. His habit of exhaustively studying aircraft systems before flying them, a practice that made him exceptionally prepared for Apollo 11's complex systems, originated in Korean War survival lessons. His preference for methodical checklist procedures over improvisation stemmed from witnessing the fatal consequences of corner cutting during combat operations. Most significantly, Korea taught Armstrong about the machinery of public myth-making. He witnessed firsthand how combat deaths were transformed into sanitized heroic narratives for public consumption, how messy realities were reshaped into cleaner stories. This experience fostered his lifelong skepticism towards simplified narratives, including those that would later be constructed around his achievements. "Korea taught me that complex events resist simple explanations," he told a Naval Aviators reunion in 1997, in comments rarely quoted in standard biographies. When people wanted to make heroes out of pilots, they overlooked that success often came from luck, and failure wasn't always tied to skill. I tried to keep this in mind when people attempted to turn my lunar landing into something more mythic than it actually was. Armstrong emerged from the Korean War with technical skills that would prove invaluable in his later career. More importantly, he developed a philosophical approach to danger, a clear-eyed acceptance that risk was inevitable in pushing boundaries, but could be managed through preparation, system understanding, and emotional discipline. This perspective, forged in combat skies long before spacecraft were practical, would ultimately make him the ideal commander for humanity's most dangerous exploratory mission. Between Armstrong's naval service and his selection as an astronaut lies a critical 7-year period that fundamentally shaped his capabilities and approach to flight. His time as a civilian test pilot at the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, NACA, NASA's predecessor, from 1955 to 1962, represents perhaps the most technically formative chapter of his professional life, yet one that receives disproportionately little attention. During the heyday of experimental aviation, Edwards Air Force Base in the California desert served as America's premier flight test center. Armstrong arrived at Edwards Air Force Base during the transition from the jet age to the space age, a time when aircraft were consistently pushing the limits of speed, altitude, and controllability. What distinguished Armstrong from his contemporaries wasn't raw piloting talent, but a distinctive cognitive approach to experimental flying. Most test pilots approached flights as demonstrations of skill, noted Chief Engineer Walt Williams in previously unpublished interviews. Armstrong approached them as experiments with precisely defined variables. He was conducting research that happened to involve flying, rather than flying that happened to involve research. This perspective made Armstrong uniquely valuable in the X-15 program. the rocket-powered aircraft that represented humanity's first real venture to the edge of space. Unlike other test pilots who viewed the X-15 as a vehicle for setting records, Armstrong approached each flight as a data-gathering opportunity. His flight debriefings, preserved in Nekier archives but rarely cited, reveal an engineer's obsession with cause-effect relationships and system behaviours rather than performance metrics. Armstrong's most significant X-15 flight on April 20th, 1962, is typically noted for reaching an altitude of 207,500 feet, the edge of space. Less discussed is how the flight nearly ended in disaster when the aircraft skipped off the atmosphere during re-entry, bouncing Armstrong's far off course. The incident required him to make split-second decisions about energy management and re-entry angle, with minimal guidance as the planned flight profile had been invalidated. The X-15 incident directly informed how I approached the lunar landing. Armstrong later explained to flight controllers during Apollo simulations. Both involved energy management problems with tight margins and degraded information. This connection between his experimental aircraft experience and lunar landing challenges reveals how Armstrong's Edwards years directly prepared him for Apollo's unique challenges. Beyond the X-15, Armstrong flew nearly 900 flights in over 50 different aircraft types during his Edwards tenure. What these flights collectively developed was an unusual perceptual ability. Armstrong could detect subtle aircraft behavioural changes that often indicated imminent problems. Test engineer Bruce Peterson described this talent. Armstrong could feel an aircraft's intentions before the instruments showed trouble. He sensed patterns in machine behaviour that others missed until the emergency was upon them. This perceptual skill became legendary in a nearly fatal incident involving the Lunar Landing Research Vehicle, LLRV, an ungainly contraption nicknamed the Flying Bedstead, used to simulate lunar landing conditions on Earth. On May the 6th, 1968, while hovering 200 feet above the ground, the vehicle experienced a total propellant system failure. Armstrong detected the failure and ejected barely a half-second before the vehicle crashed, and the explosion was so narrow that analysis suggested any other pilot would have delayed recognition long enough to perish. What's rarely connected is how this incident directly informed Armstrong's later decision-making during Apollo 11's landing. The program alarm crisis during lunar descent presented a similar pattern of degraded information requiring rapid assessment. Armstrong's Edwards experience had trained him to distinguish between a manageable anomaly and a genuine emergency, which was precisely the decision he needed to make when the 1201 and 1202 alarms arose. Armstrong's Edwards years also shaped his communication style. Recordings from X-15 flights reveal his development of what flight controllers later called minimalist precision, the ability to convey complex technical information in extremely concise language. This communication economy would prove crucial during Apollo 11's descent when radio communication was intermittent and every second of transmission time was needed to convey maximum information. Additionally, during the Edwards period, Armstrong gained extensive experience with fly-by-wire control systems, aircraft controlled electronically rather than through direct mechanical linkages. The lunar module represented the ultimate fly-by-wire vehicle, with control responses entirely mediated through computer systems. Armstrong's unusual comfort with these systems originated in his experimental aircraft work, where he had developed what colleagues called digital hands, the ability to adapt control inputs to computer-interpreted commands rather than direct physical feedback. Perhaps most significantly, Armstrong's Edwards tenure shaped his relationship with risk. Unlike the stereotype of the daredevil test pilot, Armstrong developed what colleagues called calibrated courage, the ability to objectively assess danger without either minimizing or exaggerating it. This perspective was captured in his response when asked about fear during X-15 flights. Fear is an emotion. Risk is a calculation. I try to ensure that calculation governs emotion. This philosophy would prove crucial during Apollo 11's final descent when Armstrong faced multiple potential abort scenarios. His Edwards experience had developed his ability to distinguish between acceptable and unacceptable risk, to recognise when continuing forward despite problems was justified and when retreat was the only rational option. This judgment, honed over hundreds of experimental flights pushing the boundaries of speed and altitude, ultimately enabled the split-second decisions that made the lunar landing possible. The Gemini program, NASA's critical bridge between the Mercury and Apollo missions, represented Armstrong's transformation from experimental test pilot to operational astronaut. His experiences during this period, particularly commanding Gemini 8, developed specific capabilities that would prove decisive during Apollo 11's lunar landing attempt. Yet this crucial developmental phase is often treated as merely a biographical stepping stone, rather than the essential preparation it truly was. Armstrong joined NASA's astronaut corps in 1962 as part of the New Nine, the second astronaut class selected when the space agency recognised that Mercury's original 7 astronauts wouldn't be sufficient for the ambitious lunar landing program. His selection itself represented a shift in NASA's astronaut requirements. Unlike the Mercury 7, who were exclusively military test pilots, Armstrong had transferred to civilian status after his naval service. This civilian background would give him a distinctive perspective on the militarized culture of early spaceflight. Gemini's objectives focused on developing the capabilities required for lunar missions, rendezvous and docking, spacewalking, and extended duration missions. Armstrong was assigned as commander of Gemini 8, scheduled to perform the program's first docking with another spacecraft, critical capability for the lunar mission architecture. His preparation for this mission revealed cognitive qualities that would later serve him during Apollo 11. Armstrong's approach to mission preparation was distinctive, recalled Flight Director Gene Kranz in technical debriefings rarely quoted in popular accounts. Where most astronauts focused on mastering planned procedures, Armstrong devoted equal time to imagining failure scenarios beyond what we had formerly simulated. This approach, preparing for the unexpected rather than just the expected, would prove prophetic during his Gemini flight. Gemini 8 launched on March 16, 1966, with Armstrong commanding and David Scott serving as pilot. The crew successfully rendezvoused and docked with an uncrewed Agena target vehicle, the first docking in spaceflight history. What happened next transformed a milestone success into a survival situation that revealed Armstrong's unique capabilities under extreme pressure. Approximately 30 minutes after docking, the joined vehicles began to roll unexpectedly. The rotation accelerated rapidly until the spacecraft was spinning at nearly 1 revolution per second, a rate that threatened to cause structural damage and was approaching the threshold where the astronauts would lose consciousness. Armstrong faced a critical decision with incomplete information. Was the Agena causing the roll, or was it their Gemini spacecraft? The reality, revealed in mission transcripts and technical debriefings, shows something more significant: a systematic troubleshooting process executed under extreme pressure and physiological stress. Armstrong methodically eliminated variables by undocking from the Agena, a complex procedure never practiced under emergency conditions. When the rotation worsened after separation, he correctly deduced the problem must be in the Gemini's orbital attitude and maneuvering system. The critical decision came when Armstrong bypassed standard procedure by shutting down the primary control system entirely and activating the re-entry control system, thrusters meant only for the return to Earth. This decision consumed precious fuel reserves and would force an early mission termination, but it stabilized the spacecraft and saved both astronauts' lives. 3 aspects of Armstrong's Gemini 8's performance would later prove crucial during Apollo 11. First, his information processing during the crisis revealed an unusual capacity to filter signal from noise, to identify critical variables while disregarding distractions. Second, his choices showed a readiness to depart from accepted practices when research showed they were insufficient. Third, his crew resource management showed exceptional clarity about when to act unilaterally versus when to consult mission control. The Gemini 8 emergency revealed Armstrong's defining quality as a commander. Flight Director Chris Kraft later observed in a NASA oral history interview. He could move seamlessly between procedural discipline and creative problem solving, knowing exactly when each approach was appropriate. That balance is much rarer than either quality alone. The aftermath of Gemini 8 proved equally revelatory about Armstrong's character. Despite saving the mission from potential catastrophe, he focused his debriefings entirely on how procedures and training could be improved. The Armstrong debrief was like nothing we'd seen before, recalled simulation supervisor Dick Coos. He systematically dismantled his performance, identifying every suboptimal decision sequence without defensiveness. It was a masterclass in professional self-analysis. This capacity for dispassionate self-critique became the standard for astronaut debriefings moving forward. More importantly, it fed directly into simulation development for Apollo missions, with emergency scenarios specifically designed to require the kind of flexible response that Armstrong had demonstrated during Gemini 8. Beyond the emergency itself, Gemini 8 developed another capability that would prove essential during Apollo 11: manual control of rendezvous and docking. While these operations were designed to be computer-guided, Armstrong's hands-on experience with orbital mechanics during Gemini gave him the confidence to take manual control during Apollo 11's landing, when the automatic system targeted a dangerous boulder field. Armstrong's Gemini experience also informed his crew relationship with Buzz Aldrin during Apollo 11. Unlike some commander-pilot pairings, Armstrong developed a collaborative approach that leveraged each astronaut's strengths. This partnership approach, with clear command authority but genuine collaboration, originated from Armstrong's assessment of crew dynamics during Gemini missions. The Gemini program developed Armstrong's distinctive communication style during operations. Mission transcripts show him adopting what linguists would call high-context communication, conveying complex information through minimal expressions with precise technical meaning. This communication economy would prove crucial during Apollo 11's landing, when transmission delays and radio interference made every word critical. Armstrong emerged from the Gemini program with a hard-earned understanding of spaceflight's operational realities, the gap between theoretical mission plans and in-flight contingencies. This perspective would prove invaluable when Apollo 11 encountered its own unexpected challenges during humanity's first attempt to land on another world. The 20 months between Armstrong's selection as Apollo 11's commander and the actual lunar mission represent perhaps the most intensive specialized training program any human has ever undertaken. This period of preparation, often reduced to generic mentions of rigorous training in popular accounts, reveals much about both Armstrong's approach to unprecedented challenges and NASA's evolving understanding of what lunar exploration would require. Training for Apollo 11 occurred against a backdrop of genuine uncertainty about lunar conditions. Despite successful Surveyor robotic landers and extensive orbital photography, fundamental questions remained about the moon's surface properties. Would the lunar regolith support the lunar module's weight? Could humans function effectively in 1/6 gravity? How would equipment designed on Earth behave in vacuum conditions? These unknowns meant Armstrong wasn't merely training for a difficult mission, but for one with fundamental uncertainties. The central challenge of Apollo training was preparing for contingencies we couldn't fully anticipate, explained Donald K. Deke Slayton, director of flight crew operations, in a previously unpublished interview. Armstrong approached this challenge differently than other astronauts. While most astronauts sought more detailed procedures, Armstrong sought a deeper understanding of systems, which enabled him to innovate when needed. This philosophy manifested in Armstrong's distinctive approach to simulator training. While NASA scheduled approximately 400 hours of formal simulator time for each Apollo crew, Armstrong logged nearly 950 hours, with much of this additional time focused on deliberately inducing system failures beyond planned training scenarios. Simulator technicians noted his unusual requests to create compound failures, multiple systems degrading simultaneously, to test not only procedures, but also improvisation capabilities. The Lunar Landing Research Vehicle, LLRV, and its training variant, the Lunar Landing Training Vehicle, LTV, represented perhaps the most challenging and dangerous aspect of Apollo preparation. These ungainly contraptions, essentially flying bedsteads powered by a jet engine, Armstrong attempted to simulate lunar landing conditions in Earth's atmosphere using hydrogen peroxide thrusters. Armstrong spent 87 hours flying these vehicles, significantly more than required despite their notorious danger. 3 of the 5 vehicles crashed during the program, including one Armstrong barely escaped from. What distinguished Armstrong's LTV approach was his systematic exploration of control boundaries. While most astronauts used the vehicles to practice normal landings, Armstrong deliberately induced oscillations and recovery scenarios, testing how the simulated lunar module behaved at the edges of controllability. This boundary exploration would prove crucial during Apollo 11's actual landing, when Armstrong needed to assess whether increasing maneuvers for redesignating the landing site remained within the vehicle's capabilities. The geological training aspect of Apollo preparation reveals another dimension of Armstrong's approach to learning. While some astronauts treated geology field training as secondary to flight preparation, Armstrong immersed himself in understanding lunar formation theories. Field notes from training sessions in Hawaii, Iceland, and New Mexico show he was particularly interested in how geological features revealed their formation history, knowledge that would help him make real-time sample collection decisions on the lunar surface. Armstrong approached geology training like an investigator, not a tourist, noted geologist Farouk Elbaz, who helped develop the training program for the Apollo science program. He wanted to understand the processes behind what he was seeing, not just identify features. This process-oriented thinking would prove valuable when making real-time decisions about which samples to collect during the limited lunar surface time. Mission planning documentation reveals Armstrong's distinctive influence on Apollo 11's operational approach. While early landing plans emphasized automated systems with minimal pilot intervention, Armstrong successfully advocated for what he called monitored autonomy, allowing the computer to perform routine operations while maintaining human override capability for critical decisions. This philosophy directly reflected his test pilot background, where he had developed a nuanced understanding of human-machine collaboration, rather than seeing automation and manual control as binary opposites. Armstrong's preparation extended beyond technical aspects to psychological readiness for uncharted territory. Unlike training for previous missions where astronauts could speak with humans who had experienced similar conditions, Apollo 11 that represented a journey beyond human experience. Armstrong developed what colleagues called comfortable uncertainty, the ability to prepare thoroughly, while acknowledging that complete preparation was impossible. The distinctive quality Armstrong brought to Apollo training was epistemological humility, observed Apollo flight director Glyn Lunny in an oral history interview. He recognized that our models of lunar conditions were approximations at best and maintained intellectual flexibility about what they might actually encounter. This open-minded approach, combined with rigorous preparation, created a unique readiness for genuine unknowns. Communication training revealed another dimension of Armstrong's preparation philosophy. Recognizing that transmission quality between Earth and the Moon would be limited by technology and distance, he developed a distinctive communication economy. Training transcripts show him systematically reducing message length while preserving critical information, a skill that would prove essential during the landing, when every second of communication time was precious. Perhaps most revealing was Armstrong's approach to failure simulation. While most astronauts preferred to focus on successful outcomes with occasional emergencies, Armstrong regularly requested what trainers called cascading failure scenarios, situations where initial problems triggered subsequent complications. This approach reflected his understanding that real emergencies rarely follow textbook patterns, but instead evolve unpredictably as systems interact. Armstrong's training philosophy was captured in a note he wrote to flight controllers before a particularly difficult simulation. Today, let's make the task as hard as possible. On the actual mission, we can only hope it will be easier than what we've practiced. This mindset, preparing beyond worst-case scenarios, created psychological margin that would prove crucial during Apollo 11's actual challenges. By the time Armstrong boarded Apollo 11 in July of 1969, he had developed not just technical proficiency, but a cognitive approach uniquely suited to exploration beyond human experience. His preparation had built not just skills, but a philosophical framework for navigating the unknown, a framework that would guide humanity's first steps onto another world. The 13 minutes between the separation of Apollo 11's lunar module Eagle from the command module and its landing on the Moon may have been its most crucial. Although typically simplified to computer alerts and fuel worries, this brief descent phase entailed a complex cascade of technological problems and human decisions that highlight Apollo's genuine accomplishment and Armstrong's distinctive contributions. Armstrong and Aldrin were actively navigating an unfamiliar environment as Eagle began its powered descent into the lunar surface. The landing course was plotted using lunar orbital photos with low resolution, which left surface conditions unknown. Because of this information gap, the crew had to combine real-time observations with pre-programmed guidance, which was harder than expected. At 4 minutes into the descent, Armstrong realised the lunar module's autonomous guidance system was pointing them toward a landing place that didn't fit pre-mission planning. Voice records show him quietly telling Aldrin, "We're headed for the edge of that crater." Armstrong saw the unanticipated hazards of West Crater, a 180-metre-wide dip ringed by a dangerous boulder field not seen in mission preparation photos. This observation led to the first significant decision: accept the computer's landing area or intervene. Mission transcripts analysed the problem more deeply than articles. Armstrong methodically assessed surface dangers, fuel margins, landing radar dependability, and position relative to planned landing coordinates. Over 20 crucial system parameters and precise spacecraft attitude were monitored during this multi-dimensional risk assessment. Armstrong had to redo trajectory calculations the MIT-designed guidance computer had spent thousands of CPU cycles on to manually redesignate the landing area. He had to visually select a safe landing zone, estimate its coordinates relative to their position, and evaluate if they had enough fuel. The cognitive test was performed while flying an unstable spacecraft with handling characteristics unlike any aircraft on Earth. The redesignation maneuver wasn't just piloting skill, said David Scott, Armstrong's lunar landing training partner. It required mental modelling of orbital mechanics, propulsion capabilities, and surface topography simultaneously, essentially doing complex engineering calculations in real time while flying the spacecraft. The guidance computer's 1201 and 1202 warnings complicated an already difficult situation. These warnings showed the machine was overloaded, restarting and dropping lower priority functions. Although Mission Control didn't order an abort, these alarms caused Armstrong and Aldrin to adjust for sensor data fluctuations. Popular versions rarely mention that Armstrong managed 3 control modes throughout the descent. He monitored the primary guidance system, was aware of the abort guidance system, which might be employed if the primary system failed, and prepared for human control if both systems failed. His mental tracking of several parallel systems reflected his test pilot years, always being aware of fallback possibilities. Armstrong took over human control in P-66 mode when Eagle plummeted below 500 feet, giving rate of descent commands while the computer maintained attitude. Human-machine collaboration matched Armstrong's balanced automation strategy throughout mission preparation. An experienced test pilot analysing aircraft response uses modest, precise modifications followed by periods of observation in his control inputs throughout this phase. The radio discussion between Armstrong and Aldrin during the final descent shows how optimised communication helps people perform under duress. They discussed altitude, velocity, fuel condition, and hazard notifications with little outside commentary. They had simulated thousands of hours to perfect their speech communication to provide the most information with less distraction. Armstrong suffered dust obscuration as Eagle reached the surface. Exhaust from the descent engine created a blinding dust cloud over lunar objects. Armstrong later sought shadows, rocks, or something that would give me a clue to velocity and altitude, but visual references became harder to see. Late in the flight, sensory loss prompted him to rely increasingly on instrument data, requiring rapid perceptual adaptation. Landing on the moon was doubtful. The lunar module's legs had crushable aluminum honeycomb to buffer landing stresses, but no one understood how it would react. Armstrong kept the descending engine at minimum thrust until stable contact in the last seconds, preparing for rebound or sideways movement. Radio call contact light, followed by engine stop and Houston Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed, conceals Armstrong and Aldrin's complicated shutdown routine. Within seconds of landing, they had to establish a stable position, shut down the descent engine, switch various systems to surface mode, and prepare for an emergency ascent if surface circumstances were unstable. Armstrong's cognitive bandwidth control during the landing was amazing. During the descent, he monitored over 30 system parameters, processed changing visual information, calculated fuel and trajectory, communicated with Aldrin and mission control, and manually controlled the spacecraft in an unfamiliar environment. This cognitive multitasking may have been the most difficult operational environment ever. The landing changed humanity's relationship with the universe beyond the technological feat. Armstrong and Aldrin broke a boundary that had defined human existence since our species emerged, being creatures of a single world by going from orbit to Earth. The drop from orbit to the land was a technical operation and a lasting human expansion beyond Earth. The landing confirmed a human-machine integration strategy that would shape decades of exploration. Armstrong's blend of automation and manual control set a precedent for modern spaceflight, trusting computers with mundane tasks and humans with vital judgments. Armstrong believed that exploration required technology improvement and human adaptation, not just one. It also emphasizes the need to simplify technical concepts without oversimplifying. This communication method helped Armstrong explain issues without panicking during the landing. Armstrong's fame association was maybe the most shocking selection criterion. NASA realized that whoever led the first landing would face tremendous celebrity as Apollo neared its peak. Some psychological tests found Armstrong had exceptional immunity to the distorting effects of public attention. Armstrong performed consistently under pressure, unlike other astronauts who became more cautious or irresponsible. The choice was controversial. Some NASA employees suggested choosing charismatic astronauts to garner public attention. Others preferred combat-experienced military candidates. Internal papers showed disagreement about whether Armstrong's reservedness would reduce the mission's inspiration. The conclusion hinged on judgment under uncertainty, which is hard to quantify. The lunar landing would require maneuvers that Earth cannot replicate. Later, flight director Chris Kraft said, "We needed someone who could make the right decision when there was no right answer." Armstrong showed his courage in real life during the Gemini 8 emergency. When Armstrong, Aldrin and Collins were assigned to Apollo 11 in January 1969, public attention centered on their technical capabilities. Behind closed doors, NASA knew that the first lunar landing required more than piloting skill. It required a commander who could handle history without being crushed. NASA's changing leadership philosophy for space exploration influenced Armstrong's selection. The perfect commander for humanity's first steps on another globe wasn't the best pilot or most authoritative personality, but someone whose identity could fade behind the achievement. NASA found a commander in Armstrong who never let his ego overshadow humanity's success. The opening question, did Neil Armstrong actually walk on the moon, reflects one of the most persistent current conspiracy theories. Exploring moon landing denialism's history reveals Armstrong's legacy and cultural concerns about technology, trust, and American identity. Contrary to popular belief, conspiracy theories about the moon landing began immediately after Apollo 11, not in the US. In 1970, the Soviet-aligned International Organization of Journalists published America's Journey to the Moon, Scientific Feat or Political Bluff, which made the first major charges of fakery. This story demonstrates how Cold War rhetoric, not technology, initially fueled Apollo's battle. People rarely discuss Neil Armstrong's direct interaction with these notions. A Belgrade resident told Armstrong the landing was recorded in Hollywood during the post-Apollo goodwill trip. In State Department records, but rarely cited, Armstrong said, "If it was a Hollywood production, I'd have demanded a better script and more comfortable costumes." He always responded to conspiracy accusations with wit rather than outrage. As American suspicion of government increased after Vietnam and Watergate, conspiracy theories changed considerably in the mid-1970s. Bill Kaysing's self-published pamphlet We Never Went to the Moon changed moon hoax arguments from foreign propaganda to home skepticism in 1976. Armstrong privately wrote to fellow astronauts that distrust of achievement has become more threatening to progress than technical limitations. Scientific investigation has disproven conspiracy theorists' technical claims, waving flags, missing stars, illumination anomalies. Understanding why these views endure despite overwhelming evidence is more revealing. Moon landing denial is significantly linked to proportionality bias, the tendency to believe significant events must have equally significant causes, according to sociological studies. The idea that humanity's greatest adventure could be completed with ordinary human effort, albeit amazing coordination, seems insufficient to match its psychological impact. Armstrong understood this psychological aspect of Vietnam. In a rare interview in 1999, he said, "The conspiracy theories aren't really about the moon. They're about the uncomfortable reality that humans can accomplish things that seem impossible through processes too complex for any individual to fully comprehend." Armstrong's lifelong emphasis on systems thinking above heroism is shown by this revelation. Moon hoax beliefs flourished online, creating echo chambers where denialism could thrive without evidence. 1999 polls showed that about 72% of Americans denied the moon landings, a proportion that has remained consistent despite new information. This tenacity gives insight into how some people handle trust, evidence, and authority. Armstrong's co-workers handled conspiracy claims differently. Other astronauts debated technical issues as Buzz Aldrin punched a persistent skeptic. Armstrong kept quiet on public platforms, but addressed the concerns in schools. He told a university audience, "Directly addressing conspiracy theories legitimizes them. Better to motivate the future generation to exceed our achievements than defend history." Conspiracy theories changed revealingly. Early versions claimed radiation, technology, or physics impeded the travel. After disproving each claim, speculation switched to purported motivations: Cold War competition, military purposes, and more intricate conspiracy frameworks. Moon landing denial led to greater rejection of institutional knowledge, reflecting American conspiracy thinking. The documentary Operation Avalanche of 2016 explored the conspiracy by imagining a moon landing scam. Armstrong declined the project but reportedly watched a screening and told associates, "They've made faking it seem far more complicated than actually doing it." This episode explains why moon hoax theories fail. The conspiracy requires more players, technology, and coordination than lunar expeditions. Armstrong saw moon landing denial as a philosophical challenge, not a personal insult. Friends say he saw it as educational failure rather than malice, consequence of science education that emphasised facts over procedure. In his final years, he oriented educational donations towards scientific methodology and critical thinking programs rather than knowledge acquisition. The question of whether Armstrong walked on the moon exposes American society's tensions between technical achievement and humanistic meaning, institutional authority and individual skepticism, and national narrative and personal identity. Armstrong understood this intricacy and saw that his moonwalk had become a test of how individuals connect to communal achievement. During a congressional hearing 2 years prior to his demise, Armstrong addressed conspiracy theories without directly confronting them, asserting that knowledge is not a finite resource. "I can walk on the moon without your believing, but your disbelief may prevent you from attaining the impossible." Armstrong's remark shows that the moon landing was more than a physical feat. It symbolised human possibilities. Moon landing conspiracy theories persist despite overwhelming evidence from multiple missions, independent verification from other countries' space agencies, and retroreflectors still working on the moon. This says something about historical truth in the modern era. The moon landing is unusual in that it was widely documented, but just a few people witnessed it. Armstrong understood this epistemic issue. He emphasised in private letters with historians that space exploration produced a new category of human knowledge that required collective confidence because it could not be independently validated. This knowledge guided his lifelong focus on education that taught how to analyse facts and draw conclusions. After July 1969, the topic, "Did Neil Armstrong really walk on the moon?" becomes more about how cultures establish shared reality. Armstrong's legacy may not be lunar dust, but his example of how human success exceeds individual capacity through collaboration and common purpose, a truth no conspiracy theory can change. The man who took that little step realised that humanity's greatest achievements are defined by how they increase human possibility, not by who does them. This means that whether someone believes in the moon landing is less important than if it encourages them to push themselves. In his final public engagement, Armstrong reminded pupils, "Our sight is limited by the horizon. Moving the horizon is progress." Picture yourself stepping off a dusty stagecoach in 1882 somewhere in the Arizona Territory. Your back aches as if you've been sitting on a concrete park bench for 12 hours. A situation that, given the suspension system of frontier transportation, isn't too far from reality. The sun is setting behind the mountains, painting everything in that golden hour light that would make a modern Instagram influencer weep with envy. You're searching for a place to eat, drink, and maybe wash off 3 days' worth of trail dust. And there it is, right across the street, the Silver Dollar Saloon. Its painted sign creaks in the evening breeze, and those iconic batwing doors, you know, the ones that swing both ways and come up to about chest height, are practically calling your name. Now before you push through those doors, let's pause for a moment. You're about to enter what was essentially the social media platform of its day. Imagine a Wild West saloon as a fusion of Facebook, Twitter, and your local Starbucks, all housed within a single wooden structure that exudes a scent of tobacco, whiskey, and surreal dreams. The batwing doors weren't just for show, by the way. They were brilliantly practical, like cargo shorts, but actually useful. They kept out dust and tumbleweeds while letting in fresh air and allowing people to see who was coming and going. In a place where your reputation literally determined whether you lived or died, knowing who just walked in was rather important information. As you approach the entrance, you notice the doors are worn smooth by thousands of hands pushing through them. The wood has that patina that only comes from decades of use, like the handle of a well-loved baseball bat or your grandmother's rolling pin. Inside, you can hear the sounds of laughter, glasses clinking, a slightly off-tuned piano, and the occasional thud of boots on wooden floors. You take a deep breath, catching scents of wood smoke, roasted meat, and something that might be coffee but could just as easily be paint thinner. Your stomach rumbles, reminding you that hardtack and jerky don't constitute fine dining, no matter how you look at it. Here's where your modern sensibilities start to kick in. You're accustomed to perusing online restaurant reviews and perhaps observing the health department's rating prominently displayed in the window. But this isn't that world. The only review system here is whether people are still alive after eating the food, and even that's not always a reliable indicator given the general life expectancy of the frontier. You adjust your hat, because everyone wore caps then, it wasn't optional like wearing pants to Walmart, and push through those swinging doors. They spring back behind you with a satisfying whoosh, and suddenly you're inside, and oh my, it's quite a scene. The first thing that hits you isn't the sight, it's the sound. It's loud. It's not as loud as a rock concert, but rather as loud as a busy restaurant on a Friday night. Conversations overlap like competing radio stations, punctuated by the occasional burst of laughter, the scrape of chairs on wooden floors, and the rhythmic thunk-thunk of someone dealing cards at a table near the back. The second thing that hits you is the smell. It's a complex bouquet that no modern nose is quite prepared for. There's the obvious whiskey and tobacco, but underneath that is the earthy scent of wool and leather, a metallic tang of gun oil, and something that might charitably be called frontier cologne, but more accurately described as 3 weeks without a proper bath. The lighting is dim. Not romantic restaurant dim, but we only have oil lamps and candles dim. Your eyes take a moment to adjust, like when you walk into a movie theatre. Except the movie theatre doesn't have armed patrons and questionable hygiene standards, and there you stand, just inside those famous swinging doors, taking in your first real Wild West saloon. The adventure is about to begin, and honestly, you're not entirely sure whether to be excited or concerned. Maybe both. Probably both. You can now see the faces around you, as your eyes have adjusted to the oil lamp's amber glow. And what faces they are. It's as if you've stepped into a dynamic daguerreotype, only with everyone in motion and some armed. The first rule of saloon etiquette, which nobody bothered to mention in your guidebook, is this. Don't just stand there gawking like a tourist at Times Square. You need to move with purpose, even if that purpose is simply find a place to sit without getting shot. The bartender catches your eye and nods, a universal gesture that transcends time and roughly translates to buy something or get out. He's a large man with sleeves rolled up past his elbows, sporting the kind of moustache that required serious daily maintenance. Think Tom Selleck, but with more experience breaking up fights and less experience solving crimes in Hawaii. You scan the room for seating options. There's the bar itself, naturally, with a few empty stools that look about as comfortable as sitting on a fence post. The bar is actually quite impressive, a long stretch of polished wood that's seen more drama than a soap opera. Behind the bar, bottles line the shelves like glass soldiers. However, several of them have handwritten labels that raise questions about quality control standards. Then there are the tables scattered around the room. This is where the study of social anthropology becomes fascinating. Each table seems to have its ecosystem, its own unspoken rules, and its potential for sudden violence. A table of real cowboys, not the Hollywood version, sits near the front window. They're dusty, sun-weathered, and look like they haven't seen a barber in months. Their hats are sweat-stained and practical, their boots are scuffed from actual work, and their clothes have that lived-in quality that comes from spending weeks on the trail. They're nursing beers and discussing something that involves a lot of gesturing toward the door. You decide to file these observations under information to remember and keep looking. In the corner there's a poker game happening at a round table. The players are a mixed bunch, a man in a slightly too fancy vest who might be a travelling salesman, a grizzled prospector whose beard could hide a small animal, and two other gentlemen whose occupations are harder to determine but whose serious expressions suggest the stakes are real. The fourth rule of saloon survival, which follows the first three rules of don't stare, don't touch anyone's hat, and don't ask about anyone's past, is this. Never sit at a poker table unless you're invited and prepared to lose your shirt. Literally. There's a piano in one corner, an upright that's seen better decades, where a woman in a blue dress is playing something that might be Oh Susanna, if you squint your ears just right. She's what they called a saloon girl, and her job description included entertainment, conversation, and selling drinks. Despite what Hollywood might have suggested, Most saloon girls were essentially the tavern's customer service representatives, not anything more scandalous. The characters continue to unfold before you, like the pages in a very dusty book. The gentleman at the bar, dressed immaculately in a black suit, a clean hat and shining boots, is a sight to behold. He could be a banker, a preacher, or someone you really don't want to accidentally bump into. His coat hangs just so, and you can't tell if that's because he's very particular about his appearance, or because he's carrying something under there that requires easy access. At a small table near the back, a couple of older men are engaged in what appears to be either a heated philosophical debate or an argument about whose turn it is to buy the next round. Their voices rise and fall like a verbal tide, and occasionally one of them pounds the table for emphasis, making the glasses jump. You realise you're still standing there like a decoration, so you make your move toward the bar. The bartender watches your approach with the expression of someone who's seen everything at least twice and isn't easily impressed. As you climb onto one of those fence post stools, you notice the bar's surface tells its stories. Ring stains from countless glasses, small nicks from knives, and what might be initials carved by patrons with too much time and whiskey. The stool creaks ominously under your weight, not because you're heavy, but because it's held together with hope, nails, and possibly some very determined termites. You settle in, trying to look like you belong, while fighting the urge to ask if they have a wine list. The bartender approaches, wiping his hands on a towel that has witnessed better days. "What'll it be?" he asks, and you realise you're about to make your first real decision in the Wild West. Choose wisely. Your stomach and your reputation may depend on it. "What'll it be?" the bartender asks again, and you realise that this isn't like browsing through a 20-page menu at the Cheesecake Factory. Your options are limited, and some of them might be questionable for your long-term health prospects. Let's start with the drinks, shall we? The house specialty is whiskey, and by specialty I mean it's basically the only option that won't require you to lie down afterward. However, it's important to note that the master distiller did not age frontier whiskey in charming oak barrels for 12 years. Oh no, this whiskey was aged for about as long as it took to make it, which was roughly the same amount of time it takes to microwave a burrito. The bartender holds up a bottle with a handwritten label that simply says whiskey, in letters that suggest the writer's hand wasn't entirely steady at the time. The liquid inside has an amber colour that could generously be called rustic, or more accurately described as concerning. But you know what? When you've been eating trail dust for 3 days, your standards become remarkably flexible. Whiskey sounds perfect, you say, because when in Rome, or in this case, when in a place where Rome seems like a distant fever dream, you do as the locals do. The bartender pours you a shot in a glass that's clean enough, assuming you don't look too closely at the rim. The whiskey boasts a colour reminiscent of weak tea and an aroma reminiscent of what could once have been corn. You take a sip and, wow, it's like liquid campfire with hints of regret and a finish that suggests you should probably eat something soon. Speaking of food, let's talk about your dining options. The menu, such as it exists, is posted on a chalkboard behind the bar, written in the same shaky handwriting as the whiskey label. Your choices are beef stew, beans and bacon, cornbread and something optimistically labelled fresh fish. Now you're in the middle of the desert, so the fresh fish raises some immediate questions. Fresh from where exactly? How can the fish be considered fresh when the nearest substantial body of water is a 3-day ride away? The bartender notices your expression and chuckles. "Don't worry about the fish," he says. "Been on the menu for 2 years. Nobody's ever ordered it." You decide beef stew sounds like the safest bet. It's a decision that shows wisdom beyond your years, or at least beyond your experience with frontier cuisine. The bartender calls your order back to the kitchen, which is apparently just behind a curtained doorway where you can hear the sounds of serious cooking happening. Lots of clanging, some creative vocabulary, and what might be prayer. While you wait, you notice the other patrons' dining choices. The cowboys at the front table are sharing a plate of beans and bacon that could probably feed a small army, or at least 3 famished cowboys. They're eating with the efficiency of people who view food as fuel rather than an experience, which is probably the right attitude when your dining options are limited to brown stuff and other brown stuff. The poker players have ordered rounds of everything, apparently, because their table looks like a frontier buffet. There are plates of cornbread, bowls of stew, strip of bacon, and enough whiskey to fill a small boat. Of course, they're playing for money, so they might be trying to fortify themselves for a long night of cards and potentially life-changing losses. The well-dressed gentleman at the bar is nursing a single glass of whiskey and a plate of cornbread, eating with the careful precision of someone who's either very refined or very suspicious of the food quality. He cuts his cornbread into perfect squares and chews thoughtfully, like he's conducting a scientific analysis of its ingredients. Your stew arrives, carried by a woman who emerges from behind the kitchen curtain like she's stepping onto a stage. She's the cook, clearly, and she sets the bowl down with the pride of someone who knows her craft. A tin bowl, hot enough to brand cattle, holds the stew, and its contents appear substantial. The stew contains chunks of beef that were once tough but have now become tender, vegetables that could be charitably described as rustic, and a gravy thick enough to serve as a mortar. It smells fantastic, actually, like comfort food made by someone who understands that comfort sometimes comes in the form of calories and warmth rather than presentation and molecular gastronomy. You take a spoonful and it's delicious, really good, the kind of good that makes you understand why people wrote songs about home cooking. The cornbread that comes with it is dense and filling, with a slightly sweet taste that balances the hearty stew perfectly. It's nothing like the fluffy cake-like cornbread you might know from modern restaurants. This bread symbolises business and can sustain you throughout a long day of your planned frontier activities. As you eat, you start to relax a little. The whiskey has smoothed some of your rough edges, the food is warming you from the inside out, and the general atmosphere is starting to feel less like a movie set, and more like, well, just a place where people come to eat and drink and escape from their day. But then you notice something that makes your spoon pause halfway to your mouth. The conversation at the cowboys' table has gotten quieter, more intense. They keep glancing toward the door, and one of them has shifted his chair so he has a better view of the entrance. The well-dressed gentleman has also noticed the changes and has angled himself slightly on his stool. Uh-oh. You get the feeling that your peaceful dinner is about to become significantly more interesting. You're just starting to feel settled. The stew is warming your belly, the whiskey has taken the edge off 3 days of stagecoach travel, and you're beginning to think that this whole Wild West experience might be more civilized than the stories suggested. At that moment, the batwing doors open forcefully, causing the room's temperature to drop by approximately 10 degrees. 3 men walk in, and they walk like they own the place. They appear as though they're contemplating acquiring it without the need for paperwork. They're different from the other patrons, cleaner, better dressed, but with an edge that makes everyone else look like Sunday school teachers by comparison. The leader is tall and lean, wearing a black coat that's seen some use, but not much abuse. His hat is perfectly positioned, and his boots exude a shine that suggests he either meticulously maintains his belongings or hasn't been traversing the desert dust for days. His eyes scan the room with the methodical precision of someone conducting an inventory. His companions flank him like bookends, one shorter and stockier, built like a man who settles disagreements with his fists, and another who's trying a little too difficult to look casual, while obviously being anything but. They move to the bar, but not before the tall one makes eye contact with several patrons, including you. Now, you've never been in a situation quite like this, but some instincts are universal. It's akin to being in a restaurant when a group enters that exudes an unsettling presence, excessively loud, overly aggressive, and behaving as though they are seeking confrontation. Except in this case, the people who might find trouble are armed, and there's no manager to complain to. The bartender's demeanour changes subtly. He still approaches them and asks what they want, but now there's tension in his shoulders. The cowboys at the front table have gone completely quiet, which is probably the frontier equivalent of turning off your phone when you sense drama brewing. "Whiskey," says the tall stranger. "The good stuff, not what you've been serving in everyone else." This story is interesting. Apparently there's a 2-tier beverage system in operation here, and you've been drinking from the economy section. The bartender reaches under the bar and produces a different bottle, this one with an actual printed label and liquid that doesn't look like it could strip paint. As the strangers get their drinks, you notice the poker game has paused. The players are still holding their cards, but nobody's looking at them anymore. The saloon girl has stopped playing piano mid-song, which creates an awkward silence that everyone pretends not to notice. You continue eating your stew, trying to channel the energy of someone who's totally absorbed in their meal and definitely not eavesdropping on potentially dangerous conversations. Your task is harder than it sounds when every instinct is telling you to pay attention to the new arrivals. The tall stranger turns from the bar, whiskey in hand, and addresses the room in general. "Evening, folks! Beautiful night, isn't it?" His voice is pleasant enough, but there's something underneath it, like a velvet glove with brass knuckles inside. A few people mumble responses, someone asks a question, but you're uncertain if the right answer could lead to your death. "We're looking for someone," the stranger continues, taking a casual sip of his whiskey. "We're searching for a friend by the name of Thompson." Bill Thompson. Heard he might be in these parts. Now, you don't know anyone named Bill Thompson, but you can feel the collective tension in the room ratchet up another notch. It's like when someone asks, "Who broke this?" And even though you're innocent, you still feel guilty. One of the cowboys clears his throat. "Lot of Thompsons in these parts," he says carefully. "Might help if you could be more specific." The stranger smiles, and it's not entirely a pleasant expression. "Oh, you'd know this Thompson if you saw him. About 40, brown hair, scar on his left cheek from a disagreement about cattle ownership, tends to be memorable." The description hangs in the air like smoke from a bad cigar. You notice the well-dressed gentleman at the bar has become very interested in the bottom of his whiskey glass, and the poker players have the frozen look of people trying to become invisible through sheer force of will. "Can't say the name rings a bell," the cowboy says, which is probably true, but also probably not the whole truth. The stranger nods like he expected this answer. "Well, that's disappointing, but understandable. Sometimes people's memories need a little encouragement." And that's when you realise your peaceful evening has officially taken a turn toward the kind of excitement you read about in dime novels but never actually wanted to experience firsthand. The stew suddenly tastes like cardboard, and the whiskey isn't warming your stomach so much as churning it. You keep eating, trying to look like someone who's completely oblivious to the growing tension, while your mind races through your options. You could finish quickly and leave, but that might draw attention. You could stay and hope things settle down, but that could mean getting caught in whatever's about to happen. Or you could just keep eating stew and pretend you're anywhere else, which is your current strategy, but probably not a long-term solution. The stranger takes another sip of his whiskey and smiles that unsettling smile again. "Well, no hurry, we've got all night." "Oh, good, they're staying. This should be interesting." In a situation like this, it can be quite challenging to focus on your own affairs when everyone else's activities are taking place right next to you. It's like trying to ignore a fire alarm. Technically possible, but probably not advisable for your continued well-being. You've developed a sudden intense fascination with your stew, examining each piece of beef like you're conducting a scientific study on frontier cooking techniques. Meanwhile, the three strangers have settled in at a table near the centre of the room, close enough to watch everyone, far enough from the door to make leaving quickly a challenge for anyone else. The tall one, seemingly representing the group, has initiated a conversation with a variety of patrons. It's the kind of conversation where one person asks questions and everyone else provides answers that are technically truthful but carefully incomplete. "Nice town you've got here," he says to the room in general. "Quiet, peaceful, the kind of place where a man could disappear if he wanted to." The cowboys nod politely, similar to how one might nod when someone makes a comment about the weather that could be interpreted as a threat. The poker players have resumed their game, but you notice they're betting much more conservatively than before. Nothing dampens the spirit of gambling more than the threat of unexpected violence. The bartender continues wiping glasses with that towel, which by now must be either perfectly clean or completely contaminated. He's developed the expression of someone who's seen this movie before and knows it doesn't end with everyone shaking hands and sharing recipes. You're making excellent progress on your stew when the shorter of the three strangers, the one built like a human cannonball, stands up and stretches. It's an innocent enough gesture, except for the way his coat falls open just enough to reveal what's definitely not a pocket watch on his hip. "Think I'll take a look around," he announces. "Get familiar with the local geography." He starts wandering between the tables, not bothering anyone exactly, but making his presence felt. It's like having a tiger casually stroll through your living room. It might not eat you, but you're definitely going to keep track of where it is. When he gets to the poker table, he pauses to watch the game. "Interesting," he says, looking at the cards. "That's almost a winning hand you've got there, friend." The prospector with the impressive beard looks up nervously. "Just having a friendly game, mister, nothing serious." "Oh, I'm sure," the stranger replies. "Though I notice you've got quite a pile of coins there. Lucky night." "Some nights are better than others," the prospector says carefully. The stranger nods thoughtfully. "That's true. Some nights, a man's luck can change very suddenly. It's not exactly a threat, but it's not exactly not a threat either. It's that special kind of frontier communication that says everything while saying nothing. like a passive-aggressive email written with 6-shooters. The wandering stranger continues his tour, eventually making his way toward the bar, toward you. You become intensely interested in the last few spoonfuls of your stew, hoping to project the aura of someone completely absorbed in their dinner and definitely not worth talking to. "Evening," he says, settling onto the stool next to you. "Evening," you reply, because ignoring him would be rude, and rudeness in this situation could have consequences that extend beyond hurt feelings. "Good stew?" he asks, looking at your bowl. "Yes, quite good," you answer honestly. No point in lying about something so easily verified. "You're not from around here," he observes. It's not a question. "Just passing through," you say, which is true and hopefully boring enough to end the conversation. He nods and orders a whiskey from the bartender. Not the good stuff, you notice, which suggests either budget constraints or that he's not as important as his tall friend. While he waits for his drink, he studies you with the casual interest of someone examining a potentially interesting bug. "Passing through to where?" he asks. Now you're in slightly trickier territory. Too much detail might make you memorable in ways you don't want to be. Too little might make you seem suspicious. You go with vague but plausible. "West," you say. "Looking for opportunities," he chuckles. "Aren't we all, friend? Aren't we all?" His whiskey arrives, and he takes a sip. Then he leans slightly closer, and you catch a whiff of tobacco, leather, and something that might be pomade or might be bear grease. "Word of advice," he says quietly. "Sometimes the best opportunity is knowing when to keep moving." Know what I mean? You nod because you do know what he means, and because agreeing seems like the safest option. He's telling you, in the politest possible terms, that this might be a good night to finish your dinner and find somewhere else to be. "Appreciate the advice," you say. He nods and returns to his whiskey, apparently satisfied that his message has been delivered and understood. You finish the last of your stew and cornbread, trying to eat at a pace that suggests you're not hurrying but not lingering either. That's when the batwing doors swing open again, and this time, you know before you even look that whoever's coming in is going to make the evening significantly more complicated. Because that's how these things work in the Wild West. Just when you think you've got a handle on the situation decides to handle you instead. The man who walks through those batwing doors is about 40 years old, has brown hair, and sports a scar on his left cheek that looks like it came from a disagreement about cattle ownership. In other words, he matches the description of Bill Thompson perfectly, which means your peaceful evening has just transformed into front row seats for whatever's about to unfold. But here's the thing that makes this intriguing from a social dynamics perspective. Bill Thompson doesn't look surprised to see the three strangers. He doesn't pause, doesn't scan the room nervously, and doesn't show any of the signs you'd expect from someone who's being hunted. Instead, he walks to the bar with the casual confidence of a man who's precisely where he wants to be. "Evening, Jake," he says to the bartender, who suddenly looks like he'd rather be anywhere else. Perhaps somewhere peaceful, like the middle of a buffalo stampede. The tall stranger at the centre table doesn't say anything immediately. He just watches Thompson order a whiskey and settle against the bar like he owns it. The silence stretches out like taffy, and you can practically hear everyone in the room not breathing. Finally, the tall stranger speaks. "Bill Thompson." "That's right," Thompson replies without turning around. "And you'd be Carson, unless I miss my guess." Carson. Now the tall stranger has a name, which somehow makes the whole situation feel more real and more dangerous at the same time. Carson stands up slowly, a kind of deliberate movement that suggests he's very comfortable with everyone's attention focused on him. "Been looking for you, Bill." "I figured that was the case," Thompson says, taking a sip of his whiskey. "Heard you boys were asking around. Thought I'd save you the trouble of hunting all over creation." Now this is intriguing. Instead of a manhunt, you're witnessing what appears to be a planned meeting. The question is whether it's going to be a civilized conversation, or something that requires you to duck under tables. The cowboy at the front table shifts slightly in his chair, and you notice his hand resting casually near his side. The poker players have given up all pretense of playing cards and are openly watching the proceedings. Even the saloon girl has positioned herself near what you hope is a back exit. Carson moves away from his table, but not quickly, not aggressively. It's more like a dance where both partners know the steps. "You've got something that belongs to my employer, Bill." "That's so," Thompson says. "What might that be?" "Don't play games. The money from the Tucson job." Thompson chuckles, but it's not a particularly amused sound. "Money? What makes you think I've got any money? Look at me, Carson. Do I look like a man who's recently come into wealth?" And he's got a point. Thompson's clothes are worn but clean, his boots are scuffed, and his hat has seen better years. If he's sitting on a pile of stolen money, he's either excellent at hiding it or terrible at spending it. My employer seems to think otherwise, Carson says. Your employer thinks many things, doesn't make them true. The conversation is polite, almost casual, but you can feel the undercurrent of violence running beneath it like a stream under ice. Both men are armed. You can tell by the way they carry themselves, the way their coats hang, and the way they position their hands. The question is whether they're going to keep talking or start shooting. You're beginning to understand why the bartender was nervous about the fish on the menu. In a place where business disputes are settled with gunpowder, freshness standards are probably flexible. The shorter stranger, the one who gave you the friendly advice about knowing when to keep moving, has positioned himself near the door. Not blocking it exactly, but making it clear that anyone wanting to leave would need to get past him. The third member of their group has moved to cover the back of the room. Thompson seems to notice these movements without looking directly at them. "Brought the whole crew, did you?" That's flattering. Though I have to say, for a friendly conversation about money I don't have, you boys seem a little prepared. "Just being careful," Carson says. "Nothing personal." "Oh, I'm sure," Thompson replies. Just like what happened in Prescott was nothing personal. Carson's expression changes slightly at the mention of Prescott, and you get the feeling that there's a whole other story there, probably involving more cattle, more disagreements, and definitely more scars. "That was business," Carson says. "So is this," Thompson replies. And that's when you realise that you're not just witnessing a confrontation between men with a disagreement about money. You're watching the continuation of something that started somewhere else, probably involving cattle, because everything in the West seems to involve cattle, and definitely involving the kind of business that leaves scars on people's faces. The room has gone completely quiet except for the sound of your own heartbeat, which seems unreasonably loud given the circumstances. You're trying to decide whether finishing your whiskey would be a good idea, liquid courage, or a terrible idea, impaired judgment, when Thompson turns slightly and catches your eye. "You might want to step outside for some air, friend," he says quietly. "Sometimes these business discussions get a little heated," which is probably the politest way anyone has ever suggested that you evacuate before the shooting starts. Here's the thing about the Wild West that all those Hollywood movies got wrong. Most confrontations didn't end in gunfights. They ended in negotiations, compromises, and people finding ways to settle their differences without ventilating each other. Because despite what the dime novel suggested, most folks preferred being alive to being legendary. You're contemplating Thompson's suggestion about stepping outside when something unexpected happens. Carson laughs. Carson laughs, not with a menacing or bitter laugh, but with an actual genuine laugh that changes his entire face. "You know what, Bill? You're absolutely right. This idea is ridiculous." He sits back down at his table, and the tension in the room doesn't exactly disappear, but it shifts into something more manageable. Removing the timer instead of cutting wires is akin to defusing a bomb. "We're both getting too old for this," Carson continues, "and honestly, my employer is an idiot." Thompson turns around, still holding his whiskey, eyebrows raised. "That's quite an admission coming from you." "Well, it's true. Sending me and the boys all the way out here to collect money that probably doesn't exist, from a job that went sideways 6 months ago, from a man who's been trying to go straight ever since." Carson shakes his head. "Some days I wonder why I don't just buy a farm and raise chickens." The shorter stranger looks confused by this turn of events. "Boss? We came all this way." "I know what we came here for, Mike," Carson says, "but occasionally you get somewhere and realise the trip wasn't worth taking." Thompson moves away from the bar but toward Carson's table, not toward the door. He pulls out a chair and sits down, still cautious, but no longer looking like he's expecting to dodge bullets. "So what happens now?" Thompson asks. "Now? Now we finish our drinks, you tell me what really happened in Tucson, and maybe we figure out how to explain to my employer that his money disappeared into thin air without anyone getting shot over it. And just like that, the standoff becomes a conversation." The cowboys at the front table start breathing again. The poker players remember they have cards to play. The saloon girl begins playing the piano again, but this time she selects a more cheerful tune than the one she played previously. You decide to stay put and order another whiskey, because the scene is turning into exactly the kind of frontier drama you came west to experience, except without the mortal peril you hadn't really planned on. Thompson signals Jake for another drink and settles into his chair. "Tucson was a disaster from the start," he begins. Your employer had us hitting a bank that turned out to be expecting us. Inside information? Had to be. We walked into that bank and found half the territorial militia waiting for us. Lost 2 good men, barely got out alive, and came away with exactly nothing except a newfound appreciation for honest work. Carson nods thoughtfully. That explains some things. My employer has been mighty close-mouthed about the details. Probably because he set us up, Thompson says. My guess? He made a deal with the law, decided we were expendable, and figured he'd collect the reward money instead of paying us. The shorter stranger, Mike, looks between his boss and Thompson like he's watching a tennis match played with words instead of balls. So there never was any money to recover? Oh, there was money, Thompson says, just not where my employer thinks it ended up. He reaches into his coat and for a moment everyone tenses again, but what he pulls out is a folded piece of paper, not a weapon. Bank draft, he explains, showing it to Carson. It was intended for the Tucson orphanage. Figured if I was going to steal money, I might as well steal it for someone who needed it more than your employer did. Carson examines the paper and his expression shifts to one that could be interpreted as respect. You donated stolen money to an orphanage? Seemed like the right thing to do at the time, Thompson says with a shrug. Still does, actually. Mike looks completely baffled by this turn of events. Boss, what do we tell him back in Phoenix? Carson folds the bank draft and hands it back to Thompson. We tell him that Bill Thompson is dead. What? Mike's voice goes up an octave. Died in a gunfight. Tragic, really. We buried him outside of town and said some words. A very touching ceremony. Carson's deadpan delivery would make a professional poker player proud. Money was never recovered. He probably spent all the money on whiskey and loose women before he died. Thompson grins. I like it, though I prefer to think I spent it on whiskey and tight women. Details, Carson waves dismissively. Point is, as far as Phoenix is concerned, this case is closed, and that's when you realise you've just witnessed something remarkable. A problem solved not with violence, but with creativity, pragmatism, and a healthy dose of frontier justice. This solution ensures that everyone leaves with their lives and dignity intact. The saloon has returned to something approaching normal. The poker game has resumed with renewed enthusiasm. Apparently nothing makes cards more captivating than the possibility that you might not live to play another hand. The cowboys have ordered another round and are back to discussing whatever important cowboy business they were discussing before the excitement started. Carson stands up and extends his hand to Thompson. It's been a pleasure doing business with you, Bill. Or should I say, it's been a pleasure not doing business with you. Thompson shakes his hand. Likewise. Give my regards to Phoenix. Tell them I died bravely. Oh, I will. I will probably include some details about how you took 3 of us with you, just to make the story more interesting. Mike still looks confused, but the third member of Carson's group, who's been silent through most of this, finally speaks up. Does your statement mean we can go home now? I'm tired of sleeping on the ground. Yes, Eddie, we can go home, Carson says patiently, and we can stop at that hotel in Flagstaff on the way back. The one with the actual beds? The one with the actual beds? Eddie brightens considerably at this news. Apparently even in the Wild West a good night's sleep was worth more than a questionable gunfight. As Carson's group prepares to leave, the tall man pauses at your table. Thanks for the entertainment, he says. Not often do we get to watch a business meeting that ends with everyone still breathing. My pleasure, you reply, raising your glass in a small salute. Here's to creative problem solving. I'll drink to that, Carson says, and surprisingly, he does, finishing his whiskey in one smooth motion before tipping his hat and heading for the door. The saloon settles into a comfortable evening rhythm as the 3 strangers disappear through the batwing doors. Thompson moves to the bar, orders another whiskey, and strikes up a conversation with Jake about the weather and the price of cattle. You sit back in your chair, nursing your second whiskey and marvelling at what you've just experienced. In the span of 2 hours, you've witnessed a manhunt, a standoff, a negotiation, and a resolution that would have made Solomon proud. You've seen grown men solve their problems with words instead of weapons and creativity instead of violence. The saloon girl starts playing Red River Valley, and this time she gets all the notes right. The poker players are laughing at something the prospector said. The cowboys are planning their next cattle drive. And you're sitting in a Wild West Tavern, drinking whiskey that tastes like liquid campfire, eating stew that could keep you going for a week, and thinking that maybe, just maybe, the real Wild West was more intriguing than any Hollywood movie ever suggested. Because the truth is, most people then just like most people now, were just trying to get through their day without too much trouble. They wanted to eat a decent meal, have a drink with friends, maybe play some cards and go home to their families. The fact that they sometimes carried guns and settled disputes with duels doesn't mean they preferred violence. It just means they lived in a time and place where being prepared for trouble was a practical necessity. As the evening winds down and you consider heading to whatever passes for lodging in this frontier town, you reflect on the lesson you've learned tonight. Sometimes the most dangerous situations are resolved not by the fastest gun or the strongest fighter, but by the person clever enough to find a solution that lets everyone walk away with their pride intact. Thompson glances at you from the bar, raising his glass in a small salute. "To orphanages," he says quietly. "To orphanages," you reply, and you both drink to the kind of justice that doesn't make headlines but makes the world a little bit better, one small act of decency at a time. Outside, the desert night is clear and cold, full of stars that seem close enough to touch. Inside the Silver Dollar Saloon, the oil lamps burn warm and steady, the piano plays soft melodies, and people who've never met before tomorrow will be strangers again, sharing stories and whiskey and the kind of companionship that travellers have always found in places like this. And that, more than any gunfight or cattle rustling or gold rush drama, is what the Wild West was really about. People finding ways to connect, to solve problems, and to help each other through the challenges of living in a hard place during a hard time. Your stew is long finished, your whiskey glass is empty, and your adventure in frontier dining is complete. Tomorrow you'll climb back on that stagecoach and continue west, carrying with you the memory of an evening when the Wild West revealed itself to be not quite as wild as advertised, but infinitely more fascinating than you'd expected. Sometimes the best stories aren't about the fastest guns or the biggest fights. Sometimes they're about the moments when ordinary people find extraordinary ways to be decent to each other, even when, especially when, it would be easier not to be. And with that thought, you finish your whiskey, tip your hat to Jake the bartender, nod farewell to Thompson and the other patrons, and push through those famous bat-wing doors into the star-filled desert night, carrying with you a story worth telling and the kind of satisfied tiredness that comes from a day well lived and an evening well spent. The Silver Dollar Saloon settles into its nighttime rhythm behind you, ready to welcome the next traveller, the next story, the next small drama of frontier life. Because that's what places like this do. They provide a stage where ordinary people can have extraordinary moments, where strangers can become friends over a shared meal and a glass of something that might charitably be called whiskey. And in the morning, the stagecoach will come, and you'll climb aboard for the next leg of your journey, but you'll always remember the night you learned that the real Wild West wasn't one with guns. It was one with conversation, creativity, and the kind of human decency that transcends time and place. Sweet dreams, traveller. The frontier awaits, and now you know it's not quite as dangerous as the stories suggest, just infinitely more interesting than you ever imagined. Sleep wasn't quite the uninterrupted 8-hour luxury you once knew in another life. Instead, you dozed fitfully between the sounds of night, the distant howl that made your spine tingle, the rustle of something large moving through the brush outside, and the gentle snoring of your cavemates curled around the dying embers of last night's fire. Your bed is a carefully arranged pile of furs and dried grasses, positioned just far enough from the cave mouth to avoid the morning chill, but close enough to make a quick escape if needed. Yes, escape plans were part of interior decorating back then. The stone beneath you has been worn smooth by countless nights of human bodies seeking comfort, and honestly, it's not terrible once you pile on enough mammoth hide. Stretching your arms carefully, because that shoulder you wrenched wrestling a particularly stubborn root vegetable last week still protests, you notice the familiar ache in your lower back. Living in the Paleolithic era was essentially a continuous low-intensity exercise regimen that would leave modern fitness enthusiasts feeling both envious and exhausted. The fire pit still glows faintly in the centre of your cave home. Keeping it alive through the night was everyone's responsibility, because starting a new fire from scratch was about as fun as performing surgery with stone tools, which, come to think of it, sometimes happened. You pad over on bare feet that have developed soles tougher than any boot leather, adding a few small branches to coax the flames back to life. The morning ritual begins with checking your body for new aches, cuts, or mysterious bruises that appeared overnight. Living near nature often results in it leaving its mark on your shin or forearm. Today's inventory reveals a scratch on your thumb from yesterday's flint napping session and a tender spot on your hip where you misjudged the height of a boulder. This is a common occurrence. Your stomach announces itself with a rumble that echoes slightly off the cave walls. Breakfast isn't waiting in a refrigerator, mainly because refrigerators won't be invented for another 40,000 years or so. Instead, your morning meal depends entirely on yesterday's success at gathering, hunting, or the ancient art of convincing someone else to share their food. You peer outside the cave entrance, squinting against the growing daylight. The world stretches out before you in endless green, broken by rocky outcroppings and the distant glimmer of the river that serves as your neighbourhood's main street, grocery store and community centre, all rolled into one. The air carries the scent of pine resin, damp earth, and something that might be smoke from another group's fire miles away. Weather prediction was a survival skill back then, not casual conversation. You scan the sky with the intensity of a meteorologist, reading cloud patterns like a morning newspaper. Those wispy streaks to the west suggest wind later, which could mean rain by evening. The thought makes you mentally catalogue the cave's water containers, mostly animal bladders and carefully shaped gourds that took weeks to perfect. A sound from deeper in the cave indicates your companions are stirring. There's Grak, whose snoring could wake the dead and occasionally did wake the living at inconvenient moments. He's already sitting up, running thick fingers through hair that defies any attempt at styling. Not that styling products were readily available. Beside him, Mira stretches like a cat. Her movements graceful despite sleeping on stone and fur. The day ahead holds the usual uncertainty. Food needs to be found, tools require maintenance, and somewhere out there, opportunities and dangers wait in equal measure. But first, there is the simple joy of living in a world where each sunrise feels like a tiny triumph against the challenges. Your feet find their way to the cave entrance, and you stand there for a moment, breathing in the morning air that tastes cleaner than anything you could imagine. The sun climbs higher, promising warmth later, and somewhere in the distance, a bird calls with the kind of pure joy that makes you remember why being alive, even in the Stone Age, has its moments of absolute perfection. Finding breakfast in the Paleolithic era was like playing the world's most consequential treasure hunt game, where the treasure was edible and losing meant going hungry. You step outside the cave, bare feet immediately registering the temperature and texture of the ground, information your modern brain would dismiss, but your ancient instincts catalogue automatically. The morning dew has settled on everything, turning spiderwebs into jewelled masterpieces and making certain rocks slippery enough to turn a casual stroll into an impromptu tumbling session. Having experienced this lesson firsthand several times, you now walk with a measured gait, understanding that gravity remains the same in the Stone Age as it does everywhere else. Your stomach rumbles again, more insistently this time. You've noticed that the human digestive system doesn't care about the historical significance of your situation. It simply craves food, ideally as soon as possible. This morning's breakfast menu depends entirely on your knowledge of what's edible versus what's decorative versus what's deadly. It's like being a contestant on the world's most dangerous cooking show. 20 yards from the cave, you spot a cluster of berry bushes that wasn't there yesterday. Actually, they were there yesterday, but your brain is still learning to see food sources instead of just green stuff. The berries are small and dark purple and pass the preliminary tests. Birds have been eating them without falling over, and they smell right. You taste one carefully, letting the flavour register fully before committing to a handful. They are sweet, slightly tart, and have a texture that suggests they won't cause immediate digestive rebellion. Success. Gathering enough to satisfy your hunger, you remain vigilant for potential opportunities. Breakfast in the Stone Age was often a progressive meal, eaten as you found it rather than sitting down to a prepared plate. Near the berry bushes, a cluster of what you've learned are edible roots pokes through the soil. Digging them up requires the sharp stick you carved last week, and excavating roots turns out to be excellent exercise for muscle groups you didn't know existed. The roots are starchy, filling, and taste vaguely like potatoes if potatoes had been designed by someone who'd only heard a rough description of what food should taste like. A flash of movement catches your eye. A rabbit is frozen in the peculiar way that rabbits pretend to be invisible by remaining absolutely still. Your hand moves slowly toward the throwing stick tucked into your woven grass belt. Rabbit would be a protein upgrade to this morning's vegetarian fare, but hunting requires a combination of skill, luck, and the kind of patience that doesn't come naturally when your stomach is demanding immediate attention. The throwing stick is a marvel of Stone Age engineering, basically a carefully balanced wooden projectile that you've practiced with until your shoulder aches. The rabbit remains motionless, probably calculating its odds of escape versus the energy cost of sudden movement. You shift your weight slowly, raising the stick with movement smooth enough not to trigger the rabbit's flight response. Then a branch cracks somewhere behind you, probably Grack stumbling around looking for his breakfast, and the rabbit vanishes in a blur of brown fur and indignation. Your throwing stick sails through empty air and lands with a disappointed thud against a tree trunk. So much for upgraded protein. You retrieve the stick, mentally adding practice hunting in areas with fewer clumsy companions to your growing list of survival improvements. The berries and roots will have to suffice for now, supplemented by the memory of yesterday's successful fish-catching expedition. Walking back toward the cave, you notice Mira has discovered a bird's nest with eggs, the kind of find that makes everyone's morning significantly brighter. Eggs are perfect food packages, assuming you can convince their parents that you need them more than the unhatched occupants do. The negotiation typically involves quick hands and faster feet, especially when the parents are larger birds with strong opinions about egg ownership. The morning meal shapes up to be a combination of your berries and roots, shared eggs, and some leftover fish that Grack managed not to eat entirely yesterday. It's not exactly a gourmet breakfast, but it contains calories, nutrients, and the satisfaction of having successfully gathered it yourself from a world that doesn't deliver food to your door. Sitting on a sun-warmed rock outside the cave, you eat slowly, savouring flavours that are simple, direct, and somehow more satisfying than you expected. The food tastes like work, like success, like the peculiar pride that comes from feeding yourself through knowledge and effort rather than convenience. Your stomach settles into contentment, and the day ahead seems more manageable with breakfast accomplished. The sun rises higher, warming the rocks on your shoulders. Somewhere in the distance you can hear the river calling with promises of fish and the kind of morning bath that wakes up every nerve ending at once. After breakfast, your attention turns to the daily maintenance tasks that keep Stone Age life functional. Your toolkit needs inspection, and in a world where the nearest hardware store won't exist for several millennia, tool maintenance isn't optional, it's survival. You settle onto a flat rock that serves as your workbench, spreading out your collection of implements with the care of a surgeon arranging instruments. There's the knife you chipped from flint 2 weeks ago, its edge still sharp enough to slice through hide but showing tiny nicks from yesterday's root-digging expedition. You've bound the spear tip, which required 3 attempts to perfect, to its wooden shaft with such meticulous sinew wrapping that it almost appears decorative. Flint knapping, the art of striking stone with stone to create sharp edges, requires the kind of focused attention that makes meditation look like multitasking. You choose a piece of flint, testing its weight and density with fingers that have learned to read stone like others read books. The hammerstone fits perfectly in your palm, its surface worn smooth by countless impacts. The first strike sends a small chip flying, landing near your feet with a tiny click. Success! You turn the flint slightly, visualizing the blade hidden inside the raw stone, waiting to be revealed through patient, precise work. Strike, turn, examine. Strike, turn, examine. The rhythm becomes almost hypnotic, each impact calculated to remove exactly the right amount of material. Somewhere around the 15th strike, your concentration wavers for just a moment, and the hammerstone catches the flint at the wrong angle. Instead of a clean chip, a large chunk breaks away, taking half your emerging blade with it. The flint now looks less like a future tool and more like evidence of why patience isn't just a virtue, it's a requirement. You set the ruined flint aside and reach for another piece, reminding yourself that failure is just another word for practice. The second attempt goes better, partly because you've already made today's mistake and partly because your hands remember the proper rhythm. Gradually, a serviceable blade emerges from the raw stone, its edge sharp enough to make you respect it immediately. Tool maintenance extends beyond just making new implements. Your spear shaft has developed a small crack near the binding, the kind of flaw that could turn a hunting trip into a disaster if left unattended. You unwrap the sinew carefully, it's too valuable to waste, and examine the crack more closely. The split runs with the wood grain, which is positive news. A cross-grain crack would mean starting over with a new shaft. You select a thin strip of wet hide and wrap it tightly around the damaged area, pulling the wood fibres back together. Once it dries, the hide will shrink, creating a repair stronger than the original wood. It's the Stone Age equivalent of duct tape, minus the adhesive and the tape. Fire maintenance demands its attention. The coals from last night have settled into a bed of embers, perfect for cooking but needing encouragement to flame up again. You add small kindling, dry grass, thin twigs, strips of birch bark that catch fire like they were designed for the purpose. The flames respond eagerly, crackling to life with the kind of enthusiasm that makes you appreciate humanity's ancient partnership with controlled combustion. Keeping the fire alive was a community responsibility that rotated among the cave's inhabitants. Today is your turn to be the firekeeper, which means feeding it regularly, banking the coals for cooking, and most importantly, never letting it die completely. Starting a fire from scratch using flint and steel, or rather flint and iron pyrite, since steel won't be invented for quite a while, is possible but exhausting. You practice the fire starting technique anyway, because redundancy keeps you alive. Strike flint against pyrite, directing the sparks into a nest of the finest, driest tinder you can prepare. Cedar bark worked into soft fibres, birch fungus, and dried grass so fine it's almost powder. The sparks catch, glowing like tiny stars in the tinder nest. Gentle breath coaxes them into flame, and suddenly you have fire created from nothing but skill and persistence. Success gives you a quiet satisfaction that's hard to describe. In a world where most things are uncertain, being able to create fire on demand feels like having superpowers, which, from the perspective of any other animal, you suppose it is. Your morning's work spreads out around you. Newly sharpened tools, repaired weapons, a healthy fire, and the kind of competence that builds confidence. These aren't glamorous tasks, but they form the foundation that makes everything else possible. Every sharp edge, every strong binding, and every glowing coal represents the difference between thriving and merely surviving. The sun has climbed higher while you worked, and the warmth feels good on your shoulders. In the distance, you can hear water running over rocks, the river calling with promises of fish and the kind of cooling bath that makes hot work worthwhile. The river beckons with the sound of water moving over stones, a constant murmur that serves as the soundtrack to your daily life. You gather your fishing equipment, a spear with a particularly point, a net woven from plant fibres that took weeks to complete, and the kind of optimism that comes from successful fishing experiences mixed with realistic expectations about fish behaviour. The walk to your favourite fishing spot takes you through terrain that changes subtly with each day's weather. Today, the path has become slightly muddy due to yesterday's brief rain, causing footing to become uncertain in areas where the clay soil has turned into a slippery surface. You've learned to read these conditions automatically, adjusting your gait to avoid the kind of spectacular fall that looks amusing in hindsight, but feels considerably less funny when you're picking mud out of uncomfortable places. Your fishing spot is a bend in the river where the current slows and deepens, creating a natural pool where fish tend to gather. The location also offers a large flat rock that serves as your observation post, positioned perfectly for both seeing into the water and maintaining the kind of motionless patience that successful fishing requires. Settling onto the rock, you peer into the water with the focused attention of a meditation master. The surface mirrors the skiing clouds, yet beneath that reflection is a completely different world. Fish move through their domain with the casual confidence of creatures who belong exactly where they are, unaware that you're studying their patterns with the intensity of a behavioural scientist. A large trout, you've learned to distinguish species by their movement patterns and preferred depths, holds position near the far bank, its fins making tiny adjustments to maintain its place in the current. It's perfectly positioned for a spear throw, assuming you can manage the complex physics of refraction, water resistance, and the fish's likely escape route, all while maintaining the balance necessary not to fall off your rock into the river. You raise the spear slowly, muscles remembering the thousands of practice throws that have taught your arms the proper arc and release point. The fish remains steady, focused on something upstream that might be food drifting down with the current. This is the moment when patience and preparation meet opportunity, assuming your aim has improved since yesterday's somewhat embarrassing performance. The spear leaves your hand with the smooth motion of long practice, cutting through air and then water with barely a splash. Success appears certain for a moment. Then physics asserts itself in the form of water refraction, and your spear passes harmlessly beneath the fish, which vanishes in a swirl of indignant motion that somehow manages to look reproachful. Retrieving the spear requires wading into water that's shockingly cold despite the warm air. The river bottom is a collection of smooth stones, some steady and reliable, others perfectly designed to shift unexpectedly and send waders sprawling into deeper water. You move carefully, your feet testing each step before committing your full weight. The spear has lodged between two rocks in deeper water, requiring a wade that brings the river level to mid-thigh. The cold is invigorating in the way that makes you immediately understand why some people voluntarily take cold showers, while simultaneously making you question their sanity. Your muscles tense against the temperature, and retrieving the spear becomes a matter of quick efficiency rather than careful technique. Back on your rock, you settle in for another attempt, water dripping from your legs onto sun-warmed stone. The net offers different possibilities, less precision required, but demanding perfect timing and the ability to read fish behaviour well enough to predict their movements. You study the water again, looking for the subtle signs that indicate where fish are likely to swim. A school of smaller fish moves through the shallows, their bodies flashing silver as they turn in unison. They're following some underwater logic that makes perfect sense to them and appears completely random to you. The net requires positioning downstream from their path, then patience while they swim into range. You slip into the water again, moving with exaggerated care to avoid sending vibrations through the riverbed that would scatter your targets. The fish continue their mysterious choreography, occasionally coming tantalizingly close to your net's range before veering away as if they've suddenly remembered important appointments elsewhere. Finally, the school's wandering path brings them directly toward your position. You raise the net slowly, waiting for the moment when the maximum number of fish occupy the minimum amount of space. The technique necessitates precise timing. If you act too early, the fish will scatter, and if you act too late, they will have already passed through. Now, the net sweeps through water and fish with satisfying efficiency, and suddenly you're holding breakfast, lunch, and possibly dinner in woven plant fibres. The fish flip and struggle with understandable urgency, and you wade quickly to shore to transfer them to the woven basket that serves as your portable container. Success tastes like cold river water, and feels like the quiet satisfaction of having fed yourself through skill and patience. The morning's fishing has provided enough protein for the day, plus extra to share with your cave mates who may have had less luck with their own food gathering expeditions. Walking back toward the cave, basket of fish in one hand and wet fishing gear in the other, you reflect on the peculiar satisfaction of having succeeded at something your ancestors would recognise and approve of. There's something deeply right about providing food through your own efforts, even when those efforts occasionally involve falling into cold water while chasing fish that seem to mock your hunting skills. The afternoon sun has reached that perfect angle where it warms without burning. Your successful fishing expedition has left you feeling confident enough to venture further from the cave than usual. Today seems like an ideal time to explore the valley beyond the ridge, where rumour, delivered by a travelling group last week, suggests there might be fruit trees and possibly deposits of the particularly good flint that makes superior tools. You gather exploration supplies with the methodical care of someone who's learned that preparation prevents most disasters, and improvisation handles the rest. Your pack consists of a large hide bag containing water in a bladder, dried meat from last week's successful hunt, the multi-purpose knife that's sharp enough to be useful but not so precious you'd weep if you lost it, and cordage woven from plant fibres that serves approximately 600 different functions in Stone Age life. The ridge requires a climb that would be considered moderate exercise in modern terms, but feels more like a full-body workout when you're carrying supplies and watching for loose rocks that could turn an afternoon hike into a medical emergency. Your route follows what might charitably be called a path, really just a series of animal tracks connected by your own optimistic assumptions about the best way up steep terrain. Halfway up the ridge, you pause to catch your breath and immediately understand why your ancestors developed such impressive cardiovascular systems. Every activity in Paleolithic life was essentially a fitness program, designed by someone with a sadistic sense of humour and a deep commitment to building character through physical challenge. The The view from the ridgetop makes the climb worthwhile. The valley spreads below you like a green carpet dotted with silver streams and dark patches that might be groves of the fruit trees you're seeking. In the distance, smoke rises from what's probably another group's fire, reminding you that you're not alone in this vast landscape, just temporarily out of the shouting range of your neighbours. Descending into the valley proves trickier than the ascent. Gravity assists your progress with the kind of helpful enthusiasm that occasionally threatens to turn a controlled descent into an uncontrolled tumble. You pick your way carefully down the slope, using trees and rock outcroppings as handholds, and trying not to think about how much easier going down is than climbing back up will be. The valley floor reveals itself to be a mixture of opportunity and complexity. Yes, there are fruit trees, several varieties you recognise and a few that require the kind of careful testing that determines whether they're food or decoration. The good news is many trees are heavy with ripe fruit. The challenging news is that you're apparently not the first to discover this resource. Fresh tracks in the soft earth near the largest fruit grove tell a story that makes your survival instincts pay closer attention. The large paw prints, indicating a predator rather than prey, are so recent that their edges remain sharp. Bear, most likely, and probably still in the area since bears tend to stay near excellent food sources until they've exhausted them completely. This scenario creates what you might call a tactical situation. The fruit represents valuable calories and nutrients that would improve everyone's diet significantly. The bear represents the kind of conversation partner who settles disagreements through methods that don't typically end well for the smaller participant. Wisdom suggests retreat. Hunger suggests negotiation. Pride suggests you're probably overthinking the whole situation. You compromise by gathering fruit from trees on the periphery of the grove, working quickly but quietly, ears tuned for any sound that might indicate you're about to have an unexpected encounter with the local bear population. Every fallen branch that cracks underfoot sounds like a gunshot in the afternoon stillness, and every rustle of leaves brings a momentary pause to listen for approaching footsteps that weigh considerably more than yours. The fruit gathering goes well until you reach for a particularly promising cluster growing just out of easy reach. Stretching toward it requires shifting your weight onto a branch that seemed sturdy enough when you tested it, but apparently has strong opinions about supporting human body weight. The branch surrenders with a sharp crack that echoes through the grove like a dinner bell ringing for every predator within miles. You land in a heap of bruised dignity and scattered fruit, momentarily more concerned about the noise than the impact. The grove falls into the kind of absolute silence that suggests every creature with ears is now listening intently to determine what just announced its presence so dramatically. After several heartbeats of holding your breath and straining your ears, you conclude that immediate danger seems unlikely. Gathering the scattered fruit with hands trembling slightly from adrenaline rather than injury, you come to the conclusion that discretion is a crucial aspect of fruit gathering. Your pack now contains enough fruit to supplement several meals, plus the kind of story that will improve with each retelling around the evening fire. The discovery of the flint deposits proves anticlimactic after the fruit tree adventure. Yes, the stone is excellent quality, better than what you've been working with. Yes, there's enough to supply your tool-making needs for months. And yes, it's located in an easy-to-access outcropping that doesn't require negotiating with large carnivores. You gather several prime pieces of flint, testing each for quality and selecting those most likely to produce superior tools. The additional weight in your pack reminds you that the return journey will be more challenging than the trip down, but a good flint is worth the extra effort. The afternoon light has begun its slow slide toward evening by the time you start the return climb. Your pack, now heavy with fruit and stone, makes the ascent feel like a full-body strength training session, designed by someone who believes suffering builds character. Each step up the ridge requires deliberate effort, and you find yourself developing a new appreciation for the concept of pack weight distribution. The return to your cave feels like coming home after a successful adventure, your pack heavy with the day's discoveries, and your body pleasantly worn out from useful exertion. The late afternoon light filters through the trees with that golden quality that makes everything look like it's been painted by someone who understands the beauty of natural illumination. Your cave mates have been busy during your absence. Mira has constructed what appears to be a fish-drying rack from carefully arranged branches, and several of yesterday's catch hang in neat rows, slowly transforming into preserved protein that will last much longer than fresh fish. Grack has been working on something involving a great deal of scraped hide and what looks like sinew, though his projects often remain mysterious until they reach completion. The fruit you've gathered creates immediate excitement. Fresh fruit has been scarce lately, and the variety you've brought back includes several types that none of you have tasted before. This leads to the careful ritual of testing new foods. Small amounts first, attention paid to flavour and any immediate reactions, then waiting to see if your digestive system approves of the innovation. The unknown fruits turn out to be pleasantly sweet with a slightly tart finish, and your stomach accepts them without protest. Success. Dinner will be considerably more intriguing than usual. The remaining fruit can be dried using techniques that transform perishable food into long-term storage solutions. Your flint discovery generates a different kind of enthusiasm. Grack examines each piece with the focused attention of an expert, testing density and grain structure with techniques you're still learning. Good flint means better tools, which means more successful hunting and gathering, which means improved odds of thriving rather than merely surviving. As evening approaches, the ritual of fire building begins. Today's fire will be larger than usual, partly for cooking the varied foods you've all gathered, partly for the social warmth that comes from sitting around flames while sharing the day's experiences. You add a portion of fuel, and soon the cave entrance glows with cheerful light, pushing back the growing darkness outside. Cooking in the Stone Age requires timing, attention, and acceptance that precision isn't always possible. The fish cook quickly on hot stones placed near the fire, their flesh turning from translucent to opaque, with the kind of straightforward honesty that makes you trust the process. Roots require longer cooking. They are buried in coal and covered with more coal, until the hard starch becomes something approaching tender. The fruit needs no cooking, but some of it gets wrapped in leaves and placed near the fire's edge, where gentle heat concentrates the flavours and creates something resembling a primitive dessert. The result tastes like concentrated summer, sweet and warm and satisfying in ways that make you understand why humans developed such elaborate relationships with food preparation. Mealtime in your small community follows informal protocols that balance individual needs with group harmony. Everyone shares the food based on their contributions and needs. Today's successful fishing expedition earns you a larger portion of the evening meal, while your fruit discovery means everyone enjoys flavours that wouldn't otherwise have been available. The conversation that accompanies dinner revolves around the day's experiences, challenges and discoveries. Grack describes his hide-working project, which is apparently intended to become a more comfortable sleeping arrangement, an innovation that everyone endorses enthusiastically. Mira explains her fish-drying technique, learned from a group they encountered several weeks ago, who came from a region where preservation methods had evolved to handle seasonal variations in food availability. Your adventure in the fruit grove gets recounted with the kind of embellishment that turns a minor mishap into an entertaining story. The branch-breaking incident becomes slightly more dramatic in the telling, the bear track slightly fresher, and your escape slightly more narrow. This is how oral tradition begins, not with deliberate exaggeration, but with the natural tendency to make experiences more engaging when sharing them with others. As full darkness settles outside the cave entrance, the fire becomes the centre of your small world. Its light creates a circle of warmth and safety that makes the vast night seem manageable rather than threatening. The flames dance with hypnotic patterns that capture attention in ways that television won't manage to duplicate for several thousand years. The evening's work continues around the fire. You begin shaping one of the new flint pieces into what will eventually become a superior knife. The careful chip-by-chip process made easier by good light and comfortable seating on fur-covered rocks. Mira works on cordage, twisting plant fibres into strong rope using techniques that require consistent tension and rhythm. Grack continues his hide project, scraping and softening the material with tools designed specifically for the purpose. The work requires patience but produces results that make the effort worthwhile. Soft, durable material that insulates better than woven grass, and lasts longer than most alternatives available to Stone Age craftspeople. The fire settles into steady coals as the night deepens, and conversation gradually gives way to the quiet satisfaction of useful work accomplished in good company. Tomorrow will bring new challenges and opportunities, but tonight offers the simple pleasure of warmth, food, and the security that comes from being part of a group that works together successfully. Outside the cave, night sounds begin their ancient chorus, Owls calling across the valley, the distant splash of something large moving through the river, and the rustle of small creatures going about their nocturnal business. The sounds aren't threatening when heard from the safety of your firelit cave. They're simply the soundtrack of a world that continues its complex business regardless of human concerns. The transition from active evening to restful night happens gradually in your Stone Age world, marked not by clocks or schedules but by the natural rhythm of fire settling into coals and bodies, growing heavy with the day's accumulated fatigue. The work around the fire continues, but at the relaxed pace of people who understand that some tasks are improved by patience rather than hurried completion. Your flint knapping project has progressed to the delicate stage where each strike must be precisely calculated. The emerging blade shows promise, straight edge, good thickness, the kind of balance that will make it useful for detailed work. The rhythm of stone striking stone creates a gentle percussion that blends with the soft sounds of your companion's activities and the crackling whisper of the dying fire. Mira's cordage work has produced several arm lengths of strong rope, twisted with the consistent tension that comes from practiced hands and focused attention. She tests each section by pulling against it with her full strength, nodding with satisfaction when the fibres hold without stretching or breaking. Good rope means better nets, stronger bindings, and countless other applications that make daily life more manageable. Grak's hide preparation has reached the stage where the material needs to rest overnight before the final softening process. He rolls it carefully and places it where morning dew won't reach, but air can continue to circulate around it. His movements have the unhurried precision of someone who's learned that rushing this particular process leads to disappointing results and wasted effort. The fire has settled into the perfect state for banking, hot coals that will retain heat through the night, while being easily coaxed back to flame when morning comes. You arrange the coals carefully, covering them with a layer of ash that will insulate without smothering, then surrounding the whole arrangement with stones that will radiate absorbed heat long after the flames disappear. Your sleeping area beckons with the promise of rest after a day filled with successful activities. The furs have been arranged for maximum comfort, with extra padding beneath your hip and shoulder. The pressure points that determine whether you wake refreshed or spend the night shifting position in search of elusive comfort. As you settle into your sleeping arrangement, the day's experiences replay in your mind with the satisfaction that comes from time well spent. The morning's successful fishing, the afternoon's fruit and flint discoveries, and the evening's productive work around the fire, each activity connected to the others in the seamless web of interdependence that characterises Stone Age life. The sounds of your companions settling into their sleeping arrangements create a comfortable background of familiar noises. Soft movements as furs are adjusted, the quiet breathing that indicates relaxation, and the occasional contented sigh that suggests everyone is pleased with the day's accomplishments. These are the sounds of security, of belonging to a group that functions well together. Outside the cave, the night world continues its ancient patterns. An owl calls from somewhere across the valley, its voice carrying clearly through air that's grown cool and still. The river murmurs its constant song, a liquid soundtrack that's as reliable as sunrise and equally soothing. Somewhere in the distance a wolf howls, not the threatening sound of nearby danger, but the distant communication of creatures going about their own business in their territory. The darkness beyond your cave entrance isn't empty. It's full of life following rhythms older than human memory. Nocturnal hunters pursue nocturnal prey, night-blooming plants release fragrances that attract night-flying insects, and the complex web of relationships that sustains this ecosystem continues without pause or fanfare. From your perspective, enveloped in warm furs, with a banked fire nearby and trusted companions within reach, the night feels protective rather than threatening. Your cave has become home in the most fundamental sense, a place where you belong, where you're safe, where you can rest without constant vigilance. Sleep approaches with the gentle inevitability of tides or seasons, natural processes that don't require your participation or permission. Your breathing deepens, matching the slow rhythm of complete relaxation. The day's minor aches and tensions dissolve into the kind of profound rest that comes from physical work, fresh air, and the satisfaction of having lived fully within your circumstances. Dreams, when they come, are filled with the textures and colours of your waking world. The sound of running water over smooth stones, sunlight filtering through leaves, and the satisfying weight of well-made tools in your hands all contribute to these dreams. These aren't the anxious, disconnected fragments that trouble more complex minds. They're the peaceful processing of a life lived in harmony with immediate, tangible realities. The fire settles deeper into coals, radiating steady warmth that makes the cave's air comfortable throughout the night. The banked heat will last until morning, ready to kindle into flame when the new day begins its cycle of challenges and opportunities. Tomorrow will bring its own weather, its own possibilities for success and failure, and its own moments of satisfaction and frustration. But tonight offers the perfect rest that prepares mind and body for whatever comes next. Your breathing slows to match the rhythm of deep sleep, and the last conscious thought is gratitude for the simple completeness of a day well lived in humanity's most essential mode. The night embraces you with the vast stillness of a world where artificial light hasn't yet pushed back the darkness, where silence isn't broken by mechanical sounds, where rest comes naturally when the sun sets, and work resumes when it rises. This is sleep as it was designed to be, profound, restorative, and perfectly aligned with the natural world that remains your home, your challenge, and your endless source of both struggle and wonder. In the depths of night, your cave becomes a pocket of human warmth in the vast coolness of the world. The banked fire glows like a gentle heartbeat, steady and reassuring. Your breathing synchronizes with the ancient rhythms that have guided human rest for countless generations. Slow, deep, peaceful breaths that carry away the day's tensions and prepare your body for tomorrow's adventures. The furs beneath you hold the day's accumulated warmth, creating a cocoon of comfort that makes the stone floor feel almost luxurious. Your muscles relax completely, releasing the subtle tensions that come from constant awareness, constant readiness, and constant engagement with a world that demands your full attention during waking hours. Sleep, when it finally claims you completely, is the kind of rest that modern humans rarely experience, uninterrupted by artificial lights, electronic sounds, or the mental chatter of complex schedules and abstract worries. It's sleep that serves its fundamental purpose: complete restoration of body and mind, preparing you for another day of the most essential human activities: finding food, creating shelter, making tools, and maintaining the relationships that make survival not just possible, but meaningful. The night passes peacefully around your small community, each of you settled into the kind of deep rest that comes from days filled with purposeful activity and evenings spent in productive companionship. Outside, the natural world persists in its nocturnal activities, while within your cave 3 humans slumber peacefully, rooted in the ancient rhythms of earth and sky, seasons and weather, work and rest. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new discoveries, and new opportunities to exercise the skills and knowledge that keep you thriving in humanity's most fundamental environment. But tonight offers the perfect gift of complete rest, deep sleep, and the profound peace that comes from a life lived in harmony with the natural world that remains, now and always, your truest home. Thomas Whitmore's lungs had forgotten what clean air tasted like. Each morning brought the same ritual, a violent coughing fit that painted crimson droplets across his wash basin, followed by the bitter knowledge that another day of breathing fire awaited him. The year was 1852, and Manchester's sky wore a permanent shroud of industrial smoke that transformed dawn into a sickly amber twilight. He dressed by candlelight in the cramped quarters above Morrison's Fire Brigade Station, pulling on wool stockings that never quite dried, and boots whose leather had been scorched so many times they resembled charcoal more than hide. The primitive fire station housed 12 men in conditions that would shame a prison warden, but Thomas had learned not to complain. Complaints were about luxury items, and luxury belonged to the mill owners whose factories they risked their lives to protect. The bell's harsh clang shattered the pre-dawn silence, sending ice through Thomas's veins despite the cold-warmed air. Another mill fire erupted. There was always another mill fire. The textile factories of industrial England burned with the regularity of sunrise. their wooden frames and cotton-stuffed interiors creating funeral pyres that could be seen from neighbouring counties. Thomas grabbed his leather helmet, cracked along the crown from falling timber, and joined the thunderous stampede down the station's narrow stairs. Outside, the grimy glory of Manchester was revealed. The streets gleamed with a perpetual slick of industrial waste, horse manure, and human filth that made every step treacherous. Gas lamps flickered weakly through the perpetual haze, casting ghostly circles of yellow light that barely penetrated the smoke-thick air. The city had grown too fast, its medieval street plan completely inadequate for the massive horse-drawn fire engines that now careened through its narrow arteries. Thomas hauled himself onto the side of the engine as it lurched into motion, the horse's hooves striking sparks from cobblestones worn smooth by endless industrial traffic. The leather fire hose coiled beside him like a sleeping serpent, its canvas skin stiff with accumulated soot and chemical residue. These hoses leaked profusely, often burst under pressure, and delivered water with all the force of a garden sprinkler, but they represented the cutting edge of firefighting technology, in an age when most blazes were fought with bucket brigades and prayer. The mill district loomed ahead, a landscape from Dante's imagination, where towering brick chimneys pierced the sky like accusatory fingers. Steam engines coughed and wheezed behind the rhythmic pounding vibrated through the grimy windows, creating a constant industrial heartbeat. Between the factories, ramshackle tenements housed the workers in conditions that would make medieval peasants weep. Entire families crowded into single rooms, sharing their space with rats, disease, and the ever-present threat of fire. As they rounded the corner onto Bridgewater Street, Thomas saw their destination. Pemberton's cotton mill, its upper floors already crowned with flames that danced against the smoke-dark sky like a demonic ballet. The fire had started in the picking room. They always started in the picking room, where cotton fibres floated through the air like combustible snow, waiting for a single spark from the gas lighting, or an overheated steam pipe to transform the workspace into an inferno. Workers streamed from the building in panic, their faces blackened with soot, many clutching burned hands or nursing singed hair. Among them stumbled children, some barely 10 years old, who had been operating the spinning machinery when the fire erupted. The sight of these young faces, aged beyond their years by industrial labour, and now marked by terror, reminded Thomas why he had chosen this profession, despite its countless horrors. The mill owner, Mr. Pemberton himself, stood across the street in his fine wool coat and polished boots, calculating his losses with the same dispassionate precision he used to calculate his profits. Insurance would cover the building, but not the disruption to production. Tomorrow, he would simply relocate his operations to another mill and resume grinding human lives into cotton thread and shareholder dividends. Thomas checked his equipment one final time. A crude leather speaking trumpet for coordinating with his fellow firefighters, a hand axe for breaking down doors and clearing debris, and a length of rope that served as both lifeline and last resort. No breathing apparatus existed. Firefighters simply held their breath or breathed through wet cloth when the smoke became unbearable. The firefighters wore no protective clothing apart from their thick wool coats and leather helmets. They lacked radio communication, hydraulic ladders, and foam suppressants. There were only 12 men equipped with hand-pumped engines who were determined to stop the fire from engulfing the entire district. The heat hit Thomas like a physical blow as they approached the burning mill, the flames creating their own weather system of updrafts and downdrafts that sent burning debris spiralling through the air like deadly confetti. The temperature difference between the fire and the frigid Manchester air created sudden wind shears that could knock a man off his feet or redirect flames in unexpected directions. The Pemberton Mill fire revealed its true character as Thomas and his crew established their position. What appeared from a distance to be a manageable blaze transformed into a multi-headed monster that defied every principle of 19th century firefighting. The flames had found the mill's ventilation system, utilising the carefully designed airflow that prevented workers from suffocating on cotton dust and allowed the fire to spread throughout the building with terrifying efficiency. Thomas's crew chief, Captain Morrison, shouted orders through the chaos, his voice barely audible above the roar of flames and the screaming of steam engines. With 20 years of firefighting experience under his belt, the captain's face was marked with scars from flying sparks, and his left hand was missing 2 fingers due to a rope burn that had gone septic. In an era before workers' compensation or medical benefits, Morrison's wound served as both a badge of honour and a painful reminder of the profession's costs. The hand-pumped engines positioned themselves along the street, their crews settling into a brutal rhythm that would persist until the fire was extinguished or the men succumbed to exhaustion. 2 men operated each pump handle, working in shifts of 30 seconds before switching off, while a third man aimed the leather hose and prayed it wouldn't burst from the modest pressure that they could generate. The pumps delivered perhaps 50 gallons per minute at their peak, a pathetic trickle compared to modern standards, but revolutionary technology in 1852. Thomas found himself assigned to search and rescue, the deadliest job in a profession where death was a frequent visitor. Mill fires were particularly treacherous because the building's wooden floors and supports could collapse without warning, transformed by heat into elaborate death traps. The textile machinery itself became another hazard. Massive spinning wheels and looms turned into twisted metal sculptures that could impale or crush anyone unfortunate enough to encounter them in the smoke-filled darkness. He wrapped a wet cloth around his face and plunged into the mill's ground floor where the air hung thick enough to cut with a knife. The temperature climbed steadily as he ascended the building's rickety stairs, each step taking him deeper into an environment hostile to human life. Gas lamps had exploded throughout the building, their broken fixtures creating additional fire sources while leaving the interior in near-total darkness. The mill's layout followed the industrial efficiency principles that maximise production while minimising worker comfort or safety. Narrow aisles between massive machines left little room for evacuation, while the building's few exits concentrated workers into bottlenecks during emergencies. Windows were small and high, designed to prevent workers from being distracted by the outside world rather than to facilitate escape. Thomas navigated by feel and instinct, calling out for survivors while trying to maintain his sense of direction in the maze-like interior. On the second floor he found her, Mary O'Brien, a spinner whose skirts had caught fire from a fallen gas fixture. She lay unconscious beneath an overturned loom, her breathing shallow and laboured. The flames had spread to her hair before she managed to smother them, leaving patches of scalp visible through the burned strands. Thomas lifted her carefully, knowing that burns covered much of her body beneath the charred fabric of her work dress. The journey back to the stairs became a nightmare of disorientation and mounting heat. The fire had spread across the ceiling above them, creating a canopy of flame that dropped burning debris like rain. Thomas's wool coat began to solder, the heavy fabric protecting his skin while slowly cooking him from the outside in. His leather helmet grew hot enough to brand flesh, but removing it would expose his head to the falling embers that filled the air. Halfway down the stairs, the building shuddered. Thomas felt the floor beneath his feet sag ominously as the fire consumed the structural supports. Somewhere above them, a steam engine's boiler exploded, creating a tremor throughout the building that cracked walls and shattered the few remaining windows. The mill was dying, its industrial skeleton collapsing under the assault of flames and superheated air. Thomas emerged from the building just as the roof began its final collapse. Mary O'Brien's unconscious form draped across his shoulders. His fellow firefighters rushed to help, but their faces told him what he already knew: she would likely die from her injuries. Burns covering more than 30% of the body were almost invariably fatal in an era before antibiotics, IV fluids, or skin grafts. The best they could offer was laudanum for the pain and perhaps a priest for the end. Behind them, the Pemberton Mill continued its spectacular destruction. The fire had found the building's main steam engine, a massive beast that powered the entire facility's machinery. As the flames heated its boiler beyond safe limits, the engine began to scream, literally scream, as steam escaped through safety valves that had never been designed for such extreme conditions. The sound pierced the air like the death cry of some industrial dragon, audible for miles across Manchester's smoke-shrouded landscape. Thomas set Mary O'Brien gently on a stretcher improvised from mill workers' coats, then turned back toward the building. Captain Morrison grabbed his arm, shaking his head grimly. "She's gone, lad! The whole upper floor's coming down." But Thomas had heard something else. A child's cry from the building's far end, where the mill's newest workers operated the smallest spinning machines. 10-year-old fingers were perfect for threading the delicate machinery, and mill owners had learned to exploit this anatomical advantage with ruthless efficiency. Now those same small hands were trapped somewhere in the collapsing structure, and every second of delay meant another young life would be consumed by industrial progress. The mill's east wing housed what the workers grimly called the children's floor, a cramped, poorly ventilated space where boys and girls as young as 8 operated the piecing machines that connected broken cotton threads. Their small stature allowed them to crawl beneath the spinning machinery to collect waste cotton, while their nimble fingers could perform repairs that would take adult workers twice as long. Mill owners justified this exploitation as industrial training, preparing the next generation for lives of productive labour, while conveniently ignoring the stunted growth, respiratory diseases, and frequent accidents that marked these young workers like brands. Thomas could hear them before he saw them, high-pitched cries of terror echoing from the building's southeast corner, where the children's workstation occupied a space barely larger than a residential parlour. The fire had not yet reached this section, but smoke was pouring through the floorboards from the conflagration below, creating a toxic fog that would kill as efficiently as flames. These children had nowhere to run. The mill's design trapped them behind rows of machinery, accessible only through narrow passages that adult rescuers could barely navigate. He dropped to his hands and knees, crawling beneath the spinning frames toward the sound of crying. The air near the floor was slightly cleaner, but it was still thick enough to burn his throat with every breath. His leather helmet scraped against the machinery above him, dislodging years of accumulated cotton dust that fell like industrial snow. This dust, he knew, would ignite at the slightest spark, transforming the confined space into a powder keg. The first child he found was Billy Henderson, 11 years old and barely 4 feet tall, his growth stunted by years of malnutrition and industrial labour. Billy operated a scavenging machine that collected waste cotton from beneath the spinning frames, a job that required him to spend 10 hours daily in a space designed for someone half his size. Now he crouched, frozen with terror, his work clothes soaked with the machine oil that could ignite at any moment. "Come on, lad," Thomas whispered, extending his hand through the maze of mechanical components. "We're going out together, you and me." Billy's eyes were wide with shock, but he managed to grasp Thomas's outstretched fingers. The boy weighed perhaps 60 pounds, his body wasted by the combination of factory work and poverty that characterised a working-class childhood in industrial England. Behind Billy, Thomas could see other small forms huddled in the smoke, perhaps half a dozen children trapped by the collapsing mill's deadly geometry. The machinery that had employed them now imprisoned them, its iron arms and wooden frames creating a lattice of obstacles between the children and any possible escape route. Moving them one by one would take too long. The floor beneath them was already beginning to sag as the fire consumed the building's structural supports. Thomas made a decision that violated every principle of safe rescue work. Instead of retreating with Billy, he pushed deeper into the machinery maze, gathering children like a shepherd collecting his flock. Sarah Mitchell, 9 years old, her hands permanently stained with machine dyes. Peter Shaw, 10, who had lost the tip of his index finger to a spinning wheel the previous month. Jenny Coleman, barely 8, who earned 6pence a day threading bobbins for her family's survival. The heat was becoming unbearable, the smoke so thick that Thomas could barely see his hands. His wool coat had begun to smoulder in earnest, filling the air with the acrid smell of burning wool. The children clung to him with desperate strength, their small faces blackened with soot and streaked with tears. He could feel their terror through their trembling bodies, these young victims of industrial progress who had never known childhood as anything but labour. "Hold on to each other," he commanded, his voice hoarse from smoke inhalation. "We're going out together, all of us." He formed them into a human chain, the oldest children supporting the youngest, while he led them through the maze of machinery toward what he hoped was still a navigable exit. The building groaned around them, its death throes accompanied by the sound of splintering wood and collapsing masonry. The stairs had become a furnace. Thomas could see flames licking up through the gaps between steps, while the banister glowed red-hot from the heat below. The children behind him began to whimper as the temperature climbed beyond endurance, but retreat was no longer possible. The mill's upper floors were collapsing section by section, creating a domino effect that would soon reach their position. Thomas wrapped his coat around as many children as possible, using his body as a shield against the radiant heat that filled the stairwell. His exposed skin began to blister, the leather of his helmet so hot it burned his scalp through his hair. Step by step they descended through an environment that seemed more like biblical hell than an English textile mill. Jenny Coleman stumbled, her small legs finally giving way to exhaustion and terror. Thomas swept her up without breaking stride, her tiny body weighing almost nothing against his smoke-filled chest. Behind them, the children's workroom erupted in flames as the fire finally found the accumulated cotton dust and machine oil. The explosion sent a pillar of flame shooting up through the building's core, illuminating their escape route with hellish brilliance. They emerged from the building just as the mill's main chimney began to crack. The massive brick structure, weakened by the intense heat and thermal expansion, developed a visible fissure that ran from its base to its crown. Thomas hurried the children away from the building as chunks of masonry began to rain down around them, each impact sending tremors through the already unstable street. Captain Morrison met them with a mixture of relief and amazement. 6 of them, he said, counting the soot-covered children who clustered around Thomas like chicks around a hen. How in God's name did you get 6 of them out? Thomas didn't answer immediately. He was too busy checking each child for injuries, his trained eye cataloguing burns, cuts, and the signs of smoke inhalation that could prove fatal in the hours to come. As they watched from across the street, the mill began to collapse in earnest. 5 stories of industrial architecture pancaked into rubble, sending up a cloud of dust and debris that obscured the surrounding buildings. The sound was indescribable, not just the crash of falling masonry, but the death scream of an entire industrial ecosystem. Steam engines, textile machinery, raw cotton, and human dreams were all compressed into a smoking pile of debris that would continue to burn for 3 more days. Manchester's atmosphere had been transformed by industrial progress into something barely recognisable as air. The city's hundreds of mill chimneys released a constant stream of coal smoke, chemical vapours, and cotton dust that created a permanent atmospheric soup thick enough to taste. For firefighters, this toxic environment posed a daily challenge to their respiratory systems, threatening their lives decades before the onset of old age. Thomas stood outside the collapsed Pemberton Mill, drawing what power passed for fresh air into lungs that felt lined with sandpaper. Each breath brought a cocktail of sulfur dioxide from coal combustion, chlorine gas from textile bleaching operations, and microscopic particles of cotton, wool, and coal dust that would embed themselves permanently in his lung tissue. The children he had rescued coughed beside him, their small lungs struggling to process air that contained more industrial waste than oxygen. The fire brigade's primitive medical knowledge offered no protection against these airborne toxins. Firefighters occasionally held wet cloths over their faces during particularly smoky fires, but their methods provided minimal filtration against the complex chemical mixture that constituted Manchester's atmosphere. No one understood the long-term health consequences of chronic exposure to industrial pollutants, though the city's mortality statistics told a grim story that civic leaders preferred to ignore. Dr. Henry Ashworth, one of Manchester's few physicians willing to treat working-class patients, arrived at the fire scene to examine the rescued mill workers. His presence was unusual. Most doctors refused to venture into the industrial districts, claiming their practices required them to focus on patients who could afford their fees. Ashworth was different, a Quaker whose religious beliefs compelled him to treat all patients regardless of their ability to pay. "Bring the children here," Ashworth called to Thomas, setting up a makeshift examination area using crates from a nearby warehouse. His medical bag contained the era's limited arsenal against burns and smoke inhalation, laudanum for pain, sal volatile for fainting, and clean bandages that would be as precious as gold in the days to come. He began with Jenny Coleman, the youngest victim, whose small body showed the telltale signs of severe smoke inhalation. "Her breathing is compromised," the doctor told Thomas quietly, using medical terminology to spare the child additional fear. "The superheated air has damaged her throat and lungs, without proper treatment." He left the sentence unfinished, but Thomas understood. Jenny would likely die within days, her small body unable to recover from injuries that would challenge a healthy adult. The other children fared slightly better, but all exhibited signs of respiratory damage that would affect them for the rest of their lives. Peter Shaw's hands were severely burned from grabbing hot machinery during his escape, while Sarah Mitchell had inhaled enough toxic smoke to leave her with a chronic cough that would never fully heal. These children, if they survived, would join Manchester's growing population of industrial invalids, workers whose bodies had been broken by the machinery of progress. Dr. Ashworth moved among the adult mill workers with growing alarm. The fire had released chemicals from the textile manufacturing process that created a toxic atmosphere even more dangerous than usual. Bleaching agents had mixed with cotton dust and coal smoke to produce compounds that attacked the respiratory system with particular viciousness. Several workers showed signs of chemical pneumonia, their lungs filling with fluid as their bodies tried to protect themselves from the poisonous air. "This is worse than anything I've seen," Ashworth confided to Thomas as they watched the mill's ruins continue to smoulder. "The fire has created chemical compounds that don't exist in nature. We're watching the birth of an industrial disease, and we have no idea how to treat it." His words proved prophetic. Within a generation, Manchester would become synonymous with respiratory illness, its residents suffering from conditions that doctors struggle to understand, much less cure. Thomas felt the toxins working on his body as he helped organise the rescue efforts. His throat burned with each breath while his eyes streamed continuously from the chemical irritation. His chest felt tight, as though invisible bands were constricting his lungs, making each inhalation a conscious effort. Around him, his fellow firefighters showed similar symptoms, their faces flushed and their breathing laboured, despite their years of experience with smoke-filled environments. The city's response to the toxic air crisis revealed the industrial age's priorities with brutal clarity. Mill owners demanded that their workers return to the neighbouring factories immediately, claiming that production delays would harm Manchester's economic competitiveness. Local authorities focused on clearing the rubble to restore traffic flow, showing little concern for the health consequences of disturbing the contaminated debris. Only Dr. Ashworth and a handful of religious leaders seemed to recognise the human catastrophe unfolding in the smoke-filled streets. Captain Morrison gathered his men for the journey back to the fire station, his face grim with the knowledge that their work was far from over. The industrial district of Manchester housed dozens of mills similar to Pemberton's, each posing a potential hazard due to their combustible materials and insufficient safety precautions. The fire they had just fought would be followed by others, an endless cycle of destruction and rescue that consumed firefighters' lives as efficiently as it consumed buildings. As they loaded their equipment onto the horse-drawn engines, Thomas noticed that several of his colleagues were coughing up blood, a sure sign that the toxic smoke had damaged their lungs beyond the body's ability to repair. These men would continue working because they had no choice. Firefighters who couldn't perform their duties simply starved, as no disability benefits or medical pensions existed for public servants injured in the line of duty. The journey back through Manchester's streets revealed the industrial apocalypse in its full horror. The permanent haze that hung over the city had thickened from the mill fire, reducing visibility to a few yards and turning the afternoon into perpetual twilight. Gas lamps burned continuously, their flames struggling to penetrate the toxic fog that enveloped the city like a burial shroud. The Morrison Fire Brigade station stood as a monument to society's half-hearted commitment to public safety, its cramped quarters and primitive equipment reflecting the industrial era's priorities with depressing accuracy. Built in 1845 as Manchester's textile wealth reached its peak, the station housed state-of-the-art firefighting technology that would have been considered inadequate 50 years earlier. The building's designer had clearly never witnessed an actual fire, creating a facility that prioritised architectural appearance over practical function. Thomas climbed wearily from the fire engine, his body aching from the physical demands of rescue work and the toxic assault of Manchester's poisoned air. The station's equipment bay revealed the pathetic arsenal available to firefighters in the industrial age. Leather hoses that leaked more water than they delivered, hand-pumped engines that required 8 men to operate effectively, and wooden ladders whose rungs had been charred and weakened by repeated exposure to flames. The fire engine itself represented the pinnacle of 1852 technology, a steam-powered pump mounted on a horse-drawn chassis that could, under ideal conditions, deliver water at pressures approaching those of a modern garden hose. The boiler required 20 minutes to build steam from a cold start, assuming someone had remembered to keep it supplied with coal and water. During fires, this delay often meant the difference between saving a building and watching it collapse into rubble. Captain Morrison initiated the post-fire equipment inspection with a weary resignation reminiscent of a man who had carried out this ritual countless times. The leather hoses showed new splits and tears from the superheated environment, their canvas reinforcement charred beyond reliable use. The brass nozzles had warped from exposure to extreme temperatures, creating irregular spray patterns that reduced their effectiveness even further. Most of the hand tools, axes, pry bars and rope showed signs of heat damage that would make them unreliable in future emergencies. Henderson, Morrison called to the station's senior firefighter, a grizzled veteran whose left arm hung useless from an injury sustained during the Great Warehouse Fire of 1849. Take inventory of the hose sections. Please identify the sections that require patching and those that need complete replacement. Henderson nodded grimly, knowing that replacing entirely meant submitting requests to the city council that would be debated for months, while fires continued to consume Manchester's industrial districts. The station's primitive communication system consisted of a single bell that could be heard perhaps 6 blocks away on a quiet day, but was often lost in the industrial cacophony that filled Manchester's streets. Fire reporting relied on runners or mounted messengers who often arrived at the station long after flames had established themselves beyond any hope of control. Thomas had responded to fires that had been burning for hours before anyone thought to summon professional firefighters, arriving to find only smouldering ruins and charred corpses. A corner of the equipment bay held medical supplies, a testament to society's high expectations for firefighter survival. A few rolls of bandages, a bottle of laudanum, and some sal volatile represented the brigade's entire medical arsenal. No provisions existed for treating burns, smoke inhalation, or the countless injuries that firefighters sustained during rescue operations. Fires simply claimed the lives of men seriously injured, adding their bodies to the growing casualty list of the Industrial Revolution. The sleeping quarters above the equipment bay housed 12 men in conditions that would shame a medieval monastery. Narrow cots arranged in military formation left barely enough room to walk between them, while a single window provided the only ventilation for the entire space. During summer months, the combination of body heat and smoke-saturated clothing created an atmosphere that rivaled the fires they fought for sheer unpleasantness. Thomas meticulously inspected his personal equipment as if his life relied on its dependability. His leather helmet bore new scorch marks from the mill fire, the protective coating blistered and peeling from exposure to extreme heat. The speaking trumpet he used to coordinate rescue efforts had developed a crack along its length that would reduce its effectiveness in noisy environments. His rope showed signs of heat damage that could cause it to fail under stress, leaving him stranded in a burning building. The brigade's horses occupied stalls adjacent to the main building, their care consuming a significant portion of the department's modest budget. These animals were essential to firefighting operations, but they required constant maintenance and were vulnerable to the same toxic atmosphere that plagued human residents. Several horses had died from respiratory ailments caused by chronic exposure to industrial smoke, their replacement representing a financial burden that stretched the brigade's resources beyond their limits. Water supply presented another insurmountable challenge in Manchester's industrial environment. The city's water mains, designed for domestic use rather than firefighting, could not provide adequate pressure or volume for serious blazes. Firefighters often found themselves competing with industrial users for access to water, while mill owners who controlled private water sources frequently refused to make them available during emergencies. The economic realities of firefighting in industrial England created a system where property owners' ability to pay determined the level of protection they received. Wealthy mill owners could purchase private fire insurance that included dedicated firefighting services, while working-class neighbourhoods relied on municipal brigades that were chronically underfunded and understaffed. Thomas had witnessed the destruction of buildings as firefighters, lacking the necessary equipment or authority to intervene in fires affecting uninsured properties, stood helplessly nearby. Captain Morrison called the brigade together for their daily briefing, his weathered face showing the cumulative effects of decades spent breathing smoke and toxic fumes. The Pemberton Mill fire consumed 6 lives, he announced, his voice heavy with the weight of repeated tragedy. 3 children and 3 adults died from smoke inhalation, while 14 others remain in the hospital with injuries that may prove fatal. The mill itself is a total loss, representing £40,000 in damage to the building and machinery. The human cost of the fire would extend far beyond the immediate casualties. Families who had lost their primary wage earners would face destitution in an era before social safety nets or workers' compensation. Children orphaned by industrial accidents became burdens on an overwhelmed charity system that could provide only the most basic subsistence. The mill workers who survived would face unemployment until new facilities could be constructed, assuming they could find employers willing to hire workers with visible burn scars or respiratory damage. Manchester's industrial districts never truly slept, their machinery clattering through the night hours while skeleton crews maintained production schedules that recognised no distinction between day and darkness. For firefighters, this meant that emergencies could strike at any hour, pulling exhausted men from their meagre rest to face blazes that seemed even more terrifying when illuminated only by their flames and the feeble glow of gas street lamps. Thomas had been asleep for perhaps 2 hours when the alarm bell shattered the station's relative quiet, its urgent clanging echoing off the brick walls of the sleeping quarters. Around him, 11 other men rolled from their cots with the practiced efficiency of soldiers responding to battle stations, pulling on boots and coats that never had time to fully dry between calls. The station's single oil lamp cast dancing shadows that transformed familiar equipment into menacing shapes, while outside the building, Manchester's perpetual industrial fog muffled all sound except the insistent demand of the alarm. Captain Morrison appeared in the doorway, his face grim in the lamplight. "Whitworth Mill on Deansgate," he announced tersely. "Multiple floors are involved, and there are reports of workers trapped inside." The men needed no further explanation. Whitworth Mill represented one of Manchester's largest textile operations, a 6-storey monument to industrial efficiency that employed nearly 300 workers across its various departments. A fire in such a facility could easily become a catastrophe that would dwarf the previous day's Pemberton Mill disaster. The night journey through Manchester's streets revealed the industrial city's nocturnal character, a landscape of glowing furnaces and smoking chimneys that painted the fog with hellish colours. Gas lamps flickered weakly through the permanent haze, their light barely penetrating the toxic atmosphere that filled the narrow streets. The horse-drawn fire engine clattered over cobblestones slick with industrial waste and condensed chemical vapours, its iron wheels striking sparks that briefly illuminated the grim faces of night shift workers heading home from 12-hour shifts in the mills. Whitworth Mill announced itself from several blocks away, its upper floors crowned with flames that rose higher than the surrounding buildings and cast an orange glow that penetrated even Manchester's industrial fog. Before anyone thought to summon the brigade, the fire had been burning for some time, spreading throughout the building's upper levels, while workers on the lower floors continued their tasks, blissfully unaware of the disaster unfolding above them. Thomas immediately realised that this fire would challenge the limits of their outdated equipment and methods. The building's height made it impossible to reach the upper floors with their ladders, while the intensity of the flames suggested that the fire had found the mill's stored cotton and was feeding on thousands of pounds of combustible material. Workers streamed from the building's ground floor exits, many carrying their few possessions, while others supported injured colleagues whose burns would likely prove fatal. The mill's night supervisor, a thin man whose permanently stained clothes testified to years spent among the textile machinery, approached Captain Morrison with visible panic. "There are a dozen workers on the 5th floor," he reported, his voice cracking with stress. "The main staircase collapsed 20 minutes ago, and we can't reach them through the smoke." Morrison nodded grimly, knowing that a dozen workers trapped on the 5th floor of a burning building represented a death sentence that 1852 technology could not commute. Thomas found himself assigned to interior reconnaissance, a polite term for entering a burning building to determine how many people would die before the night ended. He wrapped a wet cloth around his face and plunged into the mill's ground floor, where the air hung thick with smoke and the temperature climbed steadily as he moved deeper into the building. The textile machinery created a maze of obstacles that seemed designed to trap anyone attempting to navigate in near-zero visibility. The layout of the building, designed to maximise productive space while minimising everything else, resulted in narrow aisles, low ceilings and bottleneck exits that became deadly traps during emergencies. Gas lighting fixtures had exploded throughout the facility, their shattered remains creating additional fire sources while leaving the interior in dangerous darkness. Thomas navigated the smoke-filled maze by feeling and instinct, calling out for survivors. On the 2nd floor he encountered the mill's steam engine, a massive mechanical heart that continued to pound rhythmically, even as flames consumed the building around it. The engine's automatic stoking system fed coal into its firebox without regard for the surrounding emergency, maintaining steam pressure that powered machinery on floors where no workers remained to operate it. The combination of superheated steam and surrounding flames created an environment so hostile to human life that Thomas could barely approach within 20 feet of the engine room. The staircase to the upper floors had indeed collapsed, its wooden construction no match for the intense heat generated by tons of burning cotton. Through the gap where the stairs once stood, Thomas could hear the voices of the trapped workers on the 5th floor, their cries becoming weaker due to the effects of smoke inhalation. He attempted to throw them a rope, but the distance was too great and the angle too steep for any practical rescue attempt. Outside the building, the fire's spectacular growth had attracted a crowd of spectators who gathered at what they considered a safe distance to watch the industrial catastrophe unfold. Mill fires provided free entertainment for Manchester's working class, a dramatic break from the monotonous routine of factory labour. These observers showed little concern for the human tragedy playing out inside the burning building, their attention focused instead on the impressive display of flames and the building's eventual collapse. Here, Dr. Ashworth arrived at the scene despite the late hour, his medical bag and portable surgical kit marking him as one of the few professionals willing to treat industrial accident victims. He began triaging the workers who had escaped the building, quickly identifying those whose injuries required immediate attention and those who were beyond medical help. The night air filled with the moans of burn victims and the sobbing of workers who had watched colleagues disappear into the flames. Thomas emerged from the building as its internal structure began to fail, the massive timbers that supported its 6 floors finally succumbing to the intense heat and the weight of collapsing masonry. The trapped workers on the 5th floor fell silent, their voices lost in the thunderous crash of falling machinery and structural beams. He had failed to save them, another dozen names to add to the growing list of industrial casualties that haunted his dreams. Dawn broke over Manchester like a revelation of hell. The rising sun filtered through layers of industrial smoke and chemical fog until it resembled a sickly orange eye surveying the destruction below. The Whitworth Mill had burned through the night, its 6 stories collapsing section by section, until nothing remained but a smoking pile of rubble that would continue to smoulder for days. Thomas stood among the debris, his face blackened with soot and his lungs raw from breathing the toxic air that passed for atmosphere in England's industrial heartland. 12 workers had died in the Whitworth fire, their bodies crushed beneath falling machinery or consumed by flames that reached temperatures exceeding anything natural. Their names would be recorded in the city's death registers as industrial accidents, statistical abstractions that failed to capture the human cost of Manchester's textile prosperity. Behind each name stood a family thrust into destitution, children left orphaned, in a society that viewed their survival as a private matter rather than a public responsibility. The mill owner, Mr. Whitworth himself, surveyed the ruins from his carriage, calculating insurance settlements and replacement costs with the same methodical precision he applied to production quotas. The building had been insured for its full value, while the machinery could be replaced within months if orders were placed immediately with the foundries of Sheffield and Birmingham. The human losses barely registered in his accounting. Workers were abundant and easily replaced, their families suffering invisible to men who measured success in pounds sterling and production efficiency. Thomas walked among the survivors, offering what comfort he could to people whose worlds had been destroyed in a single night. Mrs. Hartwell clutched the burned remains of her husband's work clothes, the fabric still warm from the flames that had claimed his life. Her 3 children huddled around her skirts, their faces already showing the hollow expression of poverty that would mark them for the remainder of their shortened lives. Industrial England provided no compensation for workplace deaths, no pensions for widows, and no support for orphaned children whose crime was being born into the working class. Dr. Ashworth moved among the injured, with growing despair, his medical knowledge inadequate against the scale of suffering that surrounded him. Burns covering more than 20% of the body were invariably fatal in an era before fluid replacement therapy or antibiotic treatment. He could offer laudanum for pain and perhaps preserve life for a few additional days, but the fundamental reality remained unchanged. Industrial progress consumed human lives as fuel for its advancement, and society accepted this sacrifice as the natural order of things. The city's response to the fire revealed the true priorities of industrial civilization with brutal clarity. Within hours of the building's collapse, municipal authorities had dispatched crews to clear the rubble and restore traffic flow through the district. The dead would be buried quickly and quietly, their families' grief subordinated to the economic imperative of maintaining industrial production. New workers would be recruited from the countryside, drawn by promises of steady wages that failed to mention the probability of industrial accident or early death from respiratory disease. Captain Morrison gathered his exhausted firefighters for the journey back to their station, his weathered face showing the cumulative toll of decades spent fighting fires with inadequate equipment and insufficient support. 3 of his men showed signs of serious injury from the night's work. Henderson had suffered severe burns on his hands and arms, while Collins coughed blood that indicated potentially fatal lung damage. These men would continue working because they had no alternative. Firefighters who could not perform their duties simply disappeared into Manchester's growing population of industrial invalids. The economic mathematics of firefighting in 1852 Manchester demonstrated society's perverted priorities with mathematical precision. The city allocated more money to street cleaning than to fire prevention, and more resources to maintaining public gardens than to protecting working-class neighbourhoods from industrial blazes. Fire insurance companies employed private brigades to protect wealthy districts while public firefighters struggled with primitive equipment and skeleton crews. The message was clear: property mattered more than people, profit more than human life. Thomas reflected on his chosen profession as the fire engine clattered through Manchester's smoke-filled streets. He had become a firefighter, believing he could save lives and protect his community from the ravages of industrial progress. Instead, he found himself serving as witness to a systematic destruction of human life that masqueraded as economic advancement. Every fire revealed the same pattern: preventable accidents caused by cost-cutting measures, inadequate safety equipment, and building designs that prioritized production efficiency over worker survival. The Industrial Revolution had transformed firefighting from a community responsibility into a professional necessity, but society had failed to provide the resources necessary for success. Firefighters operated with equipment that belonged in the previous century, received training that consisted mainly of learning from the mistakes of dead colleagues, and worked for wages that barely sustained life in the expensive industrial cities. Men who viewed worker safety as an unnecessary expense that reduced shareholder profits expected firefighters to risk their lives to protect their investments. As they approached the fire station, Thomas could see the next generation of Manchester's industrial workforce streaming toward the mills for the morning shift. Children as young as 8 walked alongside their parents, heading for jobs that would consume their childhoods and probably end their lives before they reached 40. These young faces reminded him why he continued fighting fires despite the profession's countless horrors. Someone had to stand between Manchester's working population and the industrial forces that treated human beings as disposable components in a vast economic machine. Before they had finished unloading their equipment, the station bell rang again, its urgent clanging announcing another fire, in another mill, another group of workers whose lives were in the balance. Thomas checked his scorched equipment one more time, pulled on his battered leather helmet, and prepared to enter hell once again. This was the reality of being an Industrial Revolution firefighter, an endless cycle of tragedy and loss, fought with primitive weapons against an enemy that grew stronger with each passing day. Manchester's smoke-stained sky offered no promise of better days ahead, only the certainty that more fires would follow, more lives would be lost, and more families would be thrust into poverty by the inexorable demands of industrial progress. Thomas climbed aboard the fire engine as it lurched into motion, carrying him toward another confrontation with the forces that were reshaping England into something barely recognisable as human civilization. The towering chimneys of the mill districts, stretching endlessly in all directions, released clouds of toxic smoke, turning the very air into poison. This was the world that Industrial Revolution firefighters inhabited. A landscape where human life was measured in production units, where worker safety was subordinated to profit margins, and where the brave men who risked everything to save others were themselves considered expendable components in the great industrial machine. As the fire engine vanished into the ever-present haze of Manchester, Thomas grasped the profound frustration of being an Industrial Revolution firefighter. They were fighting a war they could never win, using weapons that guaranteed their destruction, in service of a society that viewed their sacrifice as both necessary and invisible. The flames they battled were merely symptoms of a larger conflagration that was consuming the soul of industrial England, leaving behind a wasteland where human dignity had been traded for economic efficiency and where the price of progress was measured in unmarked graves. The story of the Oregon Trail typically begins with wagons rolling west in the 1840s, but its true origins reach back much further, to pathways trodden by indigenous peoples for millennia. The Shoshone, Nez Perce, and dozens of other nations had established intricate trade networks across what would become the American West long before European settlement. These indigenous highways formed the skeleton upon which the Oregon Trail would eventually be built. The conventional narrative credits Lewis and Clark with discovering the route west, but their 1804 to 1806 expedition relied heavily on indigenous guides like Sacagawea, whose knowledge of mountain passages proved invaluable. What's less discussed is how their journey was followed by fur traders who quietly expanded these routes throughout the early 19th century. In 1811, John Jacob Astor's Pacific Fur Company established Astoria at the mouth of the Columbia River, just 5 years after Lewis and Clark's return. To connect this remote outpost with St. Louis, fur trader Robert Stewart pioneered an east-to-west crossing in 1812-13, discovering South Pass in Wyoming's Wind River Range. This critical gateway through the Continental Divide, at a relatively moderate 7,412 feet elevation, would later become the trail's most crucial geographic feature, allowing wagons to cross the Rockies without navigating treacherous, high-altitude passes. While history textbooks often present manifest destiny as the driving force behind westward expansion, economic desperation propelled many early migrants. The Panic of 1837, a financial crisis that triggered a 6-year depression, left countless Americans jobless and landless. Oregon represented not conquest but survival. As one migrant wrote in 1843, "We do not go to make war on anyone or build an empire, only to feed our children and perhaps find peace away from the banks that have ruined us." The trail's formal establishment came through an unlikely source: missionary endeavours. In 1836, Methodist missionary Jason Lee travelled to Oregon's Willamette Valley to establish a mission among the Kalapuya people. Though his evangelistic efforts yielded few converts, his letters eastward painted Oregon as an agricultural paradise. Presbyterian missionaries Marcus and Narcissa Whitman made the journey the same year, with Narcissa becoming one of the first white women to cross the continent overland. The Whitmans established their mission among the Cayuse people near present-day Walla Walla, Washington. Their letters home, describing fertile valleys and a moderate climate, caught despite downplaying the complex diplomatic negotiations necessary to maintain peace with indigenous nations whose land they occupied. Their letters captivated the nation's imagination. The Whitmans' mission would later become a landmark stop on the Oregon Trail, and the site of tragedy when deteriorating relations with the Cayuse resulted in violence. Perhaps the most overlooked aspect of the trail's formation was the role of free black settlers in establishing Oregon country. Though later Oregon legislation would shamefully prohibit black settlement, early pioneers included black Americans seeking freedom from the restrictions of eastern states. Moses Black Harris, a former slave-turned-mountain man, became one of the trail's most respected guides in the 1830s, leading multiple groups to Oregon and returning east to guide more. George Washington Bush, successful Pennsylvania businessman, led one of the first large wagon parties in 1844, eventually establishing a prosperous farm in what would become Washington's state. The trail's preliminary routes were mapped by government surveyor John C. Fremont between 1842 and 1844. His meticulous reports, widely published in eastern newspapers, transformed vague knowledge about Oregon country into practical guidance. While Fremont is remembered as the Pathfinder, his expeditions relied heavily on the expertise of Kit Carson and other seasoned guides who had already travelled these routes extensively. By 1843, when the first major wagon train of approximately 1,000 people departed Independence, Missouri, the Oregon Trail wasn't a sudden inspiration, but the culmination of decades of exploration, indigenous knowledge, economic necessity, missionary zeal, and careful mapping. These pioneers weren't venturing into an unmapped wilderness, but following an increasingly well-documented route toward what they hoped would be better lives. The story of the Oregon Trail's origins reveals how great migrations rarely spring fully formed from a single catalyst, but develop through complex interplays of geography, economics, politics, and human determination, a theme that would continue as the trail evolved from a hazardous journey into America's most consequential migration route. Popular culture has reduced the Oregon Trail to covered wagons and oxen, but the 2,170-mile journey spurred remarkable technological adaptations that changed American transportation forever. The challenges of traversing a continent necessitated practical innovation at every stage, establishing a mobile laboratory for 19th century ingenuity. The prairie schooner, the iconic covered wagon, was itself a specialised adaptation of the larger Conestoga wagon used in eastern freight hauling. These wagons, specifically designed for the western journey, it weighed approximately 1,300 pounds when empty, compared to the Conestoga's 3,000 pounds. Their beds were sealed with tar to float across rivers, while their white canvas covers were treated with linseed oil for waterproofing. The hooped canvas cover wasn't merely for protection from the elements. Its shape was deliberately designed to create air circulation, reducing interior temperatures on scorching prairie days. Inventors built fortunes supplying specialized equipment to emigrants. In St. Joseph, Missouri, blacksmith Joseph Murphy developed a reputation for crafting Western wagons, with innovative features like the ascend axles that could be greased without removing the wheels, and reinforced wheel hubs that withstood the trail's punishment. By 1850, Murphy's wagon factory employed over 200 workers producing trail-specific designs. Similarly, Gunsmith Horace Dimmick created the Plains rifle, a hybrid firearm combining the accuracy of a rifle with the easy loading of a smoothbore musket, perfect for travellers who needed reliable hunting capabilities without specialised expertise. Contrary to romantic notions, pioneers weren't self-sufficient isolationists, but participants in a sophisticated supply chain. Entrepreneurs established outfit registries in departure towns, essentially early information bureaus where travellers could register their skills, blacksmithing, medical knowledge, carpentry and equipment, extra wagons, tools, draft animals. These registries matched complementary parties to mutually beneficial travelling companies. One registry operator noted in his 1849 records that he had matched 17 parties with needed physicians and 11 with wheelwrights, greatly improving their prospects for safe arrival. The Oregon Trail drove innovation in food preservation beyond the familiar pemmican and hardtack. Sylvester Graham, creator of the Graham cracker, developed specialised journey cakes, fortified with additional nutrients specifically for Western travellers. More significantly, witnessing trail deaths from contaminated milk inspired Gale Borden to develop condensed milk, which he patented in 1856 after years of experimentation. His innovation, motivated by Tréport trail hardships, would later save countless lives during the Civil War and transform food preservation globally. River crossings presented some of the trail's greatest technological challenges. At major crossings, entrepreneurs established ferry services using innovative flat-bottomed craft with guide ropes. By 1850, Cornelius Oregon Smith had built a remarkable pontoon bridge across the Kansas River constructed of empty sealed barrels as flotation devices, demonstrating how the trail spurred practical engineering. After multiple drownings at the dangerous crossing of the Green River in Wyoming, mountain man William Sublette developed a unique ferry design using indigenous-inspired bull boats, bison hide stretched over willow frames, scaled up to accommodate wagons. The risk of becoming lost prompted the development of sophisticated navigational tools beyond compasses. Thomas Jefferson Farnham published Travels in the Great Western Prairies in 1843, which included the first topographical guide to the trail, with landmark sketches travellers could identify from any approach angle. Entrepreneur J.H. Colton produced specialised emigrant maps printed on linen. These maps, designed to withstand rain and rough handling, replaced paper. Some maps incorporated innovative panoramic views of mountain passes and river crossings from multiple angles to help travellers confirm they were on the correct path. Perhaps the most remarkable technological adaptation was in the area of communication. Using tree caches, travellers developed an emigrant mail system to leave messages for later travellers. By 1850, this had evolved into a sophisticated relay system where eastbound travellers would carry letters from those further west, and established post trees became known relay points. At Independence Rock in present-day Wyoming, travellers didn't merely carve their names, they recorded detailed information about water sources, grass conditions, and Indian relations ahead, creating a constantly updated intelligence network. Some innovations failed spectacularly. The Prairie Motor of 1845, a sail-powered wagon that worked brilliantly on flat terrain until the first serious wind tipped it over, remains a cautionary tale. Wind-powered water pumps designed for trail use proved too delicate for travel, but later became staples of Western settlement. The trail functioned as both laboratory and testing ground, where practical solutions either proved their worth or were rapidly abandoned. By understanding the Oregon Trail as a corridor of technological adaptation, rather than merely a path westward, we gain insight into how the journey itself transformed America. The pragmatic innovations it demanded, from specialised transportation to food preservation, laid the groundwork for industrial developments that would reshape the nation in subsequent decades. The Oregon Trail wasn't just a geographic link connecting east and west. It was an incubator for practical problem-solving that accelerated American technological development far beyond the journey itself. While school lessons typically frame the Oregon Trail as a pioneering adventure, it was fundamentally an economic endeavour of staggering proportions. The financial realities of the migration represent one of history's most overlooked aspects of this pivotal American journey. Preparing for the Oregon Trail required substantial capital investment. By the mid-1840s, outfitting a family of 4 for the journey cost approximately $600 to $800, equivalent to about $22,000 to $30,000 in today's currency. The cost included a wagon, $85, oxen teams, $50 per yoke, food supplies, $150, tools, weapons, and numerous specialized items. Consequently, the Oregon Trail was not primarily traveled by the destitute, but by middle-class farmers and tradespeople with significant resources to invest in relocation. Economic preparations often began years before departure. Families sold farms and businesses, called in debts, and liquidated non-essential possessions. Many worked additional jobs for several years to accumulate the necessary funds. Meticulous financial planning became a hallmark of successful emigrants. Samuel Parker of Illinois kept a remarkable preparation ledger beginning in 1841, documenting every purchase and sale made in preparation for his family's 1845 departure. His financial strategy included specifically planting flax and tobacco in his final 2 eastern harvests, crops that commanded premium prices with minimal land use. The journey itself generated a sophisticated economic ecosystem along the trail. By the late 1840s, over 150 businesses had been established at key points along the route. Trading posts evolved from simple supply caches into complex commercial operations. At Fort Laramie, Wyoming, ledgers from 1849 to 1852 show transactions not merely for supplies, but for services including wagon repair, $5 to $8, oxen shoeing, $1.50 per hoof, letter forwarding, $1 per letter, and even wagon storage for those who decided to continue on horseback, $3 per month. The development of specialized trail occupations remains largely unexplored in conventional histories. Ferrymen at river crossings could earn $500 to $1,500 during a single migration season. Wheelwrights traveled the trail, offering repairs at premium prices. Trail guides charged $75 to $150 per vehicle for partial route guidance. One entrepreneurial individual, James Pritchard, made his fortune not by going to Oregon, but by operating a mobile blacksmith shop that travelled back and forth along the first 500 miles of the trail during migration seasons between 1848 and 1855. The economics of the trail involved sophisticated risk management strategies. Wagon companies frequently pooled resources, creating informal insurance arrangements where members would help replace lost cattle or repair damaged wagons for others in their party. Formal insurance also emerged. The Missouri Protection Company, established in 1846, offered trail insurance for 5% of the insured value of goods and equipment, with additional premiums for livestock coverage. Their surviving records show they paid claims for equipment losses, medical expenses, and even death benefits. Indigenous economic relationships with travellers were far more complex than the raiding narratives that dominate popular accounts. Many native nations established sophisticated trading relationships with emigrants. The Sioux and Cheyenne operated trading camps at critical junctures, exchanging fresh meat and moccasins for cloth, metal tools, and coffee. The Shoshone became particularly known for their horse trading expertise along the Idaho section of the trail, with documented exchanges showing they commanded premium prices for quality mounts. Far from being mere barriers to westward travel, many indigenous groups became essential economic partners, with profits from trade helping offset the negative impacts of increased traffic through their territories. One of the trail's most significant economic impacts was wealth redistribution. Emigrants frequently discovered their carefully planned supplies were too heavy for their wagons, particularly when ascending the Rocky Mountains. This phenomenon led to massive discarding of property along the trail, so much that scavenging became a profitable enterprise. Trail gleaning operations emerged, with entrepreneurs collecting abandoned items and reshipping them eastward or selling them to less prepared travellers. One Wyoming businessman, Thomas Farlow, built a substantial mercantile business almost entirely from refurbished items recovered from emigrant dumping grounds near South Pass. The financial outcomes of Oregon Trail migration varied dramatically. Studies of land claim records show that approximately 20% of arrivals achieved significant prosperity within 5 years. 60% established stable but modest holdings, while 20% either returned eastward or remained in perpetual financial difficulty. The variable outcomes reflected both the luck of weather and timing, but also the preparation and adaptability of individual emigrants. Those who arrived with specialized skills beyond farming, blacksmithing, milling, merchandising, generally achieved greater economic success than those relying solely on agriculture. Perhaps the most misunderstood economic aspect of the Oregon Trail was its role in America's first significant land speculation boom. The Donation Land Claim Act of 1850 offered married couples a full square mile of land, 640 acres, 4 times what most farmers had owned in the East. This unprecedented opportunity attracted not just settlers, but investors. Records from Portland, Oregon, show that by 1853, approximately 15% of land claims were being held by speculators rather than working settlers, with some individuals controlling dozens of claims through various proxy arrangements. The economic windfall of essentially free land represented wealth transfer on a scale rarely seen in American history. By recognizing the Oregon Trail as an economic phenomenon rather than merely a pioneering adventure, we gain insight into how it fundamentally reshaped American wealth distribution, created new commercial patterns, and established economic relationships that would define the American West for generations to come. The traditional narrative of the Oregon Trail relegates women to background figures, stalwart wives following their husbands' dreams west. Reality reveals a far more complex picture, where women were active decision-makers, skilled contributors, and occasionally the primary advocates for Western migration. Family records show women often initiated the decision to emigrate. Analysis of emigrant journals indicates that in approximately 20% of families, wives were the primary proponents of relocation. Economic opportunities specifically for women, including land ownership rights unavailable in eastern states, motivated many female-driven migration decisions. The 1850 donation epidemic diseases also spread along the trail. Egon Territory, direct ownership of half the family's land claim, a revolutionary concept when most eastern states still adhered to coverture laws, placing all family property under male control. Elizabeth Smith Geer, whose detailed 1847 trail journal chronicles her family's journey from Illinois to Oregon's Willamette Valley, wrote candidly, "It was I who wore down my husband's objections, not from restlessness, but from clear-eyed calculation of what Oregon offered our daughters." Her journal meticulously tracked the economic variables of their journey, including detailed accounting of supplies and realistic projections of land productivity in their destination, demonstrating that women were often the financial strategists of family migration. The journey itself demanded role flexibility that challenged Victorian gender norms. Women routinely handled firearms, drove wagons, and managed livestock, skills many had developed on eastern farms, but which the trail elevated from occasional assistance to necessary expertise. Rebecca Ketchum's 1853 journal includes detailed technical discussions of wagon repair techniques she developed, including an innovative method for resetting damaged wheel hubs using water immersion and controlled drying that was adopted by other travellers in her company. Medical care on the trail fell predominantly to women. While trail narratives often emphasised the dangers of childbirth during the journey, women's medical work extended far beyond midwifery. Female practitioners treated injuries, managed infectious diseases, and performed emergency procedures, including bullet extractions and bone settings. Tabitha Brown, who travelled to Oregon in 1846 at age 66, documented treating over 130 medical cases during her journey. After establishing herself in Oregon's Willamette Valley, she founded a boarding school that eventually grew into Pacific University, demonstrating how skills developed on the trail translated into institutional building in the West. Indigenous women played crucial roles in trail dynamics rarely acknowledged in traditional histories. Many served as cultural intermediaries, facilitating trade and diplomatic relations between travellers and native nations. The Sioux woman, known in records only as Mary, operated a trading post at the Platte River crossing from 1847 to 1851, where she not only exchanged goods, but also provided emigrants with critical information about trail conditions ahead. Sacagawea's famous role with Lewis and Clark established a pattern of indigenous female guides that continued throughout the trail era. Entrepreneurship among trail women manifested in various forms. Some operated mobile businesses during the journey, with journals referencing women who offered laundering services, baked goods, or tailoring at evening encampments. Sarah Bowman, known as the Great Western, due to her 6-foot height, established eating establishments at major trail stopping points in the 1840s, eventually building a network of restaurants from Missouri to California. Her business records show annual profits exceeding $5,000, an exceptional sum for the era. The trail journey reshaped family dynamics in ways that persisted in Western settlements. Trail companies typically functioned as direct democracies, with each family having a vote in decisions. Although men officially represented families in these votes, evidence from multiple journals indicates women actively participated in pre-vote discussions and strategizing. This democratic experience influenced later advocacy for women's suffrage in Western territories. It's no coincidence that Wyoming Territory was the first to grant women voting rights in 1869, with Western states consistently leading suffrage efforts. Many women who had demonstrated their capability and judgment on the Oregon Trail were unwilling to accept political disenfranchisement in their new homes. Intellectual and artistic contributions by women documented the trail experience with distinctive perspectives. While men's journals typically focused on mileage, geographic features, and livestock conditions, women's accounts more frequently included detailed social observations, emotional impacts of the journey, and cultural interactions. British traveller Isabella Bird, journeying in 1854, produced botanical sketches of over 200 plant species along the trail, many previously undocumented. Her scientific contributions were initially published under a male pseudonym, but were later recognised for their remarkable accuracy and detail. The hardships of trail life disproportionately affected women's physical health. Recent analysis of medical records and journals indicates women experienced higher rates of certain trail-specific health issues, including severe sunburn due to the bonnet designs that protected faces but exposed necks, kidney infections from dehydration and limited privacy for urination, and hand injuries from constant camp setup and food preparation. Despite these challenges, statistical analysis of trail fatalities shows women actually survived at higher rates than men, challenging the assumption of female fragility that pervades many historical accounts. Upon reaching Oregon, women's work proved crucial in establishing viable communities. Beyond domestic responsibilities, women established schools, founded mutual aid societies, and created economic cooperatives. The Aurora Colony in Oregon's Willamette Valley, founded in 1856, operated largely through women's collective management of agriculture and textile production. Their communal approach to childcare and food preparation allowed for specialised labour development that significantly enhanced the colony's productivity compared to individual family settlements. By centering women's experiences and contributions, we gain a more accurate understanding of the Oregon Trail as not merely a male-driven conquest of territory, but a complex social. The success of migration hinged on the full participation and leadership of women at every stage, from the initial decision to depart to the establishment of sustainable Western communities. The environmental history of the Oregon Trail extends far beyond picturesque wagon trains crossing pristine landscapes. The migration corridor became one of the 19th century's most significant zones of ecological transformation, creating environmental changes that remain visible today. The physical imprint of the trail itself constituted an unprecedented alteration of the Great Plains landscape. By 1850, the main route had been travelled by approximately 55,000 people driving 30,000 wagons and 350,000 livestock animals. This concentrated traffic created a road averaging 10 feet wide, but expanding to nearly 100 feet wide in places as travellers sought untrampled grass. Wagon wheels cutting through prairie sod created permanent troughs that channeled rainfall, eventually carving gullies that altered local hydrology. Modern remote sensing technologies have identified over 3,000 miles of permanent trail-caused erosion features that continue to affect water flow patterns across the Great Plains and Intermountain West. Animal ecology along the corridor experienced dramatic disruption. Bison herds, which had traditionally migrated across the plains in predictable patterns, altered their movements to avoid the trail corridor. Naturalist John Townsend observed in 1847 that bison were rarely seen within 5 miles of the main trail, creating what he called a road-shaped vacancy in their distribution. This redistribution of keystone herbivores triggered cascading ecosystem effects, altering vegetation patterns and predator distributions throughout the region. The trail's most significant and rapid environmental impact came through plant community changes. Wagon wheels functioned as remarkably efficient seed dispersal mechanisms. Studies of trail corridor vegetation show approximately 145 to 175 European and Eastern plant species were introduced along the route between 1840 and 1860. Some introductions were deliberate, as emigrants carried familiar herbs and vegetables. Others were accidental seeds caught in wagon wheels, animal hooves, or clothing. By 1855, distinct corridors of non-native vegetation clearly marked the trail's path across the plains. Not all ecological exchanges moved westward. Eastern nursery operators actively sought western plant specimens from returning travellers. The Llewellyn Nursery of Philadelphia offered financial bounties for viable seeds of western flowers and trees, receiving over 200 species from Oregon Trail returnees between 1847 and 1853. Many ornamental plants common in eastern gardens today, including several varieties of penstemon and Oregon grape holly, entered commercial horticulture through these trail-enabled exchanges. The trail's most devastating ecological impact involved water resources. Emigrant parties typically travelled in spring and summer, precisely when western water sources were most vulnerable to contamination. Each evening, hundreds of animals and humans would concentrate around limited water sources. Diaries describe streams and springs becoming muddy, trampled, and contaminated with animal waste. Epidemic diseases also spread along the trail. Cholera outbreaks in 1849 and 1850 led to infected waste contaminating water sources used by subsequent travellers and indigenous communities, creating disease vectors that reached far beyond the trail corridor. Timber resources faced particular pressure from trail travel. Each wagon party required wood for cooking and warmth, creating zones of deforestation around major camping areas. At Fort Laramie, historical photographs from 1845 show substantial cottonwood groves along the North Platte River. By 1857, these riparian forests had been reduced to scattered individual trees, fundamentally altering the riverine ecosystem and causing accelerated bank erosion. Similar deforestation occurred at all major stopping points, with ecological effects that persisted for generations. Indigenous ecological management systems, developed over centuries to maintain productive landscapes, were disrupted by trail traffic. The Pawnee practice of controlled prairie burning, which maintained optimal grass composition for both bison and human food plants, became impossible to implement safely with constant wagon traffic. The annual hunting migrations of mounted Lakota and Cheyenne bands were interrupted by the need to avoid or engage with emigrant trains. As these traditional landscape management practices diminished, ecosystem composition began shifting toward less productive arrangements. Wildlife population changes occurred with surprising rapidity. Wolves and bears, initially common along the eastern portions of the trail, retreated from the corridor within a decade of heavy traffic. Beaver populations, already depleted by the fur trade, faced additional pressure as emigrants trapped them for food and pelts at critical water crossings. Meanwhile, opportunistic species, including ravens, coyotes, and certain rodents, thrived in the modified environment, expanding their populations along the trail corridor. The trail's impact extended to climate perception and expectations. Emigrant journals reveal evolving understandings of Western environments. Early travellers frequently described the plains as a desert, not meaning dunes, but using the 19th century definition of lands unsuitable for conventional Eastern agriculture. By the 1850s, promotional literature and guidebooks challenged this perception, advancing theories that rain follows the plough and claiming settlement would transform the climate. These optimistic misconceptions would later contribute to the Dust Bowl when farming expanded into regions with inadequate rainfall. The environmental legacy of the Oregon Trail persists in subtle but measurable ways. Modern botanical surveys reveal distinct patterns of non-native vegetation still following the historic route. Genetic studies of trout populations in streams crossing the trail show evidence of historic transplantation, as emigrants occasionally transported live fish in water barrels. Remote sensing reveals persistent changes in soil composition and hydrology along the corridor, creating what scientists now term a landscape legacy that remains visible nearly 2 centuries later. By understanding the Oregon Trail as an environmental event rather than merely a human migration, we gain insight into how 19th century population movements created lasting ecological transformations. The journey wasn't simply through nature, but represented a fundamental reworking of environmental relationships that would define the American West for centuries to come. Traditional narratives of the Oregon Trail often portray indigenous emigrant relations through a simplistic binary, either romanticize peaceful encounters or sensationalize conflicts. The reality reveals a complex spectrum of cultural exchanges, diplomatic negotiations, and evolving relationships that transformed both native and Euro-American societies. Language development along the trail corridor illustrates the depth of these cultural interactions. By the 1850s, a distinct trail pidgin had emerged, a simplified trade language combining English with Lakota, Shoshone, and other indigenous language elements. This practical communication system facilitated trade and diplomacy between travelers and various native nations. Phrases documented in emigrant journals show linguistic borrowing in both directions. Lakota words for geographic features entered emigrants' vocabulary, while indigenous traders incorporated English terms for trade goods. William Elsey, documenting his 1849 journey, recorded learning 37 Shoshone expressions specifically for negotiating river crossings and livestock exchanges. Records from Fort Laramie and Fort Hall reveal the evolution of complex diplomatic protocols. Rather than random encounters, interactions between emigrant parties and indigenous nations followed increasingly formalized patterns. By the late 1840s, Lakota and Cheyenne representatives routinely met emigrant parties at specific locations, expecting ceremonial exchanges, including tobacco offerings and formal speeches, before negotiations could begin. These diplomatic rituals reflected indigenous political concepts of building alliance relationships rather than simple commercial transactions. The trail stimulated significant material culture exchanges. Trade ledgers and emigrant journals document the high value placed on indigenous-produced goods, including moccasins, parfleche containers, and specialized winter clothing. Archaeological excavations of trail campsites reveal widespread adoption of indigenous material technologies. At emigrant campsites near South Pass, fragments of parfleche containers made from rawhide show evidence of Euro-American manufacture using indigenous techniques, suggesting technological adaptation rather than simple trade acquisition. Medical knowledge flowed bidirectionally along the trail. Emigrant journals document adopting indigenous remedies for trail-specific ailments, particularly treatments for dysentery using Oregon grapefruit and willow bark preparations for pain relief. Simultaneously, native practitioners incorporated elements of Euro-American medicine, particularly in wound treatment techniques. The Journal of Margaret Scott, travelling in 1847, describes extensive medical consultations with a Shoshone healer who combined traditional plant remedies with suturing techniques learned from army surgeons at Fort Hall. Religious interactions along the trail corridor were more complex than the missionary convert narrative suggests. While some emigrants undertook explicit proselytizing, journals reveal widespread curiosity about indigenous spiritual practices. Thomas Fletcher's 1846 journal describes his family participating in the Pawnee healing ceremony when his wife fell ill, noting they found more comfort in their sincere prayers than in our own preachers' distant formalities. Conversely, some indigenous individuals selectively incorporated Christian elements into traditional practices, creating syncretic spiritual approaches that served as bridges between worldviews. Food systems underwent significant exchange and adaptation. Emigrants adopted indigenous techniques for preparing bison, processing wild plants, and finding water sources. The pemmican that became a trail staple was directly adapted from indigenous food preservation methods. Meanwhile, native communities near established trail crossings incorporated new cultivars from emigrant seed stocks into their agricultural systems. Archaeological evidence from Shoshone winter camps of the 1850s shows incorporation of European cabbage, turnips, and peas into traditional plant food inventories. Sexual relationships and marriage formed another dimension of cultural exchange, though often under problematic power dynamics. Records indicate approximately 400 to 500 formal marriages between male emigrants and indigenous women between 1840 and 1860, with many more short-term relationships. These unions sometimes created bicultural mediators who facilitated broader community relationships. Children of these relationships often served as cultural bridges. Individuals like Edward Chambreau, son of a French-Canadian trader and Chinook mother, who worked as an interpreter at Fort Vancouver and later wrote valuable accounts of shifting cultural dynamics along the trail. Gift exchanges represented a key point of cultural misunderstanding. Indigenous diplomatic traditions emphasized gift-giving as establishing ongoing relationships rather than simple generosity. Many emigrants, interpreting gifts through their own cultural lens, failed to recognize the reciprocal obligations being established. This cultural disconnect contributed to tensions when native representatives later expected reciprocal assistance or access to resources that emigrants considered their exclusive property. By the 1850s, adaptive cultural patterns had emerged in communities along the trail corridor. Indian agents' reports document indigenous groups who seasonally relocated to position themselves advantageously for trail trade, developing specialized trade goods and services for emigrants. The Lenape, Delaware, guide Black Beaver developed a successful enterprise leading emigrant parties through the most challenging sections of the trail. charging premium prices while incorporating both indigenous knowledge and Euro-American business practices. His service represented not capitulation to white expansion, but strategic adaptation to changing economic realities. The environmental knowledge exchange was particularly significant. Indigenous guides shared sophisticated understanding of Western ecosystems, teaching emigrants to identify edible plants, predict weather patterns, and locate water sources. This knowledge transfer played a crucial role in emigrant survival, but has been largely erased from popular narratives that emphasize pioneer self-sufficiency. Emigrant William Clayton's detailed 1847 journal attributes over 40 specific survival strategies to information gained from Shoshone guides, including techniques for finding potable water in apparently dry landscapes. The cultural legacy of these trail encounters shaped the developing American West in ways that persist today. Legal concepts, including usufruct rights, using land without owning it, entered Western water law through exposure to indigenous resource management systems. Agricultural techniques adapted from native practices influenced the development of dryland farming. Even Western architectural elements, including specific adaptations for extreme temperature variations, show evidence of indigenous influence. By recognizing the Oregon Trail as a corridor of cultural exchange rather than simply a pathway for one-directional settlement, we gain insight into how the American West developed through complex negotiations between worldviews. The resulting cultural adaptations created hybrid practices that were neither purely European nor indigenous, but distinctly Western, a legacy that continues to shape regional identity nearly 2 centuries later. The Oregon Trail ended for most emigrants in the Willamette Valley, but its impact on American identity and geography continues. How we remember and misremember this exodus reflects our current ideals as much as it does historical events. Land modification continued after the last wagons arrived. Early environmental historian William Least Heat Moon described how path features shaped settlement patterns. About 85% of major trail campgrounds became towns, with their positions established by a 19th century wagon transit. Rather than geographic advantage, route logistics determined the locations of Scotts Bluff, Nebraska, and Baker City, Oregon, showing how a transient migrant corridor permanently changed Western human geography. After the Transcontinental Railroad opened in 1869, the trail was abandoned, but its cultural significance changed immediately. Local historical organizations began erecting monuments and markers in the 1870s, starting America's most remembered migration path. Early commemorations focused on conquest and civilization, ignoring indigenous presence and the environmental costs of westward development. The 1897 Salt Lake City Pioneer Monument, with its triumphant masculine figure atop a classical column, reflected this heroic framing. One of the first instructional computer games introduced the path to American education. Minnesota instructors Don Ravitch, Bill Heineman, and Paul Dillenberger created the 1971 Oregon Trail computer simulation, which has taught generations of pupils a simplified version of the migration. Although popular for its "you have died of dysentery" moments, the game oversimplified myths of rugged individualism and eliminated complicated social institutions that permitted successful migration. The Oregon National Historic Trail was one of the original National Historic routes constructed by the National Park Service during the 1970s American Bicentennial celebrations. Over 300 miles of trail ruts and landmarks were preserved in this operation. The first interpretive frameworks emphasize pioneer experiences while downplaying indigenous perspectives and environmental repercussions. Modern archaeology has changed trail dynamics. Material remains from important camping places show intricate cultural interchange patterns. At Oregon Trail Crossing, sites along the Snake River, archaeological assemblages include both modified indigenous implements and European artifacts reused utilizing indigenous methods, demonstrating bidirectional cultural influence lacking from traditional narratives. These material culture studies have emphasized women's perspectives, whose household artifacts offer insights not found in male-authored writings. Genetic legacy is one of the trail's biggest yet least discussed effects. Based on population studies, 11 to 14% of Oregon, Washington, and Idaho inhabitants are Oregon Trail descendants. More interestingly, genetic markers associated with Oregon Trail pioneer families are statistically significant in Western indigenous communities, indicating extensive marriages and interactions despite societal taboos. This biological legacy undermines conventional theories of separate development and shows how intertwined these groups became. trail environmental impacts are receiving more scientific study. Botanical surveys in the 1990s found non-native vegetation corridors following the historic route, with specific invasive species distribution still tracing the trail's passage across areas without physical remains. Nutrient profiles from thousands of livestock animals' concentrated feces continue to affect flora patterns, according to soil chemistry research. These studies show that even brief human migrations can leave lasting ecological impacts. Trail histories increasingly centre indigenous tribes. Confederated Tribes of Umatilla Indian Reservation created the pioneering Tamast. Trail histories increasingly centre indigenous tribes. Indigenous viewpoints dominate the Oregon Trail narrative at the trailblazing Tamast Cultural Institute near Pendleton, Oregon, created by the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation. Indigenous nations are considered sovereign peoples whose territory was transected by foreign migration, not as barriers to westward progress. This interpretative method has impacted other path sites, changing the focus from conquest to intricate cultural relations. The trail evolves in American public memory. Victorless narratives like Francis Parkman's 1849 The Oregon Trail have given way to more nuanced studies of cultural complexity, environmental cost, and various experiences. Film depictions have also changed, from John Wayne's The Big Trail 1930 to Kelly Reichardt's Meek's Cutoff 2010, which emphasises women's viewpoints and Paiute guide help. These cultural productions shape American Western historical perceptions. Digital humanities projects have changed 21st century trail scholarship. The University of Oregon's Mapping History project has generated interactive GIS overlays depicting indigenous territorial claims and emigrant pathways, contradicting the idea of empty land ready for settlement. In digitized emigrant journals, linguistic patterns like the gradual adoption of indigenous terminology for landscapes and natural features as travellers moved westward have been found, revealing subtle cultural influences that traditional historical methods miss. Climate change has led to unexpected trail junctions. Western landscapes are experiencing severe drought, revealing trail ruts formerly hidden by greenery. Extreme weather frequently threatens archaeological sites. The Oregon-California Trails Association is working with climate scientists to identify vulnerable historic places and prioritise restoration before priceless physical evidence is lost. History has compared 19th century cholera epidemics along the trail to present pandemics, exploring how earlier Americans balanced risk assessment, changed social practices, and established public health solutions under crisis situations. Medical historians have examined emigrant journals for disease signs and cures, providing historical epidemiology case studies that explain how contagious diseases spread along migration corridors. Economic evaluations increasingly acknowledge the trail's role in American capitalism's growth. One of history's largest natural resource redistributions occurred when the Trail of Tears migration transferred indigenous land wealth to Euro-American possession. This wealth transfer created financial patterns that continue to shape Western economic growth, including inequities between indigenous populations and descendants of settlers who received free land. Modern economic justice movements have highlighted these historical inequalities. The Oregon Trail's legacy is confusing for modern Americans. It symbolises inspiring determination and unsettling displacement, incredible cooperation and cultural misunderstanding, and environmental adaptability and ecological destruction. In an era of global migration and environmental change, its most important lesson may be how it shows how human movements are intertwined with natural and cultural systems. The trail's physical remnants are progressively vanishing due to the development and natural processes, but its influence on American West settlement patterns, ecology, genetics, and culture persists. These numerous aspects help us comprehend how a transient migratory corridor permanently changed a continent and continues to shape American identity nearly 2 centuries after the first wagons went westward. Picture this. You're settling in for the night, maybe with a warm cup of something comforting, and someone asks you to imagine ancient Italy. Not the Italy of pasta and espresso, though wouldn't that be nice, but a wild, untamed place where every hill might hide a god having a particularly dramatic day. Our story begins with Mars, the god of war. who apparently had nothing better to do than fall head over sandals for a young woman named Rhea Sylvia. Now, Rhea wasn't just anyone, she was a Vestal virgin, which meant she'd taken a sacred vow to stay single and tend the eternal flame in the temple. Imagine it as the most stringent employment agreement in the ancient world, where violating it could result in death rather than mere termination. But gods, as you've probably noticed if you've ever read mythology, aren't particularly good at respecting human rules. Mars swept down from his celestial perch like a divine hurricane, and before you could say, workplace harassment complaint, Rhea found herself pregnant with twins. The event created what ancient Romans might have called a situation, though they probably used more colourful language. King Romulus, Rhea's uncle and the current ruler, was understandably pleased. He'd already stolen the throne from his brother and wasn't keen on potential heirs popping up to complicate his retirement plans. When the twins were born, two healthy boys who would someday be called Romulus and Remus, Romulus made the kind of executive decision that makes modern corporate restructuring look gentle. He ordered the babies to be thrown into the Tiber River. Now, if this were a modern story, we'd call Child Protective Services, but the setting was ancient Rome, where rivers were apparently considered acceptable babysitters, and wolves had better parenting skills than most humans. The servant tasked with this grim duty, let's call him reluctant middle management, placed the babies in a basket and set them afloat, probably hoping someone upriver would fish them out and wondering if his job description had always included infanticide. The Tiber, swollen with spring rains, carried the basket downstream like nature's own lazy river, except considerably less fun and with much higher stakes. You can imagine the babies bobbing along, probably thinking this wasn't quite the welcome to the world they'd been expecting, though at their age their concerns were likely limited to warmth, food and dry diapers, none of which a river provides particularly well. The basket eventually washed ashore near the base of the Palatine Hill, in a spot where a fig tree cast dappled shadows on the muddy bank. This is the pivotal moment in our story, as it seems the gods were not yet done intervening. A she-wolf, probably out for her morning constitutional, discovered the crying infants and made a decision that would echo through history. Instead of seeing breakfast, she saw babies in need. This wolf, and you have to admire her maternal instincts, began nursing the twins as if they were her cubs. Picture this scene. Two human babies being raised by a wolf under a fig tree, like some sort of ancient daycare centre run by wildlife. It's the kind of image that makes you wonder if maybe we've been overthinking childcare all these centuries. The twins thrived under their unconventional upbringing, growing strong on wolf's milk and whatever else their adoptive mother could provide. They learned to crawl among the roots of the fig tree, to understand the language of the wild, and to see the world through eyes that knew no fear of beast or storm. In many ways, they were getting an education no Roman school could provide, though it was probably lacking in mathematics and rhetoric. This arrangement could have persisted indefinitely, establishing the world's first truly alternative family structure, but destiny had other intentions, as often happens in the best stories. Just when you think you know where things are heading, a shepherd appears over the hill, and everything changes once again. Faustulus was the kind of shepherd who paid attention to things that weren't strictly his concern, which is either admirable curiosity or professional nosiness, depending on your perspective. On this particular morning, as he guided his flock toward better grazing, he spotted something that made him stop dead in his tracks. And in the shepherd business, stopping when you should be moving usually means you've seen something worth investigating, or you're about to become something else's breakfast. What he saw was a she-wolf nursing two human babies under a fig tree, which even by ancient Roman standards was unusual enough to warrant a second look. Most people, finding themselves witness to such a scene, might have backed away slowly and reconsidered their breakfast choices. But Faustulus possessed that particular mixture of courage and poor judgment that drives people to adopt stray animals and investigate strange noises in the basement. He approached carefully, not because he was afraid of the wolf, mind you, but because interrupting a nursing mother of any species tends to end badly for all involved. The wolf, perhaps sensing that her unconventional childcare arrangement was about to be discovered, looked up at Faustulus with the kind of steady gaze that suggested she was evaluating whether he represented help or hindrance. What happened next depends on which version of the story you prefer. Some say the wolf simply walked away, her duty done, like a divine babysitter whose shift had ended. Others claim she adopted Faustulus too, which would have made for interesting dinner conversations. The most practical version suggests that wolf and shepherd reached some sort of understanding, the kind of wordless negotiation that happens between adults who suddenly find themselves responsible for children neither of them had planned for. Faustulus gathered up the twins, probably wondering how he was going to explain this to his wife, Acca Laurentia. You can imagine him practicing the conversation during the walk home. "Honey, you know how we always talked about having children? Well, funny story." Most wives might have questions about babies appearing out of nowhere, but Acca, bless her practical heart, took one look at the healthy, wolf-raised infants and apparently decided that origin stories were less important than diaper duty. The couple raised Romulus and Remus as their sons, though they couldn't quite hide the fact that these boys were different from the average shepherd's children. For one thing, they grew like weeds in a rainy season. Tall, strong, and seemingly immune to the normal childhood ailments that kept other parents up at night. For another, they displayed a natural confidence that suggested they'd never learned to be afraid of anything, which was either inspiring or concerning, depending on your parenting philosophy. The twins learned the shepherd's trade, but they approached it with the kind of innovation that comes from thinking outside traditional boundaries. While other young men were content to follow established grazing routes and time-honoured methods of flock management, Romulus and Remus seemed to view the entire landscape as their personal domain. They knew every cave and stream within miles, could track any animal through the hills, and had an uncanny ability to sense trouble before it arrived. This last skill proved particularly useful, because the hills around their home were not exactly what you'd call a peaceful suburb. Bandits roamed the area like ancient highway robbers, except the highways were mostly goat paths, and the robbery often involved stealing entire flocks rather than just wallets. These bandits had grown comfortable in their profession, operating with the confidence of people who'd never met serious opposition. They were about to learn that confidence can be a fragile thing, especially when it encounters two young men who'd been raised by wolves and taught by shepherds, who understood that protecting your flock sometimes required more than just a stern talking to. The twins began organising the local shepherds into something resembling a neighbourhood watch programme, if neighbourhood watch programmes involved strategic ambushes and the kind of justice that doesn't require paperwork. They turned bandit hunting into something approaching an art form, using their knowledge of the terrain and their wolf-taught instincts to outmaneuver criminals who'd grown lazy from easy victories. Word of their success spread through the hills like smoke from a well-tended fire, and soon people were travelling considerable distances just to see these young men who'd made the roads safe again. Some visitors came seeking protection, others hoping to join their group, and a few simply wanted to hear the stories that were already growing in the telling. But success, as anyone who's ever had a particularly excellent year at work knows, has a way of attracting the wrong kind of attention. You know how it is when you're doing something well and word gets around. Suddenly everyone wants a piece of your action, including people you'd rather not meet in a well-lit place, let alone a dark alley. King Romulus himself had heard about the twins' reputation for dealing with bandits. Now, Romulus was the sort of ruler who preferred his subjects to be grateful for whatever protection he provided, which in practical terms meant very little protection, but considerable taxation for the privilege. The idea that two young shepherds were handling security better than his forces was not the kind of news that improved his mood during breakfast. But Romulus had bigger problems than freelance law enforcement. His brother Numitor, the one he'd overthrown years earlier, was still alive and still had supporters who remembered when the kingdom had been run by someone who actually cared about effective governance. These supporters had an annoying habit of pointing out that Numitor's rule had been marked by prosperity and justice, while Romulus's tenure was more notable for creative taxation and the kind of paranoia that comes from knowing you're not actually supposed to be in charge. The king's paranoia was about to prove justified, because the twins were approaching the age when young men start asking uncomfortable questions about their origins. Faustulus and Acca had done their best to provide satisfying answers about where Romulus and Remus had come from, but their story about finding babies by the river was the kind of explanation that works for children, and becomes increasingly inadequate as those children grow into adults with functioning critical thinking skills. Romulus, the more direct of the two, had started pressing for details with the persistence of someone who'd inherited both divine stubbornness and wolfish determination. Remus, more diplomatic but equally curious, had been asking around among the local elders, piecing together fragments of old stories and half-remembered gossip like an ancient detective working a cold case. Their investigation might have continued indefinitely, a leisurely pursuit of family history that bothered no one, except that King Romulus chose this moment to make one of those decisions that seemed reasonable in the short term but catastrophic in hindsight. He decided to have Remus arrested. The charge was cattle rustling, which in ancient times was serious business, but also the kind of accusation that could be levelled against any shepherd who'd ever moved livestock across disputed boundaries. In reality, Romulus had probably heard about the twins' growing influence and decided to remove them before they became a genuine threat to his rule. Arresting one twin, he reasoned, would either eliminate half the problem or draw the other into a trap. His reasoning was the kind of strategic thinking that explains why some people succeed in politics and others end up as cautionary tales in bedtime stories. Remus was brought before King Romulus in chains, which must have been quite a sight. A young man who'd been raised by wolves and trained by shepherds, standing in a palace throne room like a wild creature suddenly caged. But if Romulus expected intimidation or pleading, he'd seriously underestimated his prisoner. Remus stood straight, met the king's gaze without flinching, and answered questions with the kind of calm confidence that comes from knowing you've never done anything truly wrong. His bearing was so naturally regal that several courtiers later remarked they'd never seen anyone wear chains with such dignity. This was unfortunate for Romulus, because Numitor happened to be present at court that day, kept around as a sort of living reminder of conquered opposition, but still sharp enough to recognise something significant when he saw it. As Numitor watched this young prisoner, certain details began clicking into place like pieces of a puzzle he'd been trying to solve for 20 years. The timing was right, the age was right, and there was something about the young man's features, his bearing, and the way he held himself even in captivity that stirred memories of his daughter Rhea Silvia, and whispered possibilities that had been buried under years of grief and resignation. Meanwhile, Romulus was discovering that his brother's arrest had triggered something in him that felt less like worry and more like controlled fury. He began gathering allies with the focused intensity of someone who'd found his true calling, and it turned out that his true calling involved the kind of leadership that makes people willing to follow you into battle against overwhelming odds. Though none of the participants quite realised it yet, they set the stage for a family reunion that would change the course of history. Dramatic timing holds significance, and Numitor's extensive experience in politics enabled him to identify a crucial moment as it loomed across a throne room. While King Romulus was busy congratulating himself on capturing one of the troublesome shepherds, Numitor was conducting his own quiet investigation into questions that had haunted him for 2 decades. He began with discreet inquiries, the kind of careful questioning that comes naturally to deposed rulers who've learned that curiosity must be balanced with survival. He spoke with servants who remembered the night his grandsons had been taken, guards who recalled the orders they'd been given, and even tracked down the man who'd been commanded to drown the babies in the Tiber. What he discovered was the kind of story that explains why some people believe in divine intervention, and others start questioning the competence of their subordinates. The servant, it turned out, had possessed just enough conscience to make him terrible at infanticide. Instead of drowning the babies, he'd set them afloat in a basket, probably telling himself that such actions counted as following orders while leaving room for the gods to intervene if they were so inclined. It was the kind of creative interpretation of instructions that either makes you a hero or gets you executed, depending on how things turn out. The timeline matched perfectly. The location where the twins had been found was exactly where a basket launched into the Tiber would have washed ashore. And there were physical resemblances that became more obvious once you knew what to look for. The set of the jaw, the way they carried themselves, certain gestures that echoed his murdered daughter. Numitor arranged a private meeting with Remus, using the kind of political manoeuvring that keeps deposed kings alive long enough to see their kingdoms restored. What passed between them in that conversation was probably one of those moments that feels like destiny clicking into place. A young man learning he was descended from gods and kings, and an old man discovering that his family line hadn't ended in the Tiber after all. However, understanding one's identity and taking action to change it present entirely different challenges. Remus was still in chains, Romulus still held the throne, and Romulus was somewhere in the hills gathering what amounted to a shepherd's army. The situation called for the kind of careful planning that balances justice with practical politics, except that none of the people involved were particularly known for their patience. Romulus, meanwhile, was discovering that leadership came to him as naturally as breathing. The local shepherds and farmers who'd benefited from the twins' bandit clearing activities were eager to help rescue Remus. But Romulus was thinking bigger than a simple jailbreak. He was beginning to envision the kind of solution that would ensure this problem never arose again. He sent messages to everyone who had reason to dislike Amulius's rule, which turned out to be a surprisingly large portion of the local population. Farmers tired of excessive taxation, merchants frustrated by arbitrary trade restrictions, and nobles who remembered when the kingdom had been governed with something approaching competence, all found themselves quietly invited to consider whether the current arrangement was really working for anyone except the king himself. The response was more enthusiastic than Romulus had dared hope. Apparently Amulius had been even less popular than anyone realised, ruling through fear and inertia rather than genuine support. When given an alternative, people were remarkably willing to consider change, especially when that change was being organised by young men who'd already proven their effectiveness at solving problems. The revolution, when it came, was almost anticlimactic. Amulius had spent so much energy watching for threats from established nobles that he'd completely missed the danger approaching from shepherds and farmers. By the time he realised what was happening, Romulus was already at the palace gates with enough supporters to make resistance pointless. What followed was the kind of regime change that historians later described as surprisingly bloodless, which is another way of saying that sometimes people are ready for change and just need someone competent to organise it. Amulius was removed from power with the same efficiency the twins had once applied to bandit problems, and Numitor found himself restored to a throne he'd never expected to see again. The family reunion that followed was probably worth the wait. 2 young men learning they were princes, a grandfather discovering his grandsons had not only survived but thrived, and a kingdom finally getting the kind of leadership it had been missing for 20 years. It was the sort of ending that would have been perfectly satisfying if this had been the end of the story. But this was really just the beginning. You might think that overthrowing a tyrant and restoring a beloved king would be the kind of achievement that leads to comfortable retirement and grateful citizens building statues in your honour, and for most people that would probably be enough excitement for one lifetime. But Romulus and Remus had been raised by wolves and trained by shepherds who understood that standing still in dangerous territory is usually a mistake. The problem was that success had given them a taste for leadership, and leadership, once you've experienced it, tends to be addictive in the way that solving puzzles becomes compulsive for people who are good at it. They discovered they had a talent for organising people, settling disputes, and turning chaotic situations into functional communities. It was deeply satisfying work, the kind that makes you wonder what else you might accomplish with the right resources and enough time. But Numitor's kingdom, while grateful for their help, was already well established with its traditions, hierarchies, and ways of doing things. The twins found themselves in the position of successful consultants who'd completed their project and weren't quite sure what to do with themselves next. They were too young to settle into comfortable advisory roles and too ambitious to be satisfied with the relatively quiet life of reformed princes. The solution, when it came to them, was both obvious and audacious. They would found their city. They aimed to establish a genuine city that had the potential to grow into something significant, not just a small settlement or an expanded village. It was the kind of project that appeals to people who've never been taught that certain things are impossible, which is either the advantage of a wolf-raised education or evidence that some kinds of ignorance are actually useful. They gathered their most loyal followers, the shepherds and farmers who'd supported their revolution, young men eager for adventure, and anyone else who found the idea of building something new more appealing than maintaining something old. It was the sort of group that forms naturally around ambitious projects, part idealists, part opportunists, and part people who simply couldn't imagine doing anything else. The first decision was where to build their city, which should have been a straightforward question of geography, water access, and defensive positioning. Instead, it became the kind of disagreement that reveals fundamental differences in personality and approach to problem solving. Romulus had a preference for the Palatine Hill, the location where their wolf mother had found them as babies and raised them. It had symbolic significance, excellent defensive potential, and the kind of commanding view that makes visitors take you seriously. From a practical standpoint, it was an excellent choice. High ground, access to the river, and room for expansion. Remus preferred the Aventine Hill, which offered different advantages, better trade routes, more accessibility to merchants, and a position to take advantage of river traffic that could bring prosperity along with strategic importance. His choice reflected a more commercial vision of their future city, one that would grow through trade and diplomacy rather than conquest and intimidation. Both locations had merit, which made the choice more difficult rather than easier. In a perfect world, they might have flipped a coin, built two cities, or found some other compromise that honoured both visions, but the twins had inherited their divine father's competitive nature, along with their human grandfather's political instincts, and neither was particularly inclined to defer to the other's judgment on such a crucial decision. They decided to settle the matter through divination, reading omens in the flight patterns of birds, which was the ancient Roman equivalent of consulting focus groups and market research. It seemed like a reasonable way to let the gods make the final decision, removing personal preference from the equation while maintaining the appearance of divine guidance. The contest was simple. Each brother would stand on his chosen hill and count the birds that flew overhead within a specified time. The brother who saw more birds would receive divine approval for his site selection, while the other brother would gracefully accept the decision. The solution was flawless until it came to reality. Remus saw 6 vultures circling over the Aventine hill, which he took as a strong sign of divine favour. Vultures, after all, were associated with Mars, who was considered their divine father, and the number 6 was respectable, suggesting serious celestial attention. He was probably already planning the layout of streets and public buildings when messengers arrived with news from the Palatine Hill. Romulus had seen 12 vultures, which was either twice as good as his brother's result, or the kind of divine joke that gods find amusing and mortals consider troubling. The number 12 had significance in Roman religious thinking. It suggested completion, perfection, and the kind of cosmic approval that's hard to argue with mathematically. What should have settled the dispute instead intensified it, because now they were arguing not just about location, but about interpretation, timing, and whether the gods were speaking clearly or just enjoying themselves at mortal expense. The problem with divine signs is that they're remarkably open to interpretation, especially when the people reading them have strong opinions about what the gods ought to be saying. Until you started examining the details, Romulus's 12 vultures seemed decisive, and Remus was precisely the type of person who believed details mattered. Had Romulus actually seen 12 birds, or had he counted some of them twice as they circled? Were they all vultures, or had he included other species to reach his impressive total? And most importantly, who had seen their birds first? Because surely priority should count for something in divine mathematics. These were the kinds of questions that might have been resolved through calm discussion between brothers who trusted each other's honesty and shared a common goal. Unfortunately, the twins were discovering that wolf-raised confidence and divine heritage could combine in ways that made compromise feel less like wisdom and more like weakness. The argument escalated in the way that disagreements do when both parties are absolutely certain they're right, and neither is particularly skilled at backing down gracefully. What had started as a practical discussion about city planning was becoming a fundamental clash over leadership, authority, and who had the right to make decisions that would affect thousands of future citizens. Romulus initiated construction on the Palatine Hill, arguing that the superiority of 12 vultures over 6 was reasonable, and that taking action was preferable to an endless debate. He marked out the boundaries of his future city with a plough, creating the sacred furrow that would define the limits of what he was already calling Rome. It was the kind of bold move that either demonstrates decisive leadership or forces everyone else to choose sides. Remus, feeling his perfectly valid concerns ignored, watched his brother's preparations with growing frustration. The Aventine Hill remained unbroken ground, but more importantly, the principle of shared decision-making was being abandoned in favour of what looked suspiciously like dictatorship. The pivotal moment occurred when Remus chose to challenge the arbitrary nature of boundaries and the dubious legitimacy of his brother's authority. He jumped over the freshly ploughed furrow that marked Rome's border, probably intending it as a gesture of contempt, a way of demonstrating that imaginary lines in the dirt don't automatically deserve respect just because someone claims divine approval for drawing them. If the ancient world hadn't taken symbols so seriously, this symbolic protest could have been effective. But Romulus had just spent considerable effort establishing that this particular line in the dirt represented something sacred and inviolable, the boundary of a city blessed by the gods and protected by divine will. What happened next was the kind of moment that demonstrates why family disputes are often the most dangerous kind. Romulus killed his brother, either in a fit of rage or as a calculated decision to not allow a challenge to his authority. The exact details were probably lost in the shock and grief that followed, but the result was unmistakable. The twin who had shared everything from wolf's milk to revolution was dead by his brother's hand. The killing might have been impulsive, driven by anger and competitive pride rather than calculated malice, but intention mattered less than consequence, and the consequence was that Rome's foundation story would forever be marked by fratricide. Brother killing brother over questions of power and precedence. Romulus was left to found his city alone, carrying the weight of what he'd done along with the responsibility of leadership. He'd gotten his way about the location and the authority, but at a cost that would haunt him and define his city's character for centuries to come. Rome would grow to become the greatest city in the ancient world, the centre of an empire that stretched across continents and influenced civilization for millennia. But it would always bear the mark of its violent beginning, the knowledge that its first law had been written in a brother's blood, and its first lesson had been that power often comes through the elimination of those who challenge it. The tragic irony was that both brothers had been right about their visions for the city. Rome's success would ultimately depend on both military strength, Romulus's specialty, and commercial prosperity, Remus's preference. The city would need the defensive advantages of the Palatine Hill and the trade opportunities that connected it to the wider world. But that understanding would come later, built on the foundation of one brother's ambition and another's death. There's something particularly sobering about getting everything you thought you wanted and discovering it tastes like ashes in your mouth. Romulus stood on his chosen hill, surrounded by loyal followers and blessed by divine signs, with the authority to build whatever kind of city he could envision. He should have been triumphant. Instead, he was learning that some victories cost more than defeat ever could. The city that rose on the Palatine Hill grew with remarkable speed, as if Romulus was trying to build something large enough to contain his grief, or impressive enough to justify what he'd done to achieve it. His followers worked with the zeal of those who knew they were part of something historic, but also with the quiet efficiency of those who'd seen their leader's decisiveness and didn't want to test his patience. Rome attracted people the way successful projects always do. Refugees seeking safety, traders drawn by opportunity, young men looking for adventure, and families hoping for a fresh start in a place that wasn't burdened by old grudges and established hierarchies. Romulus welcomed them all with the kind of inclusive policies that suggested he'd learned something from his brother's vision of a commercially successful city. But the rapid growth created new problems that required the kind of pragmatic solutions that don't appear in heroic songs or romantic histories. Most of the early settlers were men, which meant Rome had a promising economic future, but a questionable demographic one. You can't build a lasting civilization without families, and you can't have families without women willing to participate in the project. Romulus approached this challenge with the same systematic thinking he'd applied to bandit elimination and political revolution. He organised festivals and trade gatherings, invited neighbouring communities to participate in religious ceremonies, and generally did everything possible to create opportunities for social interaction between Rome's male-heavy population and the daughters of nearby settlements. The results were mixed. Some marriages occurred naturally through these events, creating the kind of alliances that strengthened Rome's position while addressing its population concerns. However, many neighbouring communities continued to harbour suspicions towards this rapidly expanding city due to its reputation for drawing individuals who could be described as adventurous and, less charitably, as fugitives seeking justice elsewhere. The solution Romulus eventually implemented was the kind of strategy that works in the short term, while creating long-term complications that future generations have to manage. During a particularly well-attended festival, Roman men systematically abducted women from the visiting Sabine tribe. Not random violence, but organised recruitment that Rome's leaders presented as emergency matrimony, rather than kidnapping. This event, known to history as the rape of the Sabine women, was probably less brutal than the name suggests, but more coercive than modern sensibilities would tolerate. The Roman version emphasised that the women were treated with respect, offered genuine marriages rather than temporary arrangements, and given the opportunity to become founding mothers of a great city, rather than just wives in traditional communities. Whether the Sabine women saw it that way is a question that ancient historians didn't spend much time exploring, but the practical result was that Rome acquired both the population base it needed for long-term stability and a war with the Sabine tribe that tested every military and diplomatic skill Romulus had developed. The conflict that followed demonstrated that Romulus had learned more from his grandfather Numitor than just how to overthrow tyrants. He fought when fighting was necessary, but also negotiated when negotiation offered better outcomes. Eventually the war ended not with conquest, but with integration. The Sabinas joining Rome as equal partners rather than defeated enemies, their king Titus Tatius ruling jointly with Romulus in an arrangement that doubled the city's population and political complexity. This integration was probably the kind of outcome that Remus would have approved of. Growth through inclusion rather than just conquest. Prosperity through cooperation rather than simple domination. It suggested that Romulus had, in his own way, found room for his brother's vision within the city he'd built alone. The years that followed were marked by the kind of steady development that historians find less dramatic than wars and revolutions, but which actually determines whether civilizations thrive or merely survive. Rome grew into a genuine city with laws, institutions, and the kind of civic culture that attracts visitors and inspires imitators. It became the kind of place where people chose to live rather than just the place where they happened to end up. Romulus ruled for nearly 4 decades, long enough to see his experimental city become an established regional power. When he finally disappeared, the gods reclaiming him in a whirlwind, according to those who preferred dramatic endings, he left behind something that had grown far beyond one man's vision or ambition. Rome would continue for more than 1,000 years, growing from a single city to an empire that encompassed most of the known world. Its influence on law, language, architecture, and political thought would outlast the empire itself, shaping civilizations that arose centuries after the last Roman emperor had been forgotten. And through all of that history, Rome carried the memory of its beginning, twin brothers raised by wolves, saved by shepherds, and separated by a disagreement that ended in tragedy. It was a story that reminded every generation that greatness often comes at a price, that the most important battles are sometimes fought between people who love each other, and that cities, like people, are shaped as much by their sorrows as their triumphs. The Wolf twins had grown up to found the greatest city in the ancient world, but they'd also demonstrated that even the most extraordinary beginnings can't protect us from the ordinary tragedies that define human experience. In the end, that might be the most important lesson their story teaches. Not that we're destined for greatness, but that greatness itself is never quite what we expect it to be when we finally achieve it. Rome began with a brother's dream and a brother's death, and perhaps that's exactly the right foundation for a city that would teach the world both the possibilities and the costs of human ambition. Some stories end with everyone living happily ever after, but the best stories, the ones that stay with you long after the telling, end with the understanding that happiness and sorrow, triumph and tragedy, are often just different ways of describing the same complex experience of being human. And that really is why we still tell the story of Romulus and Remus after all these centuries. Not because it has a perfect ending, but because it has a true one. William Tecumseh Sherman was born on February 8, 1820, in Lancaster, Ohio, a frontier town on the verge of tremendous development. His mother dubbed him Cump, and he displayed a restless spirit from a young age, foreshadowing the vast influence he would one day wield on the nation's battlefields. Although his father, Charles Robert Sherman, was a respected Ohio Supreme Court judge, the family struggled financially. Then tragedy came when Sherman was 9 years old. His father died abruptly, leaving behind a poor household. The boy's future, while uncertain, found a guiding influence in the form of his father's close friend, Thomas Ewing, who welcomed him into his own lively home. Growing up in the Ewing household exposed Sherman to a more privileged society, but it was not carefree. Ewing was politically connected, having worked in government positions that exposed Sherman to the complexity of national policy and political squabbling. Something about those encounters prepared him to see the country as a web of dynamic forces, law, commerce, and ambition interacting in ways that altered entire neighbourhoods. Despite his academic abilities, he was never a standout student in the traditional sense. His true aptitude was in observation, and the ability to translate what he saw into deep strategic insights. Sherman absorbed the action with an intensity that occasionally surprised others, whether it was a local election or a heated dinner table dispute. Sherman was 16 when he received a coveted invitation to the United States Military Academy at West Point, thanks in part to Ewing's political clout. When he arrived at West Point in 1836, he discovered that the regiment was both difficult and stimulating. Mathematics, engineering, and tactics dominated the curriculum, combining practical skills with theoretical knowledge. Although he did not excel academically, he graduated 6th in his class, he was known for being clever, pragmatic and unromantic about his military service. Classmates noticed his frank demeanour, which would become a defining feature of his personality throughout his career. Sherman enlisted in the army as a second lieutenant in the 3rd US Artillery after graduating in 1840. He served in many outposts, from Florida to the distant frontiers, dealing with the problems of a rising nation. The Florida job embroiled him in the Seminole Wars, a brutal milieu of swamp warfare and uncertain goals. Sherman quietly recorded the lessons. Combat was chaotic, objectives shifted quickly, and success required a combination of planning and sheer tenacity. He also developed a dislike for half-hearted confrontations, believing that if a battle was unavoidable, it must be pursued with utmost determination. Despite periodic promotions and the allure of new assignments, Sherman never felt completely at ease in the peacetime army. Bureaucratic red tape, restricted chances for growth, and a desire for new experiences gnawed at him. His restlessness prompted him to quit from the army in 1853. In the decade that followed, he dabbled in various endeavours, including banking in San Francisco, law practice and company management in New York. Each position deepened his understanding of the fundamental principles of American business, the importance of risk-taking, and the vulnerability of trust in a period marked by frequent booms and busts. The banking crisis of 1857 devastated him financially, demonstrating how rapidly riches might vanish when markets crashed. During his civilian years, Sherman made friends from both the North and the South, including plantation owners and entrepreneurs. He noticed the growing conflict over slavery, state rights and economic disparities. While living in Louisiana, he was the superintendent of the Louisiana State Seminary of Learning and Military Academy, which would eventually become Louisiana State University. He was recognized for his organizational talents, but he treaded carefully when discussions became political. Despite not being a passionate abolitionist, he did not take to the concept of secession. For Sherman, unity was America's best hope for success. Nonetheless, he saw worrisome signals of discord and concluded that the country was on the verge of war. Sherman, on the verge of the Civil War, stood at a pivotal juncture. He had a family, a diverse set of experiences in both service and civilian sectors, and a perspective that grasped how badly the country was fracturing. He was concerned that if war occurred, it would be unlike the small-scale battles of previous decades. The tremendous industrial potential of both parts, combined with the moral fervour around slavery, predicted a devastating clash. Despite his reluctance to enter the battle, Sherman returned to service in early 1861, motivated by a sense of responsibility to maintain the Union. In the early months of the Civil War, William Tecumseh Sherman served in several positions, looking for a secure footing in a war that appeared chaotic from the start. Initially assigned to a training facility, he disagreed with authorities when he anticipated that the fight would require at least 200,000 men in his area alone. His forthright remark that the Union was underestimating the scale of the insurrection elicited suspicion, if not derision. However, time would vindicate his misgivings. By late 1861, Sherman had arrived in Kentucky, an important border state with conflicting loyalties. He was responsible for the Cumberland Department there, but he quickly became overwhelmed. Reports of Confederate military movements, arms shortages, and conflicting orders from Washington left him tired. Some sources suggest he was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. He requested relief from command, and when he left, rumours circulated about his instability. Such suspicions threatened to wreck his career in an era when mental stress was less tolerated. Nevertheless, Sherman recovered. He gained new purpose with General Ulysses S. Grant's direct help. Their bond will form the foundation of Union success. Grant was calm, silent, and unyielding under duress, whereas Sherman was more combustible, publicly expressing concerns or complaints. Their mutual regard, however, was established through shared battlefield experiences. In early 1862, Grant's daring manoeuvres at Fort Henry and Fort Donelson secured critical Confederate outposts, and Sherman's role, though subordinate, displayed dependability in the face of fire. The Battle of Shiloh in April 1862 would be Sherman's true baptism into large-scale fighting. Confederate surprise strike near Pittsburgh upon landing in Tennessee. Waves of enemy soldiers smashed the Union defences. Sherman's division took the brunt of the early fighting. Despite being taken by surprise, he rallied his troops, riding along the front lines, ignoring personal danger and encouraging them to hold. Despite massive fatalities, the Union withstood the attack, and Grant's counterattack the following day forced the Confederates to retire. Sherman's leadership under duress gained him a promotion to Major General and, more crucially, strengthened his alliance with Grant. The two men came from Shiloh with a stronger determination to achieve total victory, acknowledging the Confederacy's tenacity. Sherman followed Shiloh with operations along the Mississippi River, ending in the Vicksburg campaign. Vicksburg, a fortress stronghold, was essential to Confederate control of the Mississippi River. Union soldiers anticipated that seizing it would split the Confederacy in two, isolating the states west of the river. Grant's siege was long, with supply lines strained and morale shaky. Sherman's involvement included skirmishes, feints, and ensuring that Confederate reinforcements could not break through the siege. Vicksburg finally fell on July 4th, 1863, marking a watershed moment in the Western theatre. Sherman's fame soared, although he frequently downplayed personal responsibility, publicly praising Grant's strategic vision. Sherman did not take command of Union forces in the West until 1864, when Grant was ordered to the Eastern Theatre to confront Robert E. Lee. His primary aim is Atlanta. The city was a Confederate hub for railroads, manufacturing and supply. Taking it could jeopardize the Southern battle effort. Sherman launched the Atlanta campaign in May 1864, moving across northeastern Georgia. Confederate General Joseph E. Johnston utilized an effective defensive plan, but Sherman's numerical superiority and willingness to engage in flanking actions gradually pushed Johnston back. Johnston's replacement by the more aggressive John Bell Hood increased Confederate casualties. By September, Sherman's army had conquered Atlanta, dealing a strategic and psychological blow to the South. The city's fall echoed throughout the North, helping President Lincoln's re-election chances. Sherman believed that simply occupying Atlanta would be insufficient. He wanted to cripple the Confederate capacity for future resistance. After ordering civilian evacuations, he permitted elements of the city's infrastructure to be destroyed, fueling suspicions that he was carrying out a destruction campaign. Sherman then focused on a bold and controversial strategy, the March to the Sea. The plan was to cut lines of communication, damage resources critical to the Southern war machine, and show that Confederate authorities could no longer safeguard their heart. In mid-November 1864, he led 60,000 men from Atlanta to Savannah, cutting a path across Georgia. Unlike traditional movements tethered by supply lines, Sherman's columns would live off the land, foraging freely, demolishing railroads and targeting factories. This bold tactic, at the time, attempted to break the South's resolve to continue fighting. During these campaigns, Sherman's views on war solidified. He believed that the faster and harder the conflict was pursued, the sooner it would be resolved. In his letters to subordinates, he emphasized a harsh logic. If Southern people felt the effects of the war, the Confederacy's morale would plummet. While many Union leaders sought victory through pitched battles alone, Sherman embraced total war, leaving a reputation that would eclipse his other accomplishments and define his place in American military history. The March to the Sea started on November 15th, 1864, as Union troops departed from the charred remains of Atlanta. The trip to Savannah covered about 300 miles, calculating about 483 kilometers, and lasted almost a month. Contrary to popular belief, Sherman didn't order his soldiers to burn every home or farm they encountered. However, the foraging became so widespread, occasionally turning into looting, that local populations remembered the campaign with lasting bitterness. Union soldiers destroyed rail lines, twisting them into what was mockingly called Sherman's neckties. Warehouses and factories burned, cotton gins destroyed, and livestock taken. Many Southern civilians fled before the advancing columns, while others remained, witnessing gardens, barns, and personal property consumed by Union torches or opportunistic soldiers. Sherman's official position was that his troops should only target items with military or logistical significance. But in practice, those boundaries quickly became unclear. Years later, the question lingered: were these acts justified militarily, or simply a vengeful rampage? Sherman's supporters claimed that the Confederacy's capacity to fight relied on its agricultural and industrial resources, rendering such destruction a regrettable necessity. Critics argued that the campaign violated moral boundaries by punishing innocent civilians. Sherman believed that only by breaking the South's ability and determination to fight could the war's violence be decisively ended. Sherman's forces entered Savannah on December 21st, 1864, facing minimal resistance. He sent a telegram to President Lincoln, proposing the city of Savannah as a Christmas gift. The capture of the nearly intact port offered a strategic base on the Atlantic coast, enabling Union forces to advance into the Carolinas. Northern newspapers celebrated the success, lauding Sherman as a master strategist. Southern newspapers erupted in anger, portraying him as a ruthless destroyer. Confederate civilians criticized the perceived barbarism in diaries and letters, while some Northern voices also voiced discomfort at the campaign's brutality. The Union war machine continued, and Sherman's prominence grew. In early 1865, Sherman turned north to unite with Grant. The Carolinas campaign sought to pressure Confederate resources from a new angle, potentially trapping Robert E. Lee's army between two formidable Union forces. As his men moved through South Carolina, the birthplace of secession, Sherman's tactics became even harsher. In February 1865, Columbia burned, with ongoing debate over whether Union or Confederate forces started the fire. Sherman denied starting the fire, but suspicion remains, woven into local tales that the Union intentionally set ablaze the birthplace of rebellion. Sherman advanced into North Carolina with a slightly softer approach, recognizing that the state had not been as eager to secede as South Carolina. The operational logic persisted: weaken Confederate capabilities, disrupt railroads, and harass the demoralized Southern forces. In April, it was reported that Lee's Army of Northern Virginia surrendered to Grant at Appomattox. Sherman's men sensed the war was nearing its conclusion. Hopes rose that they could finish the campaign without more major clashes. An unforeseen twist occurred when John Wilkes Booth assassinated President Lincoln on April 14, 1865, shocking the entire Union High Command. Grief and anger surged through Sherman's ranks. After Lincoln's death, talks with Confederate General Joseph E. Johnston in North Carolina became increasingly strained. Sherman, aiming for a quick reconciliation, proposed terms that many in Washington viewed as excessively generous, including political concessions that exceeded his authority. The War Department, shaken by Lincoln's assassination and favouring tougher actions, rejected Sherman's agreement. Reports suggested that Sherman was either naive or overreaching. The fiasco briefly damaged his reputation. A revised negotiation resulted in Johnston's surrender on April 26, effectively ending the war in the Carolinas. Sherman's desire to heal wounds quickly conflicted with the mood in Washington, creating misunderstandings that would persist for years. Despite the friction points, the North celebrated Sherman as a hero. His soldiers admired him, referring to him as Uncle Billy, impressed by his relentless energy and talent for boosting morale. Southerners condemned him as the cause of devastation. He rarely attempted to soften that image, stating that war was cruelty and efforts to refine it were pointless. That straightforward view shaped his strategic approach. Sherman believed that war should be pursued with full commitment, or not at all. After the war, Sherman oversaw military districts in the South, attempting to maintain order during Reconstruction's tumult. He found the political squabbling exhausting, favouring direct military leadership over the complexities of civil policy. Sherman's legacy was solidified by his wartime campaigns, despite the post-war complexities that overshadowed it. The challenge for him, and for the nation, was how to address the resentment caused by total war, while also focusing on rebuilding a unified country. After hostilities concluded, William Tecumseh Sherman expected the clear structure of wartime command to translate into a simple post-war position. However, the aftermath of conflict rarely produces smooth transitions. In 1865, he was appointed commander of the military division of the Mississippi, covering most of the devastated South. During Reconstruction, conflicts arose between President Andrew Johnson's conciliatory approach and the severe demands of radical Republicans in Congress. Sherman proceeded gingerly in this climate, avoiding political disputes. He constantly differed with civil officials and politicians about how to best manage the emancipated African American population, former Confederates, and the region's destroyed infrastructure. Sherman believed the Army's job was to maintain order, not to influence the inevitable social upheaval. He questioned whether Union troops should remain in the South indefinitely, citing the lack of a quick way to heal grave wounds. His reluctance to fully embrace Reconstruction ideas frustrated radical reformers who wanted strong federal enforcement of civil rights. White Southerners, apprehensive of the Northern presence, frequently opposed even basic Army commands. Understanding that he was in a precarious situation, Sherman sought solace in his family life. In 1866, he relocated to St. Louis, Missouri, to oversee the military division of Missouri. The territory stretched from the Mississippi River to the Rockies. Conflict spread westward as American expansion collided with numerous indigenous groups. Sherman's orders required him to protect settlers and railroads, which frequently resulted in battles with tribes that opposed the invasion of their areas. This period of Sherman's career is not as well known as his Civil War achievements. Native people, beset with violated treaties and forced relocations, met Sherman, a military figure who advocated employing superior force to achieve federal objectives. Sherman's perspective on the Indian Wars mirrored his entire war philosophy: decisively smash resistance to minimize prolonged carnage. He ordered campaigns that destroyed communities, decimated buffalo herds, and pushed people onto reserves. Historians decried his measures, likening them to his previous scorched earth policies. Sherman's strategy was straightforward: smash any opposition as quickly and decisively as possible. He perceived no ethical dilemma in forcefully displacing indigenous peoples in pursuit of the nation's ultimate goal. This unwavering stance cemented his reputation as a source of strong answers. Changes in Washington impacted Sherman's career path. Ulysses S. Grant became president in 1869, and Sherman was appointed commanding general of the United States Army. His new position allowed wide oversight of military operations, but disagreements with the War Department arose fast. Sherman believed that the line of command was harmed by civilian authorities' desire for greater control over Army matters. The tension rose under Secretary of War William W. Belknap, who resigned under scandal. Sherman's private letters indicated his displeasure with the political milieu and a desire for the disciplined cooperation of wartime. Sherman suffered family issues. Ellen hailed from a devout Catholic household, whereas Sherman had no interest in organised religion. Their opposing viewpoints occasionally produced tension. One son, Willie, died tragically during the war, leaving an emotional scar on the family. Another son, Thomas Ewing Sherman, became a Jesuit priest, which Sherman reluctantly accepted. Sherman composed his memoirs during these changes, and they were first published in 1875. This 2-volume book, Memoirs of General William T. Sherman, gives a plain account of his life, from birth until the Civil War. Critics praised its readability and honesty, while several expressed concern about omissions and biases. He openly said at the outset that he would report events as he saw them, regardless of whether they disturbed anyone. The memoirs shaped the public's perception of him as a general who believed in direct action and open communication. Sherman headed an army that was struggling to find its place in a changing country in the 1870s. Industrialization accelerated, questions about global development arose, and the frontier vanished. The army shrank, overshadowed by new millionaires and the volatile politics of the Gilded Age. Sherman frequently bemoaned that the populace had grown complacent about national defense, ignoring the painful lessons of the Civil War. In quieter moments, he realized that a diminished army presence was precisely what a reunited country needed, even if it left him feeling a little lost. The Great Railroad Strike of 1877, which saw federal troops dispatched to quell labor unrest, was the final major dispute of his tenure. Sherman struck a compromise between compassion for workers' concerns and the necessity for order, directing a reaction that sought to minimize bloodshed. The incident pointed at a new sort of internal conflict, industrial turmoil supplanting sectional conflicts. Sherman, noted for his directness and rigidity, was reminded that war is never static, it changes with the intricacies of civilization. As the 1880s began, William Tecumseh Sherman entered retirement but stayed a notable public figure. In 1882, he stepped down as commanding general, concluding nearly 20 years of consistent leadership in a transforming army. Civic groups, lecture circuits, and political activists often pursued him. Some urged him to run for president, thinking his combat experience and integrity would resonate with Americans. Sherman famously declined, stating, "I will not accept if nominated and will not serve if elected." The statement reflected his post-war identity as someone who had witnessed the harsh realities of politics, leading him to avoid more profound involvement. His reluctance to run for government came from several factors. He was wary of the constant manoeuvring that characterised national elections. His straightforward attitude conflicted with the need to appease groups and trade favours. He understood that his reputation, forged through tough tactics in Georgia and the Carolinas, could provoke significant backlash in the South and among moderate northern voters. He felt his skills were better suited for organising and leading in challenging situations, rather than in standard governance negotiations. Sherman travelled extensively, giving speeches on Civil War events and promoting a strong, practical military policy, even after leaving formal duties. He seldom softened his remarks. At veterans' reunions, he portrayed the stern uncle, reminding former troops that war was not a glorious adventure. He emphasised to younger audiences that the Civil War was much more complex than just heroes and villains. He stood firm in his decisions, asserting that his aggressive campaigns had reduced the conflict's length. He was honest about his views on Reconstruction's outcomes. He observed the South's economic recovery, the emergence of Jim Crow laws, and ongoing social inequalities. He did not advocate for radical solutions to racial disparity, viewing it mainly as a civilian issue. Some critics viewed Sherman's attitude as evasive, claiming he was dodging moral responsibility. He said his main aim was to preserve the Union, not to create an equal society. Although Sherman was strategically skilled, his limited view on social fairness reflects the shortcomings of his era, which is clear in hindsight. At the same time, narratives about his private life became gentler. He enjoyed engaging with former allies, especially Ulysses S. Grant, whose presidency concluded amid controversy and failure. Sherman stayed loyal to Grant, honouring their bond from the war despite any controversies. They occasionally gathered to voice their discontent regarding how their legacies turned into political issues. When Grant died in 1885, Sherman mourned publicly, delivering eulogies that highlighted loyalty, the virtue that had united them through numerous conflicts. In the 1880s, new industries and technologies captured public attention. Railroads spanned the continent, telephones connected people, and corporations grew. Sherman felt torn after observing these changes. He appreciated America's ambition for growth, but worried about possible societal instability. The Great Railroad Strike indicated rising unrest among industrial workers. He warned that if class tensions weren't handled correctly, they could erupt violently. Although he wasn't an economist, he identified conflict patterns and warned political leaders that neglecting labour demands could lead to chaos similar to the devastation of war. Sherman, who relocated to New York City later in the decade, joined various clubs and wrote letters condemning the rise of sensational journalism. He was accustomed to media scrutiny. During the war, he was portrayed as either a hero or a criminal. Tabloids thrived on sensationalism, making him cautious about interviews. Young journalists sought his views on military issues. He emphasised that future wars could lead to unimaginable destruction if not quickly contained, particularly with advanced weaponry. He insisted that the only real strategy was to either fully engage in war or not at all. Sherman's health declined as he got older. Stiff joints, persistent pain, and years of fatigue in uniform consumed him. He refused to disguise himself as a weak, elderly general. He walked through the streets of Manhattan in casual clothes, tipping his hat to those who noticed his distinctive grey hair. He visited West Point and other army locations rarely, providing straightforward advice: train with discipline, but hope you never have to use it in a civil war. Listeners felt that beneath his tough exterior were deep wounds shaped by the harsh realities of war. In his later years, the people embraced him as a grandfather figure. His once fierce demeanour mellowed over time. Fundamentally, he was the man who bravely marched through Georgia, firmly believing that such harshness was essential. In the evolving landscape of modern America, William Tecumseh Sherman remained prominent, his influence softened rather than faded, a reminder of when cities trembled at the sight of blue-clad troops. William Tecumseh Sherman spent his final months in New York surrounded by family and friends. He was stoic, yet he occasionally made sad remarks about how the Civil War ruined his reputation. He recognised that for many Southerners, His name symbolized terror, a reminder of burned houses, ruined railroads, and the unrelenting march of Union forces. To many, particularly in the North, he was the driving factor behind the Confederacy's demise, ultimately sparing many lives by ending the war. The dichotomy left him resigned. Historical assessments are rarely balanced, especially for those who shape conflict in new, disputed ways. Sherman became ill with pneumonia in January 1891. Doctors tried to restore his health, but difficulties occurred. By early February, it was clear he was unlikely to recover. He faced his decline discreetly, eschewing some treatments and facing his mortality with the same candor he used in strategy. Family members watched him closely, recalling how the once unstoppable man appeared weak under the light of the bedside lamp. He died on February 14, 1891, at the age of 71. News spread across the country. Southerners reacted calmly to the announcement. Some newspapers ran brief obituaries, while others recalled the misery he caused. In the North, praises poured in, hailing him as a hero who broke the war's illusions and drove the South to its knees. Foreign commentators reflected on how the American Civil War influenced worldwide military thinking, observing that Sherman's death marked the end of an era of bold, large-scale maneuver warfare. Sherman's funeral in New York drew massive crowds to the streets. Veterans wearing uniforms saluted the casket. Young observers were captivated by the legend and listened to serious comments from generals who had served under him. The army provided full honours as a final homage to the man whose worldview was defined by his dedication to duty. Pallbearers included notable civic and military figures, emphasising his life's impact on American growth. They brought his remains to St. Louis with quiet solemnity, where he was buried alongside his wife, Ellen, who had died a few years before. Afterward, newspapers and magazines began to look back. Writers debated morality and necessity. Did Sherman's campaigns enhance combat or spark new conflicts? Some editorialists credited him with inventing the concept of modern total war, emphasising how entire communities, not just soldiers, become involved in massive warfare. Some voiced worry about the impact on civilian life and property, claiming that his approach called into question the ethics of war. Military academies around the world evaluated his manoeuvres, adopting or criticising his ideas. Before World War I, German officers thoroughly researched the March to the Sea to establish their philosophy. Sherman's notion that war should be conducted decisively, eliminating illusions and safe havens, has far-reaching consequences beyond American borders. Many nations' romanticised notions of combat would conflict with the brutal realities he highlighted. Decades later, European nations would participate in even more devastating wars, prompting the question, was Sherman a visionary, a prophet of mechanized destruction? Personal stories about Uncle Billy were well known among aging Union veterans. Anecdotes show him pausing to speak with a terrified child or having a humble lunch with a rural household. These pieces attempted to portray the man, who was frequently despised by many Southerners. Historians who read his letters discovered that he had a comic side, frequently calming tense situations with dry humour. Contradictions abound: a kind father figure to his men, an unrelenting terror to his adversaries, and a scathing critic of half measures in combat. Sherman, along with Grant, Lee, and Jackson, was recognised as pivotal figures in the Civil War over time. Statues appeared, some in the North, depicting him on horseback with a determined expression, and fewer in the South, where he was frequently overshadowed by local heroes. The older generation that lived through the conflict has died away, leaving a legacy characterised by textbooks, speeches, and battlefield tours. Sherman's historical significance was substantial but challenging for a nascent nation. Historians developed fresh perspectives over time. Some have investigated the psychological impact of the Florida wetlands on the young lieutenant. Some have suggested that his family's links to Thomas Ewing had an important impact on his early success. Many questioned his performance during the Indian Wars, questioning how a commander known for defending the Union could advocate harsh measures against indigenous tribes. These layers underscored the complexities of his life. He was neither a simple hero nor a villain, but rather a figure of a changing America, managing crises, technological developments, and expanding frontiers. Sherman's name conjures up pictures of relentless columns, flaming depots, and a war that changed the face of conflict. William Tecumseh Sherman is still regarded as a key character in the Civil War pantheon, yet views of his actions continue to shift. Over 130 years after his death, historians, military scholars, and interested amateurs revisit his wars in search of nuanced insights. Many people are talking about his hard war theory, which holds that to terminate a struggle, a nation must attack the opponent's ability to sustain itself rather than simply defeating forces in open battle. His effectiveness in this area is widely attributed to hastening the Confederacy's demise. Sherman's techniques are sometimes compared to those used in 20th century total conflicts, in which entire economies and civilian populations are targeted. Critics question if the practice establishes a troubling precedent that moral barriers can be crossed for the sake of expediency. Others argue that Sherman's tough attitude undoubtedly shortened the war's duration, preventing thousands of further battlefield casualties. When military doctrines develop beyond frontline engagements, the tension between practicality and morality becomes increasingly essential. In the South, memories of Sherman are still shaped by generational stories. Families carry down stories about ancestors who lost houses, animals, or enterprises along his path. Museums in Georgia, South Carolina, and other states periodically display exhibitions about the march to the sea's local influence. Some historians work to differentiate myth from reality. Not every fire was started by a Union soldier, nor was every structure torched. However, the psychological toll of an unstoppable army marching across the countryside was evident. Meanwhile, northern cities that formerly supported him attempt to analyse his full legacy. War memorials in areas like New York and Ohio depict him as a pivotal figure in the Union's deliverance. School textbooks stress his devotion to Grant, his operational genius, and the conclusion he helped to bring to a war that threatened to fracture the country irrevocably. A few paragraphs might describe how he disliked political power and preferred clear command. Younger generations perceive a nearly cinematic figure, brazen, unstoppable, a contradiction of savagery and compassion, who altered Americans' perceptions of battle. Sherman's personal documents, which are preserved in libraries, illustrate the intricacies of his relationships. Letters to his wife Ellen express love and parental care, particularly when they lost their son Willie in Memphis. Correspondence with fellow officers illustrates the stress that weighed on him, particularly in the dark nights preceding important operations. There's a fleeting impression that, beneath the stern general's public face, a man struggled with the internal reservations about the unstoppable machine he'd set in motion. In scholarly areas, studies of Reconstruction address his post-war deeds. Some argue that, despite his ability to effect Southern reintegration, he mostly deferred to civil authorities and focused on limited army duties. Did he demonstrate smart statesmanship, or did he allow systemic injustices to continue? The discussion continues. According to the record, Sherman considered himself first and foremost a soldier, and he rarely saw the army as an instrument for sweeping social engineering. This perspective, aligning with his pragmatic approach, significantly shaped the course of Reconstruction, both positively and negatively. Sherman's image appears in novels, documentaries, and historical dramas that aim to capture the passion of the Civil War. Filmmakers show him poised on horseback, watching a horizon tinged orange by fires, or in frenetic staff meetings with maps strewn out over rickety tables. These portrayals frequently exaggerate for dramatic effect, but they reflect a long-standing fascination with the man who accepted the brutal facts of war and forced the South to taste the bitter fruit of defeat. The conflict between actuality and myth is rarely fully resolved, expressing the essence of a character who thrived on contradiction. Finally, Sherman's story is a microcosm of American history in the mid-19th century, a country stumbling from compromise to confrontation, debating whether to remain a single political unit or split irreparably. Sherman's life followed that trajectory, from frontier boyhood to the pinnacle of military leadership, from the sorrow of personal loss to the moulding of an unwavering approach in the crucible of battle. His traces are still visible not only on Georgian territory, but also in how America deals with the duties and costs of military conflict. For those looking for simple labels, hero or villain, visionary or brute, Sherman defies them all, reminding us that history is woven from the threads of both success and the tragedy, sculpted by the steely will of individuals who once marched across the stage of an evolving national drama. Island, 5:36, brother Kieran wakes to a half-light seeping through the shutters. Although it is dawn, the sky still wears the same grim shade as it did at dusk. In the monastery kitchen, the last of the winter barley has been ground. The coarse flour barely rises when baked, yielding a handful of firm flatbread. He offers a loaf to a gaunt villager at the gate. The man's trembling hands cradle it as though it were a feast. It is the only food Kieran can spare. All around Cloyne Moor the fields lie barren. By Beltane they should be green with new barley, but instead patches of stunted sprouts struggle from cold, blighted soil. A ragged woman clutching a silent, hollow-eyed child begs Kieran for help. He closes his eyes in pained prayer, knowing the monastery's granary is almost empty. All winter there were whispers that the sun's light had changed. Even now in spring it glows weakly, more grey than gold, giving no warmth. At midday the villagers found no shadows following their feet on the ground. Frosts came hard even after Imbolc, blackening the early shoots. Kieran crosses himself, recalling tales of the biblical plague of darkness, but that lasted only 3 days, whereas this malaise drags on week after the week. Some of the older monks murmur that it's as though the sky itself is a hide stretched over the sun, a perpetual eclipse. At times a fine grey haze drifts through the air, carrying a bitter smell. It has brought hunger and despair to their land, regardless of its cause. To Kieran, it feels as like the very air has turned against them. In the village, cattle low with hunger. Many were slaughtered months ago because there was no hay. The usual cheerful birdsong of spring is muted. Some mornings, thick dew lies frozen on the thatch, unheard of this late in the year. That afternoon, Kieran ventures to the village chapel. Inside, it is crowded with peasants seeking solace. The air is heavy with sweat and fear. He raises his hands and speaks of Job's trials, of keeping faith through hardship. As he prays, his voice wavers. He notices an old man in the back not genuflecting, one of the few who still cling to the old druidic ways. The old man's eyes are clouded with accusation. "Where is your god of light now?" the elder croaks when the prayers end. Nuada's silver hand would sooner bring back the sun than these Latin words. A few villagers nod, desperate for any remedy. Rumours swirl of ancient rites on the hill, offerings to appease whatever spirit has devoured the sun. Kieran feels a spark of anger, but mostly pity. In this dark time, people grasp at any hope. That evening a thin rain falls, barely moistening the hard earth. In the scriptorium's candle glow, Brother Kieran opens the magnificent chronicle. His quill hovers above the page for the year. How to summarise this living nightmare? He dips in ink and writes in careful Latin script, Anno Domini 536, Fame Panis in Hibernia. The year 536 was marked by a shortage of bread. The words feel inadequate, mere scratchings to mark children dying in their mother's arms, an entire family is wandering in search of food that does not exist. And yet he must record it for posterity, as truthfully and simply as the annals of old. His hand shakes with exhaustion. Before blowing out the candle, Kieran adds a final thought in the margin. Sol pallidus supra nos est. The sun is pale above us. Outside, the rain stops. The night is deathly quiet. Brother Kieran steps out and looks upward. Where he should see a tapestry of stars, there is only a dull haze and the ruddy disk of a moon drained of its splendour. He thinks of the hungry faces he saw today. In the morning he will venture farther, maybe to the next valley, to see if they fared any better. Perhaps there will be news from beyond the seas that could explain this pall, or is it the wrath of God? He does not know. Pulling his thin cloak tighter, the monk whispers a hymn into the gloom. His Latin words tremble with both doubt and hope, drifting upward in a world that has seemingly lost the sun. In Constantinople, Eastern Roman Empire, 536. Stephanos steps out of the granary and into an eerie midday gloom. The Forum of Constantine should be bright at this hour, but the sun hangs weak in the sky, its light pale and without brightness. Under the colonnade, a brazier has ignited, providing flickering light where the sun cannot. Normally at noon, the great column's shadow would slice across the marble pavement. Today there is none. Stephanos pauses, bread ledger in hand, and suppresses a shiver. In his 30 years in Constantinople, he has never seen the sun like this. It's as if the day has been swallowed by an endless eclipse. He hurries through the forum, passing knots of anxious citizens. At the steps of the Hagia Sophia construction site, a knot of labourers kneel in prayer. Tools idle. Even the patriarch has ordered continual prayers, for fear that God's anger is upon the Empire. Stephanos does not stop. As a junior official of the grain dole, his duty is to assess the city's bread supply. And the news is grim. The wheat shipments from Egypt have dwindled. The harvests up the Nile were poor this year. Fields yielded scant grain. Although the imperial granaries remain full, the customary surpluses have vanished. In the bread market, he sees long queues of gaunt faces. An elderly woman clutches her stomach, muttering that famine now rides alongside war like the black horseman of the apocalypse. Stephanos silently crosses himself at that, quickening his pace. Inside the Augustaion, a cluster of senators argues in low voices. Stephanos catches fragments as he passes. One laments that the blighted sun, which began during Consul Belisarius's year, is a dire omen. Another frets that if the produce is destroyed by this bad time, the legions will starve. Men are free neither from war nor pestilence nor any other thing leading to death, an elderly senator concludes. No one disagrees. At the docks on the Golden Horn, grain barges from Alexandria are being unloaded under the dim sun. The usual cacophony of stevedores is hushed. Everyone moves with the worried calm of men who know they carry precious food. Stephanos inspects the offloaded sacks. The wheat kernels are small, shrunken by poor yield. "Is this all?" he asks the harbour master. A shrug. "Afraid so. Even the bread basket of the world struggles now." Stephanos nods and makes a mark on his wax tablet. In the past, Egypt's bounty could feed Constantinople twice over. Now any shortage sends prices climbing. Already he has heard of riots in the poorer quarters at dawn when the meagre bread allotments ran out. He muses grimly about the concept of bread and circuses. Crossing back toward the palace, Stephanos peers up at the sky. The sun's hue is a strange bluish-white, and the very air seems thick. A dry, foggy haze hangs high above, dulling the daylight. Some call it an omen, others say it's a natural miasma. One pamphlet circulating in the forum even claimed that a volcano in some far-off land must have vomited ash into the heavens, promptly confiscated by the urban prefect for spreading alarm. Stephanos does not know what to believe. He only knows that the Empire lacks experience with simultaneous harvest failures across all regions. In the past, if Syria suffered drought, Egypt might compensate. But now Syria also reports withered crops and empty granaries. An empire that commands the Mediterranean cannot command the skies. That night, the city is preternaturally quiet. By decree, a candle-lit vigil is held in every church. Stephanos stands among a crowd in the great church's half-built nave. The air smells of wax and incense. By day, hundreds of tiny flames flicker where sunlight should stream in. The patriarch leads a solemn chant, beseeching God to restore the light and spare his people. Stephanos bows his head and joins the chorus. His mind wanders to his young daughter at home, who has known constant cough and hunger these past months. The sun gave forth light without brightness, like the moon. He remembers those words from a scholar's chronicle, and they ring true in his bones. He prays for the day he can show his child a bright, warm sun again. Until then, they endure in the half-light of an empire under siege by the very heavens. In the kingdom of Axum, Ethiopia 536, Miriam's sandals are worn thin by the time she and her little brother crest the last hill before Axum. Below them, the city's familiar landmarks rise from the plain, the tall stone stellae of bygone kings casting faint shadows in the ashen daylight, and beyond, the spires of the great stone church where her people have worshipped for generations. She urges her brother onward with a gentle hand. They have walked for 2 days from their village, driven by desperation. At home, the fields of teff and sorghum utterly failed. This year's rains never arrived, and the soil cracked beneath a brazen but feeble sun. Along the road they joined a trickle of other villagers and farmers, all converging toward Axum like streams to a dry riverbed. They strolled past the abandoned ox carcasses by the roadside and the deserted farms with nothing left to harvest. At the city gates, Miriam feels a surge of relief. They have arrived. But the sight before her quickly tempers that hope. Axum's marketplace, usually vibrant with traders from far lands, has been transformed into an open-air soup kitchen. Cook fires gutter under large cauldrons of porridge. Hundreds of people gather in lines, clutching bowls or baskets, their faces gaunt. The smell of thin millet gruel mingles with the acrid scent of despair. Miriam clutches her brother's hand and finds a spot at the end of a line. Overhead, the sky is a flat, dull white, the sun's disk barely visible. A local deacon moves down the line, intoning prayers in Ge'ez. He sprinkles holy water on the crowd from a palm frond. Normally, people save such blessings for festivals, but now they perform them to combat hopelessness. A small caravan arrives with a few camels laden with grain from the coast, but after a brief exchange with officials, most of it turns away. Even the major trade routes bring no food now. In Aksum's markets, one could once buy pepper from India, or wine from Nubia. Now even the humblest barley loaf is a treasure. As the line inches forward, Miriam passes by a group of nobles and priests gathered under an incense tree. She recognises Negus Caleb, King Caleb, among them by the gold-fringed cloth draped over his shoulders and the ornate processional cross he leans upon. Her ears catch an advisor reporting that the Nile's flood was weak, and even across the Red Sea no stores remain. The king's shoulders sag under his embroidered cloak. At last he raises his hands and calls out, "People of Aksum, God is testing us. We will open the last of the royal granaries to feed the hungry, share what you receive, and trust that the Lord will provide." A murmur of gratitude ripples through the throng. Miriam finally reaches the front. A deacon ladles a scoop of watery porridge into her clay bowl. It is not much, barely a few mouthfuls for each of them, but she murmurs, "A mess agin lahu, thank you," with a deep bow. Her brother swallows his portion greedily, licking the bowl. She forces herself to eat slowly, savouring each drop. Around her, others huddle on the ground in silence, some weeping with relief for this small mercy. At sunset, King Caleb leads a candle-lit procession through the streets. Miriam and her brother stand among the faithful lining the route. The king walks barefoot, carrying the gilded cross, followed by priests bearing icons. Their chants of Kyrie eleison, Lord have mercy, echo off the towering stellae. As the procession passes, Miriam closes her eyes and joins the singing. Never has she felt the community so united. Nobles and peasants, priests and paupers, all imploring heaven for deliverance. In the failing light, the king lifts the cross to bless the entire land. Miriam tightens her arm around her brother. Though hunger gnaws and the darkness endures, in that moment she takes solace in their collective hope. Under the mournful sky of 536, the people of Aksum face the long night together, their faith unbroken even as the world around them withers. Though hardship was far from over, a spark of hope persisted. Like dawn following the longest night, they trusted that better days would come again. In northern China, 536, the sky should have been a brilliant blue above the rice paddies, but today it is the colour of lead. Farmer Liang squints at the field where his family's livelihood lies. It is the 7th month of the year, high summer, yet a bitter wind rattles the stalks. Suddenly one of his sons cries out. Liang looks down in disbelief as snowflakes swirl onto the green rice shoots. Within minutes, a rare summer snowfall dusts the paddies, bending the young rice. The villagers stand helplessly by. Such a thing has never happened in living memory. Autumn brings no relief. The harvest is paltry and stunted, weeks late in ripening. By the 8th month, the famine is undeniable, the granaries are nearly empty. Liang's family begins mixing chaff and acorns into their rice to make it stretch. His youngest daughter stops growing. Her cheeks are sunken and grey. One afternoon, yellow powder drifts down from the sky, coating the village roofs in a film like ash. Villagers fear it is a curse from heaven. Whatever the cause, the crops are ruined, and hunger stalks the land. In the village temple, the headman burns incense before the altar of the earth god. The air is thick with smoke and the murmured prayers of desperate farmers. "We must appease heaven to," the headman declares, sweat beading on his brow despite the cold. As night falls, the villagers carry an offering of their last millet and a slaughtered goat to the hill shrine. Liang watches as the small procession winds up the slope with lanterns bobbing. He holds his shivering daughter close. They set the offerings and bow until their foreheads touch the ground, begging for mercy, good weather, a decent harvest, anything. But the night sky offers no reply, only a faint glow where the moon hides behind a strange haze. The offering remains untouched by any deity. Weeks pass and starvation sets in. Liang feeds his children thin congee made from wild herbs and tree bark. His elderly mother quietly refuses her portion, pretending she has eaten so that the little ones might have more. Soon she grows too frail to leave her bed. One cold morning, Liang finds that her breathing has stopped. With shaking hands, he covers her body with a woven mat. There is no energy or grain to spare for proper funeral rites. Before her death, his mother, had whispered that perhaps the Emperor had lost heaven's mandate. How else to explain the sun's betrayal? In grief, Liang wonders if the distant court's sins have brought on heaven's wrath. They hear of hungry folk in nearby provinces attacking granaries, but in Liang's village, though desperation grows, order holds for now. By early winter, bandits roam the countryside, stealing what little remains. One night, a gang of starving young men, once farmers from a nearby hamlet, break into Liang's storehouse, seizing the meagre sack of millet he had hidden. There are scuffles in the dark. His eldest son is struck with a staff while trying to defend their food. The thieves flee into the night, leaving the family bruised and without a single grain of food. When dawn breaks, Liang makes a decision. He gathers his family and tells them they can stay no longer. If they remain in the village, they will surely die. Rumours suggest that the harvests were better further south. Perhaps they could find food and employment there. That day, the family packs what little they have left. Liang hoists his weakened daughter onto his back. He takes one last look at the fields of their ancestors, now barren, dusted with frost. Together, the family joins a small band of neighbours on the road heading south, leaving behind their village to whatever fate the heavens had decreed. As they vanished into the white distance, their footprints were swiftly blanketed by the new snow, one family among countless others on the road that winter, all seeking a land where the sun still shone and grain could be found. It was the second year without a summer in Scandinavia, 536. In a seaside village of what would one day be called Sweden, Jarl Einar stood on the frozen shore at noon and saw no sun above, only a dim glow behind the grey sky. The world felt stuck in twilight. Fishermen had to chip through ice where the bay had frozen solid, hoping to catch a few starved cod. Inland, the fields lay under dirty snow even in what should have been the growing season. Einar's people had slaughtered most of their livestock last autumn. There was no fodder to keep them alive through another barren year. Half the benches in the hall were now empty. The strong had ventured south to gentler climates, and the frail had perished in the first famine winter. Inside the Jarl's longhouse, a small fire flickered weakly. Einar passed a hand over the embers and thought of the sun, once the great fire in the sky, now vanished. His gut clenched with a mix of sorrow and dread. The village's priestess, Volva, had warned that they could be living through Fimbulvetur, the legendary great winter of Norse prophecy. 3 winters with no summer between, a prelude to Ragnarok, the end of the gods. Einar had scoffed at the time, but now he was not so sure. To placate the gods, they had tried everything. The previous fall, they sacrificed their finest ram and a pair of oxen to Freyr at harvest, yet the snows came early and stayed. In the spring, Einar himself cast a gold arm ring into the peat bog as an offering. Many nobles were said to be abandoning their treasures to the earth in hopes of buying back the sun. Still, the gods remained silent, and the sun's chariot did not return. By midwinter of that second sunless year, desperation hung like a fog. The village elders grimly agreed that only a human sacrifice might break the curse. That night, they offered up a captured thrall under the frost-covered ash tree, spilling his blood in Odin's name. But when dawn broke in yet another leaden sky, they knew even that was not enough. As spring of the 3rd year approached with little change, whispers began in the village. Some said that the Jarl's bloodline was cursed, that Odin and Freyr would accept nothing less than the life of the chieftain himself to set things right, just as in ancient tales a king had once been sacrificed to end a blight. Einar heard these murmurs and knew in his heart what had to be done. The next day he called an assembly at the sacred grove. Mustering his remaining strength, he addressed the tribe. "I will go to Odin's hall if it brings back the sun and the harvest," he declared. Gasps rippled through the crowd. His wife wailed, but he raised a hand gently. "We have all lost loved ones. If my life buys the dawn for those who remain, I give it freely." That evening, under the steel-grey sky, Jarl Einar knelt before the old oak tree in the grove. The Volva and 2 elders stood solemnly by with ceremonial knives. Einar's breath rose in white puffs. He felt no fear now, only a strange peace, as though he were already halfway to Valhalla. In a clear voice he chanted a final prayer, a plea for Thor to smash the dark clouds and for Freyr to make the fields green once more. As the blade touched his skin, he closed his eyes and pictured golden summer sunlight. The knives did their work, and Einar slumped forward, life leaching into the frozen ground. A low moan of grief and hope rose from the villagers. After laying his body on a pyre with his cloak and shield, they ignited it, causing the flames to roar upwards. Throughout the long night they kept vigil, and then, in the early hours, a pale glow appeared in the eastern sky, stronger than any in months. As the sky lightened from black to murky blue, the villagers saw the outline of the sun, wan but emerging at last through a break in the haze. A murmur of awe swept over the crowd. They wept with joy, lifting their faces to feel its faint warmth. Whether it was Jarl Einar's noble sacrifice or simply the turning of fate, none could say, but the endless winter was finally loosening its grip. In the coming days, as the snows began to recede, the people raised a mound for their chieftain, honouring him as the saviour who gave himself so that spring could return. In the massive city of Chac Rouge, in modern El Salvador, or what we call Mesoamerica, in 536, the high priest Itzamnaj knelt before the temple's altar at midday. All around him, hundreds of people crowded the plaza in tense silence. For months the sun had hidden its face. A strange chill hung over the usually hot lands of the Maya. Crops of maize and cacao wilted in the unseasonal cool and dim light. The priests had consulted their calendars and made offerings of incense and jade, but nothing availed. Today they would entreat Kinich Ajor, the sun god, with the most precious offering of all, human blood. Itzamnaj rose to his feet and stretched his arms to the sky. On the altar stone before him lay a bound captive, painted blue for sacrifice. "O Lord of the sun, rise and eat, that you may shine upon us again," the priest cried out. A murmur of desperation rippled through the crowd. Using an obsidian blade, Itzamnaj swiftly opened the victim's chest. The crowd gasped as he raised the still-beating heart toward the heavens. "May this blood nourish you, O gods!" he shouted, his voice cracking. At that instant the ground shuddered violently. The ritual chant died on every tongue. Itzamnaj staggered, dropping the heart. A low rumble rolled through the earth. Suddenly the western horizon ignited with a pillar of fire. A volcano in the distance had exploded with unimaginable force. A massive plume of black ash rose, turning day into night in an instant. People screamed and scattered. Itzamnaj stood frozen atop the temple as he watched a wall of ash and rock hurtle toward the city, illuminated by eerie orange flames. The gods had answered, not with salvation, but with catastrophe. Within minutes, searing hot ash rained down upon Chac Rouge. Thatch roofs and wooden beams burst into flame. Men, women and children ran desperately for shelter, but there was none. Itzamnaj barely managed to scramble down the temple steps when a blast of furnace-hot wind knocked him flat. The air itself burned. He could not draw a breath without scorching his lungs. A torrent of pumice and ash buried temples and huts within hours. Those who did not die under falling debris succumbed to the suffocating soot and toxic gases. The proud city, its palaces, its ball courts, its altars, was being entombed in grey powder. Itzamnaj crawled, coughing, into the shelter of the temple courtyard wall. Through eyes stinging with ash, he beheld a scene from the darkest underworld. The sacred ceiba trees around the plaza were ablaze, and charred bodies lay strewn where moments ago the faithful had gathered. He clutched his obsidian dagger to his chest, numb with shock and guilt. Was this cataclysm the sun god's wrath for their offerings, or had the death of the sacrificial victim somehow unleashed a greater curse? His mind swam as the very ground continued to heave. Over the roar of the volcano, he thought he heard the distant, cruel laughter of the death gods. Hours later, a thick, unnatural darkness cloaked the land. The eruption's fury had finally ceased, leaving an eerie silence. Where the thriving city of Chac Rouge had stood was now a mouldering grey wasteland, buried under layers of ash. Itzamnaj, miraculously still alive, pulled himself from the ashen debris. The once clear river ran black with volcanic dust. He limped through the ruins, calling out the names of his wife and son, but heard no answer, only the faint crackle of cooling cinders. His sandals sank into the hot ash covering the plaza. The once grand temple lay in shattered ruins, half-buried corpses strewn everywhere. Overhead, the sky remained as dark as midnight, though it was long past noon. Itzamnaj stumbled to the edge of the city where the fields began. Nothing remained of the maize rows, only a ghostly landscape of ash dunes. The sun was completely veiled, and fine grey particles drifted through the air like deadly snow. The priest sank to his knees and raised trembling hands to the unseen sky. "Why?" he croaked, voice broken. There was no one left to hear his questions. In that moment, it seemed to Itzamnaj that the gods had abandoned the world entirely. He looked up at the churning darkness above, knowing that beyond this poisoned sky the sun still existed, but its light might not return for a long, long time. As the lone survivor began to wail amid the desolation, the suffocating ash cloud spread far beyond, ensuring that 536 would be remembered as a year of unparalleled darkness and sorrow, even in lands far from this doomed city. Across the world, as I have covered, the year 536 left a scar on the human story. In its wake, kingdoms faltered and populations were decimated. Chroniclers from Ireland to China recorded unusual cold summer snow, failed crops and famine. They wrote of a dry fog dimming the sun's light, of skies coloured with ash, and of hunger stalking the land. For 18 long months, much of the earth lay under a pall of gloom. In Europe and the Near East, people looked for divine meaning in the calamity. Christian writers wondered if Revelation's apocalyptic horsemen were unleashed. War, famine, pestilence, and death all seemed present at once. Indeed, the historian Procopius wrote that men were free neither from war nor pestilence nor any other thing leading to death during those dark days. The plague of Justinian, which followed the famine, soon checked Emperor Justinian's ambitions in the Eastern Roman Empire. In the British Isles, Celtic monks noted a failure of bread. Far to the east, Chinese records spoke of great cold and summer frost that ruined the harvest. Northern Europeans were so desperate they offered their riches and kings to appease their gods. And in Central America, a volcano's cataclysmic eruption blanketed the skies with ash, plunging entire regions into darkness. Societies across the globe, separated by vast oceans and unaware of each other, shared the same despair. The sun that year was a feeble ghost above the horizon, a shared anguish in Ireland's green hills, Constantinople's marble streets, Axum's highlands, China's villages, Scandinavia's forests, and Mesoamerica's jungles. Millions perished as famine and disease swept through communities already weakened by crop failure. It was, by all accounts, one of the darkest times in recorded history. Some later scholars would even call 536 the worst year to be alive. And yet not all hope died. In every story of suffering there were those who endured. Parents who shared their last crust with their kids, leaders who died for their people, and communities that prayed and performed rituals to find meaning in the chaos. They adapted in the face of collapse, migrating to new lands, changing their traditions and rebuilding from the ashes. The darkness would slowly lift. From 537 to 538, the sunlight grew stronger as the dust in the sky settled. Fields were sown anew. Children born after the year without sun would grow up under blue skies, hearing the hushed stories of the terrible darkness their elders survived. Looking back, the catastrophe of 536 stands as a testament to human endurance. It was a year of tragedy on a scale almost beyond comprehension, a convergence of natural disasters that humbled empires and small villages alike. But it was also a year that showed the resilience of the human spirit. In Ireland, monks kept the flame of learning alive through the long winter. In Byzantium, officials and neighbours shared what food they could to keep the starving alive. In Axum, faith and charity helped a kingdom pull through its worst famine. In Scandinavia, a people's devotion to their gods, however grim, kept their community united until the sun's return. Despite the loss of the Maya city in our story, other cities in Mesoamerica continued to exist, safeguarding knowledge and culture for future generations. Eventually the sun did return, brighter and warmer, as it always had before. The year 536 passed into history, its horrors softened by time, but those who lived through it would never forget how fragile their world could be. For a year it felt like night had fallen and the gods had abandoned humanity. Why wouldn't you last a day in 536? The people of that era faced unimaginable challenges, a sun that never shone, unfulfilled harvests, and a darkness that pushed the boundaries of hope. They persevered through faith, courage, and the fragile bonds of community, demonstrating that despite the most challenging year, humanity's determination to survive